Wittgenstein and Hegel. On Wittgenstein. Jakub Mácha. Introduction, Hegel, Wittgenstein, Identity, Difference. We cannot but begin this volume with Wittgenstein's famous remark that Hegel seems to me to be always wanting to say that things which look different are really the same. Whereas my interest is in showing that things which look the same are really different. MDC, p.157, this is, however, a casual remark, and it seems that we should not put too much emphasis on it. For a discussion of how the remark should properly be understood, see chapter 20. In compiling this collection of essays we adopted from this remark the idea that the problem of difference in identity is the common topic between Hegel and Wittgenstein. Point 1. The remark presents a certain interplay, or, one might say, dialectics, of identity and difference. And it is questions of identity and difference between Hegel and Wittgenstein, with respect to certain aspects of their works, under certain interpretations, etc., that are addressed by the essays in this volume. There are systematic reasons for investigating commonalities and differences between two philosophers, for example, that they approached the same problem or topic using the same or different methods and arrived at the same or opposed conclusions. Such an investigation might be conducted ahistorically, without taking into account possible lines of influence. This would, however, contradict Hegel's and Wittgenstein's philosophical doctrines. Before we set about looking at particular points of identity and difference discussed in this volume, let us look at the philosophical and historical context of this topic. Analytic, continental split. One of the reasons for bringing Hegel and Wittgenstein together is to overcome or even go beyond what is known as the analytic, continental split. Point 2. As is well known, at the beginning of the 20th century Russell and Moore, the founding fathers of analytic philosophy, revolted against Hegelianism. Analytic philosophy became an explicitly anti-Hegelian philosophical movement, cf. chapter 1 of this volume. Moreover, Hegel's writings were declared to be examples of nonsense, of nonsensical combinations of letters and words. No dialogue is possible with nonsense. On the other hand, continental philosophy, from Marxism to existentialism and structuralism, endorsed, albeit quite selectively, some Hegelian terminology, approaches, doctrines, and arguments, cf. Nuzzo 2010, p.3. All this, however, has turned out to be a myth rather than an accurate description of the philosophical landscape of the 20th century. Moore and Russell revolted against British idealism, which drew on a specific interpretation of some Hegelian doctrines but was opposed to Hegel in some respects. Continental philosophy was, in several important respects, very much opposed to Hegel or Hegelianism. We could mention, say, Heidegger or Adorno. To identify continental philosophy as Hegelian in essence is, to say the least, problematic. To situate Wittgenstein within analytic philosophy seems to be less problematic. Wittgenstein's Tractatus is without doubt one of the canonical texts of analytic philosophy. Things get complicated with Wittgenstein's later philosophy. Some of the key insights brought up in the philosophical investigations, e.g., meaning as use, the private language argument, the critique of ostensive definition, were later taken up in ordinary language philosophy and by analytic philosophers such as Quine, Davidson, and Sellers. There are, however, other no less important insights and aspects in Wittgenstein's later thinking that are opposed to mainstream analytic philosophy, such as his conception of philosophy as therapy, his anti-naturalism and the fragmentary style of his writing. Hence, Hegel's philosophy does not quite belong to continental philosophy and Wittgenstein's, later, philosophy does not quite belong to analytic philosophy, although there are non-empty intersections in both cases. If any points of contact between Hegel and Wittgenstein are of relevance to the analytic, continental split, then it must be ones along these intersections. Several chapters in this volume, Stiekeler-Wythefers, Renses, and Kairazis, address the complicated relevance of Hegel and Wittgenstein to the analytic, continental split, as well as the possibility of overcoming it. The story of the Hegel, Wittgenstein affinity. It is not the case that Wittgenstein has been discussed only in analytic philosophy and Hegel only in continental philosophy. Whereas Wittgenstein reception in continental philosophy is not so significant, although see Kairazai's and Haas's chapters in this volume, which take broadly continental perspectives, there has been an increasing interest in Hegel and Hegelian themes in analytic philosophy since the 1990s, which has brought Hegel closer to Wittgenstein. It is not difficult to find remarks in Hegel that to some extent capture the essence of analytic philosophy. He wrote in the preface to the second edition of The Science of Logic that, the forms of thought are first set out and stored in human language, SL 2010, p.12, written in 1831, a few days before Hegel's death. Before examining this renewed interest in Hegel in the 1990s, let us go back to two important philosophers who approached our topic in surprising depth. John Niemeyer Findlay, 1903 to 1987, was initially a Hegelian scholar. Later, in the 1930s, he was a student of Wittgenstein in Cambridge. Eventually, he turned back to Hegelianism and became a fierce critic of Wittgenstein's philosophy and influence. His books Hegel, A Re-Examination, 1958, and Wittgenstein, A Critique, 1984, were written with full knowledge of both philosophers. The major parallel that Findlay identified between the conceptions of philosophy in Hegel and Wittgenstein is as follows. Wittgenstein says, philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our understanding through the instruments of our speech. Pi. 109 Hegel says in highly similar language, the battle of reason consists in this, to overcome the rigidity which the understanding has brought in. L 1830, 32-3. The crucial point of this parallel is the implicit assumption that Hegel and Wittgenstein used understanding, Verstand, in a more or less similar way, in highly similar language. Findlay was, of course, aware of this complex issue, cf 1958, pages 62, 3. For both Hegel and Wittgenstein, philosophical language consists of exaggerations of ordinary language. Yet philosophical exaggerations will have gone back, much as the various colors vanish and annul each other in the integrity of white light, 1958, p.27. There is one major difference, however, which appertains to the final goal of this philosophical method. While for Wittgenstein philosophical exaggerations disappear in this final ordinariness, and need not, except for a confusion, have emerged at all, for Hegel their emergence is essential to the final result, and is in some sense preserved in it. Ibid. It is noteworthy that there is no consensus within contemporary Wittgenstein scholarship as to the goal of his philosophical method. There have been interpretations of Wittgenstein's philosophy stressing that the unspeakable remains preserved in the final result. Point 4. Two chapters in this volume discuss Findlay's work. In Chapter 9, Paul Redding focuses on Findlay's critique of the Tractarian conception of simple objects from Hegel's point of view. Carl Friedrich Kiesel, in Chapter 21, addresses Findlay's discussion of personal pronouns in Hegel and Wittgenstein. David Lamb, in two book-length studies, 1979, 1980, and other shorter works, made a heroic attempt to bring Hegel and Wittgenstein closer to each other. At the end of the 1970s, Wittgenstein's later philosophy was at the height of its dominance in analytic philosophy. Lamb's aim in showing similarities between Hegel and Wittgenstein was twofold: to reveal that Wittgenstein's contribution is not such a break with the past as many of his disciples would have us think, 1980, p.13, and to render Hegel intelligible to the 20th century perspective, Ibid. According to Lamb, the basic parallel between Hegel and Wittgenstein is that they both move from a critical to a descriptive philosophy. The point of departure for Hegel's move is Kant's transcendental philosophy, whereas Wittgenstein moves from his early philosophy to his later thinking. Of particular concern will be the move from a critique of language, Tractatus, to a description of its use, Blue and Brown books, and philosophical investigations, by Wittgenstein, which is in many ways parallel to the move from a Kantian critique of reason to Hegel's phenomenological description of the various shapes of consciousness in the phenomenology. 1980, p.5. Lamb thus interprets the Tractatus as a Kantian work that aims to delineate a priori limits of thinking and define the essence of language, the general form of propositions, which parallels Kant's attempts to locate the foundation and scope of human knowledge. Lamb finds in Wittgenstein's later philosophy many of the old idealist arguments in a new form, 1979, p.11. The Sellerschian reception of Hegel through Wittgenstein. Richard Rorty, 1997, p.8, once spoke in this connection of an attempt to usher analytic philosophy from its Kantian to its Hegelian stage. 5 Paul Redding, 2007, speaks of the return of Hegelian thought in analytic philosophy. Tom Rockmore, 2001, of the Hegelian turn, and Angelica Nuzzo, 2010, p.2, of a Hegel Renaissance. Following Rockmore, 2001, p.360, I would like to highlight that Hegelian themes relevant in analytic philosophy are, for the most part, also Wittgensteinian themes. They lie at the above-mentioned intersection. Hegel reception in analytic philosophy goes back to Seller's critique of the myth of the given and his quite selective interest in Hegel. A critique of what Sellers labels the myth of the given, that is, the myth of direct or unmediated epistemic access to given sensory experience, can be found in the sense certainty chapter of Hegel's Phenomenology and in Wittgenstein's critique of ostensive definition at the beginning of his philosophical investigations. Despite many differences, Hegel's and Wittgenstein's arguments boil down to the fact that seemingly direct pointing at sensory experience, to this end now, presupposes complex cognitive or grammatical structures. 6. There are other Hegelian insights that Sellers introduced to analytic philosophy. Let us mention another important one. Hegel's key claim that everything is an inference. 7 became the cornerstone of contextualism and inferentialism. Everything must be understood here in the context of Hegel's logic as every judgment. The truth of a judgment is thus dependent on its place within a syllogism or, in contemporary terms, its role in an inferential structure or the normative space of reasons. This is also a Wittgensteinian insight, for the concept of inferential structure is close to the later Wittgenstein's concept of language games, more specifically, the language of giving and asking for reasons. In Sellers and Brandam's case, 8 ultimately, we can understand Hegel's slogan "everything is an inference" as affined to Wittgenstein's meaning is use. Like most previous Hegel reception, Sellers' reading of Hegel is quite selective. He incorporated some Hegelian topics into his system, while ignoring others. Moreover, Sellers' system is partly openly anti-Hegelian. Sellers, and Brandam, ignore Hegel's main concept of self-consciousness. His system ignores Hegel's idealism and, in the end, he endorses linguistic nominalism, epistemic empiricism and metaphysical realism, which are all anti-Hegelian doctrines. Sellers was no Hegelian, nor was he a Wittgensteinian. Rather, he took important impulses and developed themes that fall within the intersection of Hegel's and Wittgenstein's thinking. Before moving on to the Pittsburgh Neo-Hegelians, John McDowell and Robert Brandam, 9, let us mention Permanstekeler Weithofer's book Hegel's Analytische Philosophie, Die Wissenschaft der Logik als kritische Theorie der Bedeutung, 1992, which anticipates many central insights of Brandam's inferentialism and his semantic interpretation of Hegel. McDowell, 1996, focuses on the Kantian roots of Sellers' philosophy and shows why it is necessary, for Sellers and for analytic philosophy in general, to go beyond Kant's transcendental idealism towards Hegel's absolute idealism. McDowell develops Sellers' critique of the doctrine of givenness and argues that the structure that must be presupposed in any given experience is best conceived as the Aristotelian substance. McDowell, however, insists on Sellers' empiricism, which does not contradict his minimally or non-standard empiricist interpretation of Hegel. 10 The idea is that it is a mistake to interpret either Kant's or Hegel's idealism as lacking empirical constraints on knowledge, that is, mental events and perceptual experience can be justifications for beliefs. Then, however, Seller's critique of the myth of the given rests, in McDowell's view, on a mistaken interpretation of Hegel. In this context, McDowell's Hegel can be deployed against analytic criticism of empiricism, which includes the later Wittgenstein, cf. Rockmore 2005, p.147. In contrast to Seller's and McDowell's selective reception of Hegel, Brandom attempts to provide a genuine reading that he calls the semantic interpretation, which allows him to assimilate Hegel into the analytic tradition in the wake of the linguistic turn. Brandom describes his program as inferentialism. He contrasts it to representationalism, which is indebted to the myth of the given, cf. Rockmore's discussion of representationalism in Kant and the early and later Wittgenstein in Chapter 3. Following Koren and Kalman, 2018, p.1, we can define inferentialism in a narrow and a broad sense. 11 In the narrow sense, inferentialism is a doctrine in the philosophy of language that takes linguistic meaning as being grounded in an inferential structure, and not the other way around. In the broad sense, it is an epistemological doctrine that gives the concept of inference a privileged explanatory role. In both senses, inferentialism is motivated by Hegel's above-mentioned slogan, "Everything is an inference." The concept of inference is related to Hegel's concepts of determinate negation and mediation, which Brandom interprets as material incompatibility and material consequence, where mediation/material consequence can be defined in terms of determinate negation/material incompatibility. Point 12 As already mentioned, the concept of inferential structure also has roots in Wittgenstein's concept of a language game. But Brandom deliberately restricts Wittgenstein's plurality of language games into a single, most fundamental game, namely the rationalistic and normative game of reason-giving, cf. Koren and Kalman 2018, p.39. Wittgenstein, in contrast, does not give priority to any particular language game. Brandom is also critical of Wittgenstein's negative attitude towards philosophical theories and sides instead with Hegel's constructivist approach and system building, Brandom 2014, p.7. Consider Brandom's schematic view of Wittgenstein's philosophical development. We can see the Wittgenstein of the Tractatus as a neo-Kantian, without Kant's residual empiricism, and the Wittgenstein of the Investigations as a neo-Hegelian, without Hegel's revived rationalism. Brandom 2014, p.4, Brandom is, then, a neo-Hegelian with Hegel's rationalism and a Wittgensteinian without Wittgenstein's anti-rationalism. Several of the papers in this volume address and critically evaluate Brandom's Hegel, see Shaheen's, Redding's, and Kalman's chapters. Major interpretative approaches in Hegel and Wittgenstein scholarship. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein scholarship have become philosophical subdisciplines in their own right. There have been diverse and often mutually exclusive interpretations of both thinkers. It is not surprising that these interpretations follow various aims and methodologies and place emphasis on different aspects, such as exegetical accuracy, charity, the viability of a given philosophical position or compatibility with other, earlier or later philosophical views and theories. Bringing together and comparing Hegel and Wittgenstein is, then, often relativized to this or that interpretation. A certain interpretation of Hegel is compared with a certain interpretation of Wittgenstein. The authors in this volume are not only aware of these complications, but work creatively with them. In this section, I want to outline the major interpretative approaches to Hegel and Wittgenstein, and briefly discuss their possible compatibilities and irreconcilabilities. I shall only mention the interpretative approaches that are represented in this volume. The reception of Hegel's thinking has been marked by, at times very creative and productive, misunderstandings and, at times quite deliberate, misinterpretations. Point 13 Many readings have focused solely on one of his works or taken one aspect of his system, one shape of consciousness or one particular concept, the master-servant dialectic, the unhappy consciousness or plasticity. Such interpretations are not without importance, but I will focus only on those approaches to Hegel that attempt to interpret his system as a whole. As one would expect, there is no accepted way of classifying these interpretations. I shall combine two recent overviews of Hegel scholarship by Terry Pinkard, 2013, and Paul Redding, 2015. The traditional metaphysical or Neoplatonic view takes Hegel's philosophy as a kind of rational theology. The absolute spirit is like the Neoplatonic or Christian God. Various stages of Hegel's dialectic, notably various shapes of consciousness presented in the phenomenology, are interpreted as emanations of this God. Many of Hegel's claims and formulations support this view, e.g., his invoking the concept of God in the preface to the Phenomenology, or later claiming that philosophy has no other object but God and so is essentially rational theology, LA, p.101. Representative advocates of this view are Taylor, 1975, and Beiser, 2005, as well as the German scholars Heinrich, 1971, Horstmann, 2006, and Seep, 2014. There are revised or realist variants of the metaphysical view, mostly Aristotelian, Stern 2002, Westphal 2003 and, in certain respects, McDowell 2009, but also Spinozist, Howelgate 2005, or Platonist. It is essential for this view that reality is inherently rational or conceptually structured. The concept is the fundamental structure of thinking as well as reality. This is true also for the traditional view, but the revised metaphysical view does not attribute to Hegel the robust teleological spirit monism attributed by the Neoplatonic interpretation. The third group of interpretations takes Hegel to be carrying out, extending and eventually completing Kant's critique of traditional metaphysics. There are many varieties of this post-Kantian view. Some of them, notably those of Pippin, 2005, Rockmore, 1997, Pinkard, 1994, and Gabriel and Zizek, 2009, explicitly interpret Hegel in this post-Kantian fashion. Brandam's semantic interpretation and inferentialism and McDowell's interpretation are also broadly post-Kantian, although McDowell, in contrast to Brandam, is committed to Aristotelian realism. Another strand of this post-Kantian view comprises analytic, pragmatic interpretations, for instance Stiekeler-Weithofer, 2016. Finally, there is the view that Hegel's philosophy does not aim to present any, first-order, metaphysical theory, but is rather a metacritique or a metametaphysical critique of any metaphysics. The most explicit formulation of this view is in Gabriel, 2016, p.185. Hegel's absolute idealism is not a first-order metaphysical view about the composition of ultimate reality. Rather, it is a defense of the metametaphysical idea that there are different kinds of facts, which share a logical structure that guarantees their overall intelligibility. We can already find an inclination towards this metametaphysical view in Findlay, 1958, and more recently in Redding, 2017, who focuses on Hegel's category of actuality, Wirklichkeit, which includes possibility and necessity as abstractions. Cf. Kami's realist view of Wirklichkeit in Chapter 7. Hegel's metaphysics is, thus, a form of modal actualism that includes first-order metaphysical theories as abstractions. This view is not necessarily in conflict with the post-Kantian interpretation, for there are metametaphysical aspects in Kant too. There is a milder version of this view which holds that Hegel provides metametaphysical arguments compatible with the realist viewpoint. 14. Let us turn now to the labyrinthine world of Wittgenstein scholarship, which in its Baroque exuberance exceeds even Hegel's studies. Two major interpretative disputes will be presented here. The first is the dispute between the traditional, or metaphysical/irresolute/theoretical/Tolstoyan, and therapeutic, or new/resolute/liberatory/dialectical/Kierkegaardian/Kavolian, readings of Wittgenstein's philosophy, predominantly of the Tractatus, but also of later texts, Point 15. For obvious reasons it is useful to characterize these two groups of readings according to their attitude to the Kantian program of delineating the limits of knowledge. On the traditional view, Wittgenstein provides in the Tractatus a broadly Kantian argument that aims to delineate the limits of language. Point 16. On the therapeutic view, Wittgenstein is combating our natural desire for such an argument or for metaphysics in general. The traditional view stresses the many logical, metaphysical, and epistemological insights expounded in the Tractatus. The therapeutic view, in contrast, insists on the analogy with the latter presented in the closing remarks of the treatise, which proclaim the sentences that make it up to be nonsensical. These sentences serve as elucidations and must eventually be discarded, just like the latter after he has climbed up it. TLP 6.54. This dispute can be extended to or transposed onto Wittgenstein's later philosophy. The difference is, however, that there is no main or central argument to be identified there, but rather several, more or less interconnected arguments which the traditional view concentrates on. The so-called private language argument is the most famous one. This brings us to the second main dispute, namely the debate over rules, private language, and scepticism between Saul Kripke, 1982, and his opponents. The conclusion of the private language argument, pi. 244, 271 and elsewhere, seems to be that a language intelligible solely to its originator, i.e., a private language, is ultimately unintelligible to this very language user. In other words, there is no private language, or language is essentially social. Kripke argues that this argument is actually a corollary of a more general paradox concerning rule following. This was our paradox: no course of action could be determined by a rule, because every course of action can be brought into accord with the rule. Pi 2009, 201, this is, for Kripke, a sceptical paradox Wittgenstein was facing and attempting to overcome. Kripke's solution to this paradox rests on the requirement of community agreement, which is why his position is known as the community view. The opponents of the community view either deny that Wittgenstein is dealing with scepticism in these passages 17 or they accept the charge and present different solutions. There are two prominent alternatives: the disposition view, speakers grasp a rule due to their dispositions to apply the rule in novel situations, and primitive non-reductionism, a speaker's grasp of a rule is a primitive mental fact about the speaker. Point 18. Where does this very brief overview of recent interpretations of Hegel and Wittgenstein leave us? Only a few connections between the two can be discussed here. The traditional metaphysical view of Hegel and the traditional view of Wittgenstein can be brought together, as in Rentz's, Lutterfeld's, and Kleber's chapters. Lamb's proposal to interpret Wittgenstein's early works in a Kantian manner and Wittgenstein's later works in a Hegelian manner is possible only on the traditional view of Wittgenstein and the post-Kantian view of Hegel. This interpretative strategy is advanced in Haas, Kajarazi's, and Pinkard's chapters. Pinkard also considers the resolute reading. Redding addresses the traditional and therapeutic readings of the Tractatus together with the post-Kantian reading of Hegel, but eventually turns to Findlay's modal actualism. Brandam's post-Kantian semantic interpretation of Hegel draws on the community view of Wittgenstein, cf. Kalman's and Shaheen's chapters, while McDowell's Wittgenstein is openly against the community view. The realist view of Hegel can be compared to the traditional metaphysical interpretation of the Tractatus, as in Camus' chapter. Rockmore interprets Wittgenstein, in his chapter, as either a metaphysical realist or an epistemic skeptic, that is, he invokes both the traditional and sceptical views. Pluter considers the community view of rule following in relation to Hegel's ethics and ethical life. Balistraxi draws on the therapeutic reading of the Tractatus and compares it with the dialectics of the phenomenology of spirit. Plevrakis adopts the therapeutic view in his Hegelian interpretation of the Tractatus. Moser also interprets the Tractatus within the therapeutic perspective, albeit in a rather unorthodox way, but her account has a strong Kantian accent too. This is only an outline of the interpretative complexities. Let us next turn to the structure and content of the volume in detail. The structure of the volume and the individual chapters. How to bring two different philosophers together. As we know from Fichte 19, every difference presupposes a common ground, an identity, and every identity presupposes a ground of difference. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein followed Fichte in this respect. Hegel did so when he maintained that everything has a ground and everything is a judgment. 20 Wittgenstein when he proclaimed self-identity to be nonsensical, for an identity without difference would be a self-identity. Point 21. Reevaluating the differences between Hegel and Wittgenstein, then, will consist either in highlighting their differences against the background of their identity, or in highlighting their common points against the background of their differences. Let us label these approaches from identity to difference and from difference to identity respectively. The latter approach, from difference to identity, might be sketched as follows. Let us assume that the thinking of these two philosophers is very different. They might have different goals, use different methods and terminology, they might differ in what they take for granted, they might focus on different topics, etc. And this is prima facie indeed so. Within these differences, however, one might try to find a point of contact and establish whether they agree on some particular issue. The former approach, from identity to difference, in contrast, begins by establishing a common ground, or rather a common background, a presupposition, a topic, a perspective, against which a difference, in the form of a disagreement, between Hegel and Wittgenstein can be established. This passage from identity to difference or vice versa can be embedded in a dialectical process. Any identity, or difference, that is reached is a point of departure for a new passage towards another difference, or identity. So Hegel and Wittgenstein may initially be taken to be very different philosophers. Next, a common ground, thesis, perspective, concept, between them is established, identity, but within this common ground, there may be specific differences. Following this general consideration, we divided the first half of the volume into two main sections, from identity to difference and from difference to identity. We begin our volume with two chapters that are more general in scope, exploring the relevance and sustainability of the analytic, continental split. Hermann Stiegler-Weithofer investigates, from a broadly Hegelian perspective, metaphysical commitments of various strains of analytic philosophy, specifically logical atomism, physical atomism, naturalism, and materialism. He identifies, sometimes latent, empiricism in these movements and counters with the Hegelian claim that science is collective work on concepts, not merely a process of gathering empirical facts. These movements do not understand the so-called transcendental turn, which Stiegler-Weithofer traces back to Descartes. The materialist/mechanist/objectivist worldview amounts, in the end, to manifestly incoherent metaphysics. Thomas Rentz presents, closer to the main topic of this volume, three key hypotheses about Hegel and Wittgenstein. 1. The proposition is the fundamental unit of dialectics/meaning construction. 2. Hegel systematically anticipates the thesis of meaning as use, and 3. We can find the private language argument in Hegel. *****. The first major section is comprised of chapters that proceed from identity to difference, that is, they take some point of identity between Hegel and Wittgenstein as a, sometimes only implicit, presupposition and then focus on the difference between them. Tom Rockmore opens his chapter with the observation that both Wittgenstein and Hegel challenge the view that philosophical problems can be dealt with through a theory. They do so, however, in different ways. Although they both aim to bring the philosophical tradition to its end, for Wittgenstein, philosophy ends in scepticism, while for Hegel this end is, at the same time, the culmination of philosophy, its fulfillment. Herbert Hrakovec begins by remarking that both philosophers often approach philosophical problems not head-on, but by discussing, and criticizing, established cognitive attitudes. Hrakovec then focuses on their reflections on the ordinary understanding of measurement. He proceeds by triangulating Hegel and Wittgenstein vis-a-vis a nonpartisan account of measurement that allows one to find an interesting shared concern, namely a shared alertness to a concealed side of standards. It is against this background affinity that some of their differences appear in sharper contrast. David Kolb's point of departure is the observation that both Wittgenstein and Hegel see our many languages and forms of life as constituted by different diamond nets of categories or grammars. Kolb then proceeds to argue that both Wittgenstein and Hegel take a non-reductive attitude toward this plurality of local ontologies. They disagree, however, about the philosophical implications of this plurality. Their disagreements stem from divergent notions about the structure and mode of being of the diamond nets. Jonathan Shaheen identifies an analogy or shared concern between Hegel and Wittgenstein. They both give arguments for the social constitution of philosophically central entities. Shaheen focuses on seminal interpretations of these arguments, on Brandam's reading of the self-consciousness chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit and on the communitarian reading of the private language argument in the Philosophical Investigations. Against this background, several differences are established. First, their different conceptions of mind; second, their different accounts of the relation between time slices of a single mind and genuine social contributions. Shaheen maintains, whereas communitarianism buys the Wittgensteinian so little that it can be had for the cost of individual time slices, the sociality Brandam is selling costs so much that the resources it takes to buy it can equally well purchase self-consciousness with no social contribution whatsoever. Lorenzo Cami elaborates in great detail on Hegel's and Wittgenstein's notions of Wirklichkeit before attempting a comparison of them. Given Cami's realist/metaphysical interpretations of Hegel and Wittgenstein, several common points are established, in order to point out important differences. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein were convinced that it is possible to know the world. Yet according to Wittgenstein, some aspects of the world are inexpressible. In contrast to Hegel, Wittgenstein's notion of Wirklichkeit is restricted to empirical facts. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein maintain that reason and the world share the same essence; moreover, reason constitutes Wirklichkeit. Yet in Wittgenstein the constitutive role of reason is passive compared with Hegel. Hegel's conception of the actualization of the world is dynamic whereas Wittgenstein's is static. Kai-Uwe Hoffmann focuses on the concept of beauty. He starts out from similarities between Hegel and Wittgenstein with regard to their critique of scientism and other minor points. Within this common ground, several differences appear. Wittgenstein would reject Hegel's metaphysical, epistemological, and scientific claims concerning the concept of beauty. *****. The second main section groups together chapters that proceed from, sometimes tacit, differences in order to find some common point, identity, between Hegel and Wittgenstein. Paul Redding begins by remarking that comparing Hegel and Wittgenstein can be a hazardous affair. With this consideration in mind, he attempts to find some specific points of intersection between Hegel and the Wittgenstein of the Tractatus. More specifically, these points of contact are found between Hegel's positive and negative existential judgment and Wittgenstein's atomic propositions. After this specific comparison is made, further Hegelian themes emerge in the context of the Tractatus. Hegel and Wittgenstein were both opposed to the practice, common among logicians, of generalizing by eliminating singular terms. Terry Pinkard states at the outset that Hegel and Wittgenstein are an odd pairing. Hegel sought unity and created a forbidding technical vocabulary. Wittgenstein, in contrast, focused on heterogeneity of language, and aimed at clarity in philosophy. Despite these differences, however, they both shared an interest in the Kantian problem of the limits of thought. Furthermore, both Wittgenstein and Hegel rejected Kant's sharp distinction between things in themselves and appearances. And finally, they were both convinced that in making sense of things, we are inevitably driven to make sense of making sense, to a kind of logic. Valentin Plüter admits that Wittgenstein and Hegel are very different kinds of philosophers in every respect. His aim is to find a point of contact where they can be compared. This point of contact is their concern with the connection between rules and acts. A mere formal rule cannot establish or cause interpersonal action. This similarity lies in Hegel's critique of Kant's categorical imperative and Wittgenstein's critique of rule following. Moreover, they also share similar solutions for how to make this connection between rules and acts. There must be some internal relation between a rule and an act. For Hegel, this relation is the ethical life; for Wittgenstein, it is social institutions and forms of life. Valentina Balistraxi aims to investigate whether there can be a connection between Hegel and Wittgenstein. Such connections are found in comparing tautologies and contradictions in the Tractatus on the one hand and speculative propositions in the Phenomenology of Spirit on the other. Moreover, Balistraxi pursues a deeper analysis of Hegel's speculative propositions, in order to shed light on the much-discussed relation between the phenomenology and the science of logic. Wojciech Kalman starts his chapter with the suggestion that Wittgenstein's remark that his and Hegel's philosophies are opposed to each other can be read with Adorno's eyes as a critique of Hegel's identity philosophy. In this sense, Wittgenstein's and Hegel's. He claims that their philosophies might be easily seen as opposed in some important respects, identical or similar to each other. But this difference presupposes another kind of identity, namely an overall commensurability of both philosophies. According to Kalman, this identity consists in the way Hegel and Wittgenstein develop their concepts of knowledge from more primitive forms of consciousness and bring them to a cautiously optimistic closure based on the sociality of reason, particularly as mirrored in Hegel's master-slave parable and Wittgenstein's private language argument. Ingolf Max compares the beginning of the chapter on being in Hegel's Science of Logic, pure being without further determinations, and the first sentence of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, the world is everything that is the case. Although these accounts seem to be different or even opposed to each other, Max finds a striking analogy between Hegel's global identity of pure being and pure nothing and Wittgenstein's world as the total reality. He thus focuses on Hegel's category of contradiction and its Wittgensteinian counterpart. Marco Kleber asserts at the beginning of his chapter that Wittgenstein and Hegel have opposed views concerning the concept of the unspeakable. For Wittgenstein, the logical form of the world is unspeakable, whereas the immediately given, the fact, can be expressed in language. For Hegel, the immediately given is precisely what is unspeakable. What is revealed in language is the concept, which, according to Kleber's metaphysical interpretation, is the logical form and structure of all reality. Kleber thus speculatively equates Wittgenstein's logical form with Hegel's concept. The second half of the volume is made up of chapters that aim not at a comparison but at a fresh interpretation of some aspects of Hegel's or Wittgenstein's thinking. Interpretations of one of the two philosophers are inspired by or taken from the perspective of the other. More specifically, these chapters present either a Hegelian interpretation of Wittgenstein's thinking or a Wittgensteinian interpretation of Hegel's thinking, and some, notably Kiso's chapter, focus on both approaches. These perspectival approaches must presuppose that Hegel's thinking is different from Wittgenstein's; they proceed from a difference. A successful interpretation of one of the thinkers through the lens of the other reveals, however, that they have something in common. Interpreting one of the thinkers through the lens of the other is thus a special case of the approach from the previous section, from difference to identity. We divided this second part of the volume into two sections: Hegelian approaches to Wittgenstein and Wittgensteinian approaches to Hegel. Let us begin with Hegelian approaches to Wittgenstein. Aloysius Moser concentrates on Wittgenstein's projection method and its privation, the so-called zero method. The zero method is an activity of the mind akin to the I think of Kant's transcendental apperception or Hegel's speculative method in logic, in which method is the consciousness of the form of the inner self-movement of the content of logic. SL 2010, p. 33. Drawing on these parallels, Moser concludes that Wittgenstein's philosophical method goes beyond merely pointing out misunderstandings of the logic of our language. Method, in Wittgenstein and Hegel, is something that happens within concepts. Ermolos Plevrakis attempts to interpret the Tractatus by referring to the reader's thoughts, feelings, and understanding, imagining that this reader is Hegel. The core of his interpretation consists in taking the Tractarian sole logical constant, TLP, 5.47, as being equivalent to Hegel's concept, as developed in the science of logic. Hegel's sole logical constant can be regarded as something like the missing logical elucidation of Wittgenstein's N-operation. It is the concept of concept from the very first chapter of the doctrine of the concept, the sequence of universality, particularity, and singularity. Gaetano Cagliarazzi focuses on Hegel's discussion of Kant's second antinomy in order to show the anti-analytical presuppositions of Hegel's philosophy. He then identifies what he calls the cosmological antinomy of the Tractatus, that is, its internal tension between an analytic principle, centered on the concept of simple objects, and a synthetic one, centered on the concept of form. His Hegelian interpretation of the Tractatus brings the logical form closer to the form of life from Wittgenstein's later philosophy. The logical form has life, or, in Hegelian terms, it has a soul. It is, in the end, a concept, as Marco Kleber and, implicitly, Bruno Haas also maintain in their chapters. Bruno Haas aims, at the outset, to address a group of philosophical problems present in the Tractatus from a Hegelian point of view. He interprets the Tractatus as a treatise on the being of logic, that is, a treatise aimed at making logical form explicit. Haas focuses on Wittgenstein's remarks on the nature of subjectivity in relation to reference, especially 5.5422, there is no such thing as the soul, which is, Haas argues, a misleading translation of Die Seele ist ein Unding that wrongly implies there is no such thing as an unding. Haas then proceeds to provide a general characterization of Wittgenstein's theory of reference, focusing on its lack of differentiation between logical levels, through the image paradigm. He interprets this lack against the background of Hegel's theory of reference, as developed in his theory of contradiction. Alexander Berg investigates what Wittgenstein actually said about Hegel and critically evaluates these remarks. Berg considers, openly anachronistically, what Hegel might have replied to Wittgenstein's words about his philosophy. Wittgenstein seems to think that I always want to say that singular things only get their meaning from the universality. Whereas he himself is interested in showing that we can say this only in particular situations. *****. The final group of authors aim to make contributions to Hegel scholarship from a Wittgensteinian perspective. Carl Friedrich Kiesel starts out from the observation that both Hegel and Wittgenstein were aware of the privileged position of pronouns in linguistic discourse. In order to make a comparison possible, he narrows down his discussion to a critical analysis of the contributions of two distinguished interpreters of Hegel and Wittgenstein, namely, J. N. Findlay and Paul Weiss. Kiesel focuses on Findlay's Wittgensteinian reading of 184 of the Phenomenology, where Hegel presents his theory of acknowledgement, and on Weiss's Hegelian reading of 220, one of the Zettel, where Wittgenstein examines facial expressions. Findlay adopts a standard of meaningfulness that he erroneously connects with Wittgenstein and, therefore, comes to the conclusion that Hegel fails to capture the normal linguistic usage. Findlay's demand for an existential phenomenology in which the normal usage is restored is met by Weiss, who also justifies the need to explore the system of personal pronouns by submitting them to speculative transformations. Jakub Mácha provides a distinctively Wittgensteinian interpretation of Hegel's subjective logic, especially the parts on the concept, the judgment, and the Schluss. He argues that Wittgenstein implicitly recognized the moments of universality, particularity, and individuality. More specifically, the moment of particularity occupies in Wittgenstein the status of a paradigm sample which mediates between a universal concept and its individual instances. Given this interpretation, Mácha provides a generic account of the emergence of concrete universals through a series of negations that follows the basic structure of Hegel's judgment: the individual is the universal. Wilhelm Lutterfelds, in the sole chapter in German, understands Wittgenstein's late philosophy, taken mostly from uncertainty, as a kind of linguistic idealism. From this perspective, he interprets Hegel's dialectic as an idealist language game. The most fundamental element of this language game lies in Hegel's identification of the substantial being with the subject. This identity makes up an instrument or paradigm of this language game, like Wittgenstein's measuring instrument from pi 50. I sincerely hope that both Hegel and Wittgenstein are treated with respect in this volume. None of the authors excessively privileges one over the other, though they may express a preference. Hegel is not treated as the one who knew everything all along, nor is Wittgenstein taken as the only philosopher that can make Hegel intelligible. Point 22. Situating Hegel in the Wittgensteinian tradition of analytic philosophy and Wittgenstein in the Hegelian tradition of German idealism may prove to be a fresh perspective in either case. In a similar way, a new perspective may consist in seeing Hegel through a Wittgensteinian lens or Wittgenstein through a Hegelian lens. Part 1. General Introduction, the Analytic Continental Split. Permanstiegler Weithofer. On Metaphysical Images in Analytic Philosophy, Overcoming Empiricism by Logical Analysis of Language. Abstract Overcoming Metaphysics by Logical Analysis of Language had been Carnap's slogan in the spirit of Bertrand Russell and the younger Wittgenstein, directed mainly against Heidegger's philosophical phenomenology as a paradigm of what later got the label continental philosophy. After we realize that formalist conceptual analysis heavily works with counterfactual mathematical metaphors and metaphysical world images of the 17th and 18th century, developed in Hobbes's materialism, Locke's physiology of cognition and Hume's sensualism, it is about time to undo these insular moves of logical positivism and other forms of empiricism and naturalism. Any real linguistic turn in critical philosophy has at least to take up Kant's constitutional analysis and Hegel's insights into historically developed norms of differentially conditioned inferences. Such generic rules, canonized as conceptual truths, always already lie at the ground of meaningful empirical constatierungen in a synthetic a priori way. 1. The method of logical analysis versus the movement of analytic philosophy. In this paper I propose to distinguish philosophy that uses all available methods of logico-linguistic analysis from analytic philosophy in uppercase letters. This means distinguishing the philosophical movement with the word analytic in its name from philosophy that has, since its inception, developed conceptual analysis as a basis for critical reflections on the very meaning of empirical, theoretical, and reflective sentences in everyday language, scientific texts and logical commentaries. An especially important case is the speculative form of sentences used in philosophical geographies of knowledge and science, and in all kinds of figurative articulations of attitudes towards the world as a whole. The movement of analytic philosophy was, so the story goes, 23 founded by Bertrand Russell and G. E. Moore, with Bernard Bolzano, Gottlob Frege, and some Neo-Kantians as grandfathers. Its opposition to Hegelianism, or rather what was held to be Hegelianism, seems to have been the main unifying bond at the beginning. The movement's real roots, however, lie in the tradition of British empiricism stretching from Thomas Hobbes to John Stuart Mill and, in Vienna, to Ernst Mach. The basic ideas were taken up, in Vienna, by the circle around Moritz Schlick and Rudolf Carnap, strongly influenced by the younger Ludwig Wittgenstein, in Berlin by the school around Hans Reichenbach and Carl Gustav, Peter, Hempel. From the 1930s on, analytic philosophy turned into a self-declared anti-continental movement, with Edmund Husserl's post-Kantian philosophical phenomenology, Martin Heidegger's post-Hegelian philosophical hermeneutics and the post-Marxian dialectics of leftist circles, including many French philosophers, as its main opponents. From a continental point of view, analytic philosophy seems to restore scientific enlightenment of 17th and 18th century debates on the ground of a gross overestimation of logical formalism in semantical analysis. Despite its international success, it appears as an insular movement mainly because of its abandoning the Kantian task of understanding science as a special region in our life world, thus falling back even behind Neo-Kantians such as Rudolf Cohen, Paul Naderb, and Ernst Cassirer. A first problem of analytic philosophy lies in the ideal image of language, developed by Frege, and the corresponding mathematical picture of ideal knowledge and perfect truth. The adherence to a prototypical ideal of a mathematical concept script and mathematical truth distinguishes the formalist approach in analytic philosophy from linguistic phenomenology, Gilbert Ryle, John L. Austin and many others. The formalist approach takes deductive rules defined for canonical notations in mathematical language directly as a model for norms of good inference in its attempt to make the inferential form of content in the use of expressions in ordinary language explicit. The problem is that ordinary language does not allow for the same merely syntactic rules of recursive definition for well-formed complex expression. It also does not fulfill the same semantic conditions of mathematical notations, for example, the bivalence principle in elementary arithmetic according to which every syntactically well-formed sentence already has one of two truth values attached, namely, true or false, tertium non datur. A further crucial point is that the mainstream of analytic philosophy defends an empiricist world picture. Empiricism always comes in one of two versions. The first version suggests a logical analysis of the content of meaningful propositions, and its syntactic parts, on the ground of presupposed sense data. Wittgenstein's Tractatus, for example, talks about elementary states of affairs corresponding to logically basic or elementary sentences without being able to give robust examples, neither for elementary sentences nor for their counterparts in my perceptual access to the world. Sentences are viewed under the guidance of a deep structure, a canonical notation. The projections between sentences in ordinary language and sentences in a canonical formal notation have, at best, the form of a useful analogy such that the very method of formal logical analysis is metaphorical. I talk of metaphors here in the very general sense of figurative tropes, including analogies. The second version of empiricism is physical atomism. Because of the instability of the first version, due to the obvious obscurity of talk about immediate sensations or qualia and elementary facts, it tends to collapse into the second. The development from Carnap's The Logical Structure of the World, colloquially called Aufbau, to Otto Neurath's physicalism and Quine's postulates of stimulus meanings shows this quite nicely. The Aufbau appeals to a formally solipsistic basis. The move to Quine's naturalized epistemology corresponds, so to speak, to a move that leads us from the radical empiricism of David Hume, informed by George Berkeley, back to John Locke and Thomas Hobbes. Quine's behavioral theory of sense impressions corresponds to Locke's ideas. It forms, as such, a physiology of the understanding, as Kant critically labeled Locke's version. The problem is that theories about physiology and physical forces are uncritically presupposed. Neurath, Quine, and their followers ignore or do not grasp the transcendental arguments in the continental tradition from Descartes, Kant and Hegel to Husserl's and Heidegger's phenomenology that warn us against presupposing a whole system of science and explaining human understanding and cognition by embedding it into neurophysiological theories. Neurath's famous simile, according to which the way we reconstruct a holistic system of science is like the way sailors repair a ship on the high seas, is a dangerous rhetorical device to support dogmatic scientism. Despite the problems of Humean empiricism, the turn back to Locke and Hobbes forsakes any critical impulse of radical empiricism and results in a merely dogmatic worldview. A third problem lies in a far too narrow concept of logic and logical analysis. Freya's logic holds only for purely sortal domains or classes of entities. Such domains and classes presuppose sharp boundaries between different classes and between their individual members. However, such sharp borders of identity and inequality exist only in purely mathematical domains of higher arithmetic, i.e., in pure set theory. I ignore here the peculiar status of the ideal points, lines, and forms of pure geometry. In other words, Freya's logic is only mathematical logic. All application of it in actual languages, with which we refer to the actual world of experience, is highly metaphorical. We cannot understand it literally at all. This fact relativizes analytic philosophy's criticism of the use of metaphors in philosophy and the humanities. Such a criticism stands in the tradition of Thomas Hobbes, who defended a purportedly precise and rigorous literal meaning against any figurative speech, despite the fact that the basic method of all sciences consists in finding good enough analogies. Literal meaning exists then, ironically, only if we do not leave the domain of a mathematical urbild or model at all. In any case, Wittgenstein's Tractatus ranks, alongside with Russell's philosophy of logical atomism, as the foundational text of logical positivism and logical empiricism in the starting phase of analytic philosophy. In the following, I will attempt to show that the Tractatus contains at least as much speculative metaphysics as it contributes to critical philosophy. Wittgenstein's first main thesis is this: only statements that can be understood as true or false constatierungen defined by truth conditions on the ground of elementary statements are meaningful. His second thesis is that the sentences of the natural sciences are of this sort. These claims are, however, utterly wrong. The first thesis is wrong since there are no pure constatierungen at all. The second thesis is wrong because the scientific sentences codified in science textbooks do not have the logical form of empirical propositions or constatierungen at all. Rather, they express general, i.e., generic, rules of conditioned inferences. To the credit of Wittgenstein and his genius, however, he did ultimately recognize the problem and tried to save the critical impulse of his truly analytic philosophy from hidden metaphysical dogmatisms and, more importantly, from Russell's philosophical movement. Philosophers such as Friedrich Cambartel and John McDowell, who take up these insights of the middle and later Wittgenstein in a radical way, are ironically excommunicated by ardent followers of analytic philosophy. However, the world picture of Russell and the early Wittgenstein ultimately assume two forms. The first form is empiricist in the sense of starting with subjective sense data or qualia, which, as I have already said, do not exist at all in the sense of well-determined states of affairs. There are no well-defined entities because there are no meaningful identities that can be defined. The second form is the picture of scientism, or, what amounts to the same thing, physicalism. This naturalistic materialism views the world as a holistic system of relative movements of atomic substances, without reflecting enough on what it means to do so. In an ideal mathematical model, lines as extensions of functions represent movements of point-like centers of bodily atoms. Mathematically, the functions take real numbers representing time as arguments and points in space as values. This picture goes back to Descartes, the first and greatest of all theorists to reflect on the very form of modern mathematical science. In Wittgenstein's formal empiricism, the world is a kind of four-dimensional color movie with space, time, and color as forms of the objects. TLP 2.0251. Contemporary analytic philosophy remains limited in its views by this ambivalent metaphysical image. This diagnosis is nicely supported by a remark about David Lewis. Lewis makes a profound realist assumption: the world is, fundamentally, a four-dimensional space-time mosaic of instantiations of point-size categorical properties. You, me, tables, and chairs are ultimately composed of such pixels, too. Schrank 2016, p.136. It is interesting that empiricism overlooks from the beginning its own crypto-religious metaphysics, as made explicit in the following remark. Suppose you knew everything about the past, present, or future, all facts, all events, just everything, ibid. It is impossible to assume anything like this. It is as misleading as assuming an ideal godlike perspective. In contrast to theology, which at least makes its anthropomorphic metaphors explicit, metaphysical empiricism does not know what it is doing linguistically and logically, or how to understand its own reflective and speculative commentaries on my world and the world. Any such mathematical model of a metaphysics of science produces at best an eidolon, as Plato would have said. Such an eidolon is a linguistic toy model. It would remain only a linguistic toy, an artificial Sprachspiel, if it did not show us some features of our real use of language in world-related language games, as the double meaning in the use of this term by the later Wittgenstein shows. If one imagines the movie of the world as already shot, which seems to be possible in either version of empiricism, sensation-based or physicalist, then there is, for example, no place left for free will. Nevertheless, In the Humean picture of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, the belief in a given causal nexus is also called superstition, TLP 5.1361. Wittgenstein seems to think it wrong to deny contingencies in the real world. In the empiricist version of the pixel picture, natural laws are just attempts to represent some or many facts about the past, present or future in an axiomatically and inferentially thick way, i.e., in such a way that we can predict some future facts or prove that some past facts must have occurred. There is, of course, no solution to Hume's induction problem. Steps from relative frequencies to probabilities always rest on some free decisions. There is no general logic of induction beyond some rules of thumb for relatively reliable statistical methods. Probability judgments are in the same way generic as any other concrete law of nature. Genericity means that we have to take possible exceptions to default inferences and normal expectations into account. 2. Generic material knowledge in conceptual inferences versus belief in scientism. Science is collective work on concepts, not merely a process of gathering empirical facts. In its canonization of generic truths and conceptual norms, it always operates with a great deal of pragmatic opportunism to set rules that fit general experience more or less well. Like historical narratives, verbal information and communication make use of conceptually articulated differences and default inferences, as they are supposed to hold a priori despite resulting from our generic knowledge, which is developed, critically assessed, and canonized in the joint institution of scientia and mathesis, i.e., of science, teaching and learning. Any general content is generic. Relative to corresponding empirical statements, its logical status is a priori, as it determines our material, meaningful judgments and inferences as prima facie true, valid or allowed. Scientific theories are systems of idealized generic truths that talk about types or forms of things and states of affairs, about genera and species, not about arbitrary sets of singular and individual entities. Generic sentences about the typical behavior, prototype examples, of species cannot be reconstructed, as logical empiricism and analytic philosophy assume, in terms of quantified sentences in sortal classes of objects. This is the deepest and least understood insight of Hegel's dialectical logic of conceptual truths and their applications. Generic or eidetic truth is conceptual truth. As such, it expresses time and situation invariant, but conditioned, default norms of allowed inferences and normal expectations. We should not confuse generic statements about generic objects standing for good paradigms of a species of things with universally quantified sentences about all singular entities in a semi-sortal set of entities. Such sets presuppose clear identities and strict inequalities, defined in a relational domain fulfilling Leibniz's principle, the most crucial principle of predicate and quantificational logic in semi-sortal domains. The usual talk of an identity of indiscernibles in this context is misleading. Any identity results from a decision to limit the allowed predicates phi, x, to a system based on a relation of equivalence between certain representations and presentations. Technically, this means the following: representations, or presentations, T and S that are evaluated as equivalent turn into denotations of abstract or concrete objects, namely by the following substitution rule: if S is equivalent to T, we can infer phi, S, from phi, T, for any phi, x, in our limited class of one-place predicates phi, x. With respect to this, a priori presupposed, class, we say then that S and T denote the same object and we write S equals T. The principle bearing Leibniz's name is thus a logical rule of equipollent substitution in fixed classes of predicates. It belongs to a logic of abstraction, not to ontology, despite the fact that Leibniz himself might have thought otherwise. No equation or identity statement can really say that there are no finer distinctions in an absolute way, i.e., not relativized to a certain class of predicates. All mathematicians learn the logical technique of turning an equivalence relation into an identity by limiting the predicates to a class of open sentences phi, x, for which the substitution principle holds as outlined above. We have fully sortal domains with exact definitions of identities for clearly defined possible representations only in mathematics, simply because any inner-worldly thing or matter exists only in a limited period. In other words, we can say only of abstract and ideal, or generic, objects or entities that they exist across all times and in a manner invariant with respect to situations. In order to appreciate the problem that results if we look at real and concrete objects in the real world, we should remember an example proposed by Frege himself, namely, the sentence "the horse is a quadruped animal." Frege explicitly says that the sentence is logically best understood as an expression of a universal judgment of the form "all horses are quadrupeds" or "all well-developed horses are quadrupeds." 24 Frege attempts to be more precise in the second half of the sentence by excluding possible exceptions from his consideration. However, horses with only 3 legs remain horses, as long as they survive. Aristotle uses the label styresis, Latin privatio, for cases like these. Frege and his followers do not seem to concede that we have 2 readings of general judgments, a generic reading and a reading as universal quantification. The generic mode in which we talk about a generic horse or lion 25 is, in world-related discourse, even the default or normal mode. Only in mathematical contexts do we find universal quantification over every singular entity in a sharply defined class of entities. Pure set theory, as higher arithmetic, together with pure geometry are, indeed, the only domains with purely sortal objects or entities with wholly situation-transcendent identities as presupposed in formal readings of quantificational and predicate logic. In fact, Frege's schematization of the formal meaning of logical particles like and, not and especially for all presupposes idealist meanings that do not exist at all in our linguistic reference to the real world. Frege's logic is not a general logic, but only a mathematical one. It is universally valid only in mathematical models. This fact becomes especially problematic in the case of modalities. Contemporary modal logic interprets words like possible, necessary, real, and contingent as quantifiers in a sortal, set theoretical model of so-called possible worlds. In model theoretical semantics, such worlds are structured sets in systems of such sets. We define mathematical models as models in which some lists of schematic axioms for supposedly universally valid calculations with modal words are evaluated as formally true. The technical insights into the relation between a deductive system and a semantic interpretation in formal set theory continue to this day to overshadow the fact that we should not be satisfied with these modal theories, at least if we are interested in the more complicated actual use of the words possible and necessary and the generic constitution of possibilities, which are, as such, no sortal worlds. Mathematical idealism in philosophical logic results in a kind of rhetoric, in which schematic rules like those we might need and use in computational linguistics or automatic language processing are confused with norms of good and correct language use by human beings. As a result, the principles for good communicative and cooperative actions are wrongly attacked for being vague and obscure, and the hope for rigorous norms is confused with an idealist quest for schematic rules. This shows in what sense true analytical philosophy still has to overcome what Hegel aptly called the childhood of philosophizing, namely, Pythagoreanism. Pythagoreanism comes in 2 versions. The first version consists in a mystification of pure mathematics and is often, erroneously, called Platonism. The second version is physicalism, which consists in an ontological hypostatization of the mathematical structures we use in our models of physics. Notably, Heraclitus, Parmenides, Plato and Aristotle were already aware of the flaws in the Pythagoreans' enthusiasm for the results of mathematics and mathematically formed episteme or scientia. This fact ironically contradicts a common picture of the history of philosophy. In contrast to the common picture, Socrates, who was an admirer of Heraclitus, attacked excessive love of literal meanings and tried hard to overcome early formalism. On the other hand, he also saw the naivete of early empiricism. Plato's Socrates even defines the sophists by reference to their incorrect attitudes towards scientific methodology and the logic of eidetic meaning. A sophist is a scientist with some serious flaw. Whereas Russell and the early Wittgenstein believed that traditional philosophy produced metaphysical problems that modern logical analysis has to dissolve, the actual problems consist in formalist and empiricist misunderstandings of science and knowledge. It was, as we can see now, a flawed diagnosis in early analytic philosophy that led from sense-data empiricism back to scientism as dogmatic belief in the truth of the most advanced natural sciences. Despite the fact that there are, in fact, no qualia or immediate propositions, as the solipsistic foundations of Wittgenstein's Tractatus and Carnap's logical Aufbau presupposes, the path back to physicalism is not a good option. The danger of dogmatism is still salient in the Sellertian Scientia Mentura formula, according to which it is the natural, i.e., physical, sciences and not our life experience that form the ontological measure of being and truth, of what is and what is not. The physical sciences seem to detect a real reality behind the manifest worldview of everyday talk, just as Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo and Newton did with respect to celestial phenomena. Science, with physics as its ideal prototype, thus supposedly uncovers the true nature or essence of things. In their phenomenological reflection on the very constitution of the sciences, Husserl and Heidegger uncover the metaphysical content of such an idea by showing how science is just an institution to improve our ordinary, everyday understandings. Three basic errors of materialism and of its critics. If naturalism or materialism were simply the view that everything there is consists of matter, and that matter consists of atomic particles, we could grant this and deny that there are any independently existing mental or spiritual entities. Any such entity would instead be constituted by our abstract ways of talking about forms of being and forms of life. What we should not grant, however, is materialism and naturalism's mechanism. The functioning of machines such as clocks and steam engines is one paradigm for mechanical movements. We find a second prototype in the way billiard balls move when hit, together with the parallelogram of forces. Newton's gravitational forces form a third example. According to the basic conceptions of mechanism, or, as we call it today, physicalism, we explain movements and changes causally as if material objects were, as such or in themselves, dead and unmoved things that need some external force in order to be set in motion. In a sense, the Aristotelian image of a prime mover already presupposes a naive conceptual framework of this kind. Cartesian dualism still views objects in the external world as passive. Only the thinking subject or residential cogitans can act in a spontaneous and self-determined way. Nature is not yet understood as a comprehensive system of self-determining events and processes, developments and changes. The semantic or realist picture of nature first appears with Spinoza and Leibniz. The metaphysical debates about naturalism/materialism are, however, not at all sophisticated. They make errors of the most simplistic kind. A first group of such errors is mathematical. These errors are rooted in confusions about the theory's own ideal notions of the infinite divisibility of space and counterfactual ideas about the indefinite existence of eternal substances with the same structural properties as real things and states of affairs. In actual reality, there are no unextended points in time, infinitesimal lines, moments, or forces. All these things are just internal features of mathematical models, constituted by ideal abstractions. Such abstractions have to be understood as linguistic techniques. We use them, for example, to talk about forms of real processes of cutting things or times into smaller parts, and presuppose the idealizations that lead to pure intuitions in geometry and arithmetic when we add them up again. Leucipian atomism rests on the correct view that in reality the possibility of cutting matter into smaller pieces quickly hits a limit. Mathematical infinity refers only to some in-principle indefiniteness in the possibility of cutting lines, areas, or volumes into smaller parts. The metaphorical prototype for physical atoms, on the other hand, is at base anthropomorphic. Just as with other higher animals, human individuals cannot be cut into two halves without destroying the being, life, of at least one part. In precisely this sense, a corpse is no longer human, and a carcass is no longer an animal. Moreover, Lucretius's principle ex nihilo nihil fit is entirely wrong. 26 Everything develops out of nothing, if nothing is properly understood as a negation of the existence of a thing of a certain type or species. In other words, any determinate thing develops from other things. A sperm and an egg are not yet human beings or animals, a spiral cloud is not yet a solar system, etc. A second type of argumentative error results from confusing necessary and sufficient conditions. Voltaire, for one, is guilty of this mistake when he tells a story of the following form: if a certain Brahmin had started a promenade with his left leg rather than with his left, Henry IV would not have been murdered. 27 In the story, Voltaire presents only a conditio sine qua non for the birth of the murderer, which is, as such, not yet a sufficient condition for the murder to occur. Causal determinism claims that every event has sufficient conditions that are causal in the sense of a system of previous events from which the event in question necessarily follows. Unfortunately, a whole range of thinkers believe that we only need to sum up all necessary conditions in order to get sufficient causal conditions, without realizing that the word all is not at all well defined here. The real problem is that there are many notions of possibility and just as many concepts of relative necessity. A third type of mistake results from a flawed logical understanding of abstract and ideal entities in our talk about forces, dispositions, faculties, and forms of behavior and action. Even Voltaire and later Kant recognized that understanding, freedom, consciousness, and attention are just the abstract meanings of nominalizations. By nominalizing the attributive predicate free, for example, we can use freedom as a title for texts that reflect on the use of the predicate or the adverb freely. The same holds for the word will or volition as titles for talking about acting voluntarily instead of being forced by compulsion. There are no separate agents going by names such as spirit, mind, reason, soul, or residential cogitans inside us that do something as the real subject of emotions, sensations, perceptions, desires, intentions and plans for behavior and action. The inability to deal with abstractions and mathematical idealizations is, however, equally shared by materialists and anti-materialists or spiritualists/dualists, if we read their texts with sufficient critical understanding. Materialists like to talk carelessly about forces and causes, dispositions and impulses, stimuli and impressions from Hobbes and Locke to Francis Skinner and Quine. Anti-materialists seem to enlarge the domain of entities. They include mental agents and modules of various sorts, ranging from some animal soul or subconsciousness to self-consciousness and reason, as if these words were not just labels or titles for specific forms of behavior and action, from animal life with its desires, appetites, and inactive perception to human apperception. Heidegger's labels are often criticized for being obscure. However, they are logically more developed than the talk about entities, events, or possible worlds in analytic philosophy. Being at hand is, for example, a title referring to the form of being an immediate object in our practical dealing with present things. It replaces Kant's confusing talk about forms and objects of intuition. We can happily grant that objects at hand are just medium-sized dry objects that can be geometrically formed and moved, and sometimes keep their geometrical shape for some time. Time, in turn, is always already ordered with respect to an observing and acting subject who distinguishes between what has happened, what is happening and what might or will happen or can be expected or feared. The measurement of time goes beyond the being of time in past, present, and future. Talking about past, present and future presupposes a present situation I am in right now. Measuring time presupposes much more, namely, reproducible processes as natural clocks like the apparent movement of the sun and or technical constructions of paradigmatic movements in artificial clocks. 28. The riddle of time and space disappears if we understand the words as titles for the way we orient ourselves in time and space, as we say, and how we technically produce time numbers and count distances. The results of spatial and chronological measurements lead to a four-dimensional number space, if we abstract from the fact that we measure time numbers always at certain places or points. It took a long time to notice the problematic presupposition of space invariant time in this abstraction. Even though Kant's talk about forms of our intuition, Anschauung, and our sensibility, Sinnlichkeit, is highly confusing, or even confused, he is right to approach the concept of space and time and their pure, ideal, representations in geometry and Cartesian phonomy or kinematics by starting with present spatial and chronological orientations, datings, comparisons and so on. In proceeding this way, he shares with Descartes, and, unknowingly, with Leibniz, the insight that all quantitative, arithmetical, characterizations of points in time and space presuppose some zero point, which is always a real or possible finite subject who, or that, observes things moving about and places them in a spatio-temporal ordering relative to her, or its, own place and time here and now, together with the corresponding dimension of orientation, up and down, in front and behind, left and right, and a corresponding time measurement. Understanding all details of the relation between real intuition or actual reference to the external world of movable things and pure intuition or our theoretical, mathematical models of space and time, with their infinite extension and infinite divisibility, is certainly difficult. It suffices to have a general understanding of the problem and to robustly refrain from mystifying unextended points in real space and time. A fourth problem goes back to the fact that I, self, the I and the self are by no means simple words. They do not name anything or entity, even though they are used formally as names and refer to topics of reflection. A fifth, and most general, type of mistake in the modern and ancient debate about materialism concerns the recognition of grand facts and basic principles together with a refusal to give further causal explanations of them. The most basic of these most general facts can be expressed in the following way: every object in the world is physical or natural, a residential extensa insofar American Samoa its spatial and temporal place has to be specified in a finite region in space and time. Standard paradigms are bodies as bodily things or medium-sized dry goods. But waves and fields are also local in this sense. It was Leibniz who formulated this basic principle, as well as he could, and it must be accepted by anybody who wants to know what it means to talk about the world. Descartes also realized, before Leibniz, that the notion of an object, Gegenstand, is, in a sense, ambivalent or, rather, that it presupposes the complementary notion of a, perceiving and knowing, thinking and acting, subject. By realizing this logical fact, namely, that objects are things in the external world, i.e., relative to us as thinking and apperceiving subjects, Descartes' insight into the absolute stance of the knowing or doubting, believing or justifying, and hence already thinking and acting, subject is the big bang of modern philosophy. It is, as such, the beginning of transcendental philosophy. Unfortunately, the mechanistic materialism of Hobbes, and his followers, is still pre-Cartesian metaphysics. Descartes' logical meditation on the very notions of knowing and doubting, ambivalent as it is, leads to the well-known worries of Cartesian dualism and the placement problem of spiritual, rational, and mental, animal, powers and faculties with respect to the mechanical world of mere objects. On the other hand, it already shows why any concrete claim about objective facts in the external world of objective things presupposes the personal subjectivity of the agent and speaker. On a charitable reading of Descartes, the contrast between residential cogitans and res extensa is not an ontic contrast between different things, but a contrast between modes of being. An object is an object for a subject. Since the paradigm case of explaining the relative movements of material objects is mechanical explanation, we can at least understand why Descartes declares that for a scientific approach to the world even the behavior of animals is a topic for mechanical explanation. Remarkably, the same biologists and naturalists who follow Descartes in this methodological approach, namely in addressing life only in terms of a mechanical, physiology, accuse him of making an excessively radical categorical distinction between animal behavior and human action. Descartes tries to make the contrast between inactive perception of animals as mechanical reaction or conduct and conscious action clear and distinct. This sounds literally as if he did not see continuities here at all. Continuities are everywhere. The interesting point here is the discontinuity between a true human language by which we can represent non-present possibilities in contrast to so-called signal languages used by animals to coordinate conduct. Only persons are veriloquens, i.e., beings that, in contrast to ants and bees, not merely use signals but rather possess a full language. Descartes' seemingly metaphysical claim that plants and animals are merely complex machines can and should be understood as a methodological maxim for descriptive and explanatory biology. Even though there are good reasons to criticize this approach to life, even understood as a methodological maxim, it is no different from modern methodological physicalism. In contrast to metaphysical physicalism, which claims dogmatically that everything there is could be explained in principle by an ideal and perfect physical theory, methodological physicalism holds that the best way to explain processes and the behavior of things in the world is mechanical. Default movements of things are represented by mathematical functions in a spatio-temporal model of analytic geometry. The crucial question is, however, what we can know about these functions a priori, praeter hoc. That is, how far do we have to recognize empirical contingencies? In other words, the Cartesian world picture of trajectories of atomic movement in space and time is, as such, still neutral with respect to predeterminism. The mistake of scientism and its belief in predeterminism consists in overlooking this absolutely crucial fact. Predeterminism is, in substance, identical to theological predestination. The mistake lies in misidentifying predetermined functions for prognostic calculations a priori and functions that can be known only ex post, empirically. For the view from nowhere as a divine perspective. A charitable reading of Descartes' main line of thought should reconstruct his talk about God as an expression of a holistic assessment of knowledge claims about possible worlds from a counterfactual perspective sub specie aeternitatis, i.e., from the fictional perspective of the end of all times. The image of God beyond space and time just expresses the contrast to our always internal and fallible empirical knowledge claims in time and space. It is, in a sense, already a version of what was later reinvented as the pixel theory of the world by Wittgenstein and David Lewis. The rule that God is good rather than evil, as proposed by Descartes, just expresses the grounding fact that we can trust and have faith in our clear and distinct knowledge about generic facts in the world, i.e., about what we can technically achieve and predict in our canonized theories, even though there might always be contingent errors, exceptions, cases of stereosis and so on. All real knowledge, even in the sciences, holds only in principle, in general, cateris paribus. Even though the talk of a residential cogitans and the metaphor of internal mental processes accompanied by self-consciousness as acts of thinking, which includes intentional feelings and actions, but not merely physical sensations and moods, can be misleading, Descartes is obviously reflecting on what I call performative forms here. Heidegger's word is Wahlzug. Such forms cannot be accounted for totally in the framework of merely object-related explanations. In other words, Descartes is the first to see the absolutely crucial contrast between an object of knowledge or belief and being a living and thinking, knowing, and acting being. Heidegger later explicated this distinction between being an object and being, i.e., being a subject, with the label ontological difference, the difference between to be and being, an object. Descartes also realized before Leibniz and Hegel, and in contrast to Spinoza and La Mettrie, that self-conscious being and acting limits the possibility of scientific explanation insofar as doing science is itself a way of performing thinking and not just an objective behavior that could be explained causally or mechanically in the framework of physics, in the most general version of Cartesian kinematics. As such, Descartes sees that there is a placement problem for physics and physical mechanics rather than a placement problem of the mind and consciousness, as presented in post-Quinian analytic philosophy. Hegel sees, accordingly, that it is a naive metaphysical assumption that every movement and change in the world has a sufficient mechanical cause. The problem of materialism or physicalism does not consist in the principle that every event in space and time must somehow relate to matter or things and that material things have parts and always move relative to some other things. It consists, rather, in the belief that mechanical causes, as in architectonical statics, billiard ball kinematics, and gravitational ballistics, are sufficient for explaining and predicting all possible events in the spatial and temporal world we live in. Leibniz's monadology can now be read as a first step towards generalizing the Cartesian insight into the contrast between being an object of knowledge and being a performative and perceptive center of subjective world relations. Monads express at the same time the contrast between inner forces, abilities, performative forms, and outer behavior as it can be observed. Performing observation thus stands in contrast to being observed, just like thinking to being thought of. The inner of thinking is no outer process inside the head as we can make it visible in MRT. Talking about the inner is, as Hegel sees much more clearly than his predecessors, metaphorical and conceptual. It refers to performative forms that we can actualize at will, as we say. Such abilities, faculties, capacities, and skills are said to be inner in contrast to observable, empirical, changes and movements, post hoc, ex post, or a posteriori. Another mistake, which is deep and highly general, is to confuse explanations with explications. The problem is that what is logically or conceptually true goes far beyond merely formal rules for defining the use of words like not, and for all in sortal domains. Talk of a Big Bang as the beginning of the physical universe is, in a sense, a merely verbal regress stopper in response to questions of where the world has come from, and the traditional metaphor of God as the creator had just the same function. As a result, it is just a matter of taste whether we believe in a divine creation or accept a temporal beginning of the physical, cosmological universe in which we live. Both express in the end the mere recognition of the grand fact that the world exists and that we exist in it, provided we understand the difference between talking about finite things and speculative sentences about wholes like the world or all sets. Point 29. 5. Overcoming modal formalism. It is in any case hard to accept that the regression of many why questions comes to an end at grand axiomatic truths and principles, such as everything in the world is finite. This holds for inner-worldly objects of knowledge as well as for subjects, whether persons or animals, with finite performative attitudes towards the world. In Leibniz's model, even a monadic center of force, a physical atom, is viewed as a subjective point, a monad. The principle ex nihilo nihil fit is not true, at least not if we understand the word nothing in a logically informed manner. The word always means not a thing or entity of a certain limited sortal kind or species. Principles like the preservation of matter or energy are only generic and local, not holistic and total, principles in our world. Nevertheless, principles like no one can travel into the past or every movement needs time are universal principles. It does not make sense at all to say that they are only empirical truths. Even though we can consistently think of a being like God or angels who are not limited to the finitude of spatial and temporal locality, our actual and always limited way of being in the world is an absolute precondition of all possible knowledge. We share it with all other finite beings, objects, and subjects in the world. In a similar way, we should just accept as a truism that there is no eternal matter, no eternal world, contra ancient and modern atomism and materialism. Not only life is finite. Everything there is came into being and everything will totally disappear at some time. The world as a whole is, like time and space, only the referent of a tidal word. We should also not use the word God as a name of an entity and nature as a name of a huge object. Nevertheless, we can say that there is only one world. Talking about possible worlds is merely a metaphor for talking about possible fictional scenarios, situation types, or possibilities in the sense of alternative facts. Point 30. The incoherence of materialism or naturalism can now be understood quite precisely as the incoherence of mechanism. It is incoherent in the sense that it presupposes in its very formulation the performative forms of meaningful discourse. Propositions and intentional content are, however, inner, semantic, in a sense abstract forms, not only as objects of reflection but also as performative forms of free action. This is what philosophical phenomenology means when it says that intentionality and normativity cannot be explained in naturalistic terms. The placement problem in modern materialism looks for a place for content or meaning, form and intention and other inner or mental entities and processes, events, such as awareness and attention, pain and pleasure, in the one and only physical, material, natural, world. However, the contrast between the whole world, including all performances of life and nature, and the mere domain of external objects that are observed and talked about in mechanical physics should already make it clear that there is no way of placing performances in acting, thinking, feeling or even in active perceiving into the external world of merely observed objects. The transcendental turn of Descartes, Kant, Leibniz, and Hegel brings the absoluteness of performing performative forms to the focus of our attention. Naturalism and empiricism in the vein of Hobbes and Locke do not really understand what such a transcendental turn is and what is going on logically, as Hume's implicit physiology of human understanding still shows, and so too does Quine's theoretical conception of stimulus meanings, which, just like pure sense data, do not exist. 6. Transcendental reflections. An incorrect understanding of transcendental reflections reads them as arbitrary answers to questions of the form what is the condition of possibility of the fact that p. We should instead read them as attempts to make presuppositions of any form of knowledge claims explicit, but not from scratch, and not through a genealogical story, but in a robust sense of reflecting on the semantic and pragmatic preconditions of empirical sentences. This is/was AP, on conceptual inferences and generic truths, birds fly, water extinguishes fire, and on the status of reflective and speculative sentences. Every claim and doubt presupposes the form of thinking and knowing. God is a transcendent idea of a counterfactual perspective sub specie aeternitatis and defines as such the absolute, i.e., non-relative, notion of non-perspectival empirical truth. As a result, the placement question of how there can be consciousness and other mental phenomena in a material world is not a transcendental question. It asks only for a narrative story post hoc, starting, perhaps, with some Big Bang and the emergence of life and leading to the world we live in today. Elements of such a story may include the emergence of human cooperation, language, special cultures, techniques, arts, and religion, and later of sciences and nation-states. But any such story presupposes, as Kant pointed out contra Herder, that we know that we live as thinking beings in this world. The explanations given are grand stories. The traditional name for a grand story is mythos. Cosmological science is work on a canonized mythos. It is storytelling after the events, not explaining the events causally in the mode of causa efficiens or mechanical, physical, explanations. Efficient causes are used as a kind of cement in good cosmological stories about the universe. They are the cement of the universe itself, according to John Mackey. The world in which we live allows for some efficient causes. But it is impossible to explain all events mechanically. This is a grand truth which we have to swallow together with the fact that the form of explaining the world physically is still mechanical. If naturalism means investing all possible generic causal knowledge about necessary and sometimes sufficient conditions for types of events and processes in a canonized cosmological story, and leaving arbitrary poetic metaphors like anthropomorphic gods, souls, spirits, and demons out of the picture, I am a self-declared naturalist, too. The only placement problem for this brand of naturalism is recognizing the very fact that there is life and human action, free thinking and knowing, animal sensation and human feeling in the world at large and telling a plausible genealogical story post hoc. The question of how to explain subjective awareness, sensation, and emotion in a material, natural, world seems to be a hard problem of self-consciousness, David Chalmers. However, it is actually a grand fact and truism that no one can get out of one's skin and walk around outside in order to look upon oneself as a mere object and not as a sensing, feeling, and ultimately thinking and knowing, subject. There is nothing as objective or true as the tautology that every attitude, belief, appetite, desire, knowledge, claim and feeling is subjective and bound to the individual being and its peculiar perspective, mind, gamut, mens as the inner of the monad. In other words, there is nothing to be explained here if we look at the placing problem in the right way. What we have to explain is what objectivity or a shared perspective on the world is, if we look at it in an immanent way, and how it is constituted in contrast to the triviality that any cognitive access to the world via perception, apperception, or thinking runs first through my world. If we do not proceed in this way, we fall back into the metaphysics of looking at the world sideways on, with, or without a belief in a transcendent God. From a cognitive point of view, the path from my world to the world is constituted by a practical linguistic system of perspectival changes. We have to learn to refer in different ways from changing perspectives, places, times, to the same objects and the same objective, i.e., object-related events, and to coordinate our approaches to the same objects with the approaches of other persons. Merely subjective feelings, sensations, and emotions, including dispositions, inclinations and attitudes, are tautologically subjective. Here there is no fixed practice of perspectival change to the same. On the contrary, it is a truism that nobody can have the sensations of other persons. Logically, this means that we do not have well-defined equivalence relations and identities together with a fixed class of predicates to talk about individual sensations or objects or entities in a semi-sortal way as we can do with regard to things and some actualizations of discernible event types. Types of feelings and sensations, however, can be shared nevertheless, sometimes as easily as we can change places in order to change our perspective or viewpoint. Perspectival change thus frequently means simply moving to other places. Again, we do not have to explain how subjective sensations are possible in the material and objective world, but rather how objective knowledge of objective things and events is constituted on the ground of subjective cognition, i.e., differential sensation and differentially conditioned conceptual inferences. In other words, subjective experience, expression, declaration, and performance are presupposed in any human cognition. Objective knowledge is generic, general. Thus it is trivial that objective, intersubjective, knowledge does not suffice for a full representation of subjective cognition. On the other hand, objective knowledge cannot be attained by merely subjective cognition without language-based conceptual perspectival changes. 7 Limiting notions, reflecting the finitude of being. It is thus as naive to assume that I could attain objective knowledge just by subjective experience as to assume that anybody else could have my experience or enter into the subjective position or perspective of my world. Of course, the world can also stand for how things are for themselves independently of their relations to my, your, or our cognitive access to them. However, if we abstract from all cognitive access, we cannot identify any object and its properties. This thought stands behind Kant's talk of the thing in itself or Ding and sich, which is actually not a thing or object but the whole world without any differential specification of spatially and temporally limited objects in the world. In other words, Kant's Ding and sich collapses into Spinoza's substance, which is tantamount to the whole world or God beyond space and time. Seen in this way, it is unsurprising that we do not know the thing in itself, or know why it transcends all human knowledge as well as any finite being in the world. Talking about the Ding and sich as such serves only to make explicit the basic fact that our access to the world is local, perspectival and limited to our places in space and time and to the we of conceptual knowers and empirical cognizers. We collectively control the perspectival changes, including the reliability and correctness of predictions. The incoherence of a materialist or objectivist worldview ultimately consists in our confusing our limited objective knowledge, about appearances, as Kant says, with counterfactual absolute knowledge of God as a perfect physicist beyond all experience, i.e., beyond any limitation of cognition by time and space. For such a God, there is no freedom of action because there is no contingency. The distinction between facts ex post and necessities praeter hoc disappears. In other words, it is a conceptual triviality that a God's eye view destroys the relevant distinction for any real human knowledge and action. The same holds for a perfect physicist who could predict everything in the world by means of ideal generic laws. This is a counterfactual assumption which is, again, only formally consistent but not coherent with basic facts about the real world. Real knowledge and real action are finite, just as real things and real events in the world are finite, such that God or a perfect physicist are only fictional entities in counterfactual fables which may serve some purpose, as all fairy tales and novels do. It is not formally inconsistent for a person to say and believe they are just a living corpse or complex mechanism, predetermined by the Big Bang or God, mediated by billions of still unknown facts and events in the course of evolution, just as it is not inconsistent to become a radical skeptic who no longer takes part in the human practice of making claims and giving reasons. Aristotle therefore sees that one can, in such a manner, turn oneself into a plant. But both attitudes, the mechanistic picture of self and world as well as skeptical humanism, in which one views oneself as an animal, are practically incoherent and hence irrational, i.e., in a deep sense without good reason. Descartes' ontic belief in dualism, i.e., his talk about substances, namely, mechanical matter and non-mechanical, non-causal thinking subjects, is certainly false or, rather, misleading, because there are no separate things, res, involved. Each of us is only one living and thinking being. However, he is right to distinguish between a passive and mechanical mode of being and a spontaneous mode of being, and the basis of his proof is legitimate, namely, that we can only reasonably and coherently understand ourselves and our claims and knowledge about the external world if we grant that free acts of thinking and acting are presupposed in all world-related claims, and that their very content and internal truth evaluation is still the absolute ground for any coherent thinking and acting. Any knowledge, any doubt, and any recognition of a worldview or world picture presupposes this, together with the absoluteness of the personal subject, the present I, who I am, and not just as an object of self-observation and self-referential talk and belief. In the end, any belief in an unknown God, in an unknowable Ding and Sich or world in itself beyond all phenomena and appearances, any absolute truth in this sense is incoherent, even though it is not formally inconsistent, as Leibniz and Kant clearly agree. Traditional theology and transcendent metaphysics coincide, in a way. Both are incoherent because in their absolute perspectives they deny the basic principles of meaning that accept the finitude of any access to the world. An all-knowing God, for example, contradicts the basic facts of life and being, the temporal and spatial finitude of everything in a world of becoming, Heraclitus, Hegel, and its continuity, or rather contiguity, which excludes external intervention. The same holds for the sweeping faith in some form of a causal predetermination of all events in the world. Obviously, the real problem of coherence is, again, the recognition of all kinds of finitudes in the world and in our knowledge, science, the understanding of the difference between, 1. Empirical claims, from here and now, 2. Generic knowledge and conceptual inference rules, expressed by timeless scientific sentences, 3. Nominalized abstractions used in reflections on capacities and on forces and dispositions ascribed to nature, 4. Speculative sentences and titles which name totalities, such as the whole world or nature, and, finally, 5. The crucial distinction between nature, as the topic of the natural sciences, and the whole world, which includes the performative forms of our actions and practices, objectified and canonically described in the institutionalized disciplines. The dichotomy of residential extensa and res cogitans now turns into the contrast between the sciences and the humanities. The natural sciences only develop knowledge about what happens in the world by itself, i.e., without human, technical, intervention. The technical sciences, including mathematics as a technique of formal modeling and developing schematic languages, do not describe and explain nature. As a result, the idea is incoherent that a technical causa efficiens in mechanics can be a natural cause. Mechanism is the metaphorical view of non-technical nature as if it were a grand machine, either built by a god or evolved by itself. This world picture is obviously incoherent metaphysics, as Martin Heidegger clearly recognized, but not many have understood this yet. Part 2 From Identity to Difference. Thomas Rentz. 3 Key Hypotheses Regarding Hegel and Wittgenstein. Abstract. In my chapter, I focus on 3 systematic similarities between Wittgenstein and Hegel. These similarities are due first to the fundamental role of the elementary propositional structure and its status as the foundation of dialectics, second to the role of meaning as use and its status as the foundation of the later transcendental pragmatism, and third to Wittgenstein's private language argument and its anticipation by Hegel. The approach sketched here is paired with a changed understanding of philosophy, which I conceive as a model for the future. All 3 topics not only give an insight into an often overlooked connection between Hegel and Wittgenstein, but also through giving a Wittgensteinian reading of Hegel and vice versa help facilitate a better understanding of both authors. 1. The key to the philosophy of Hegel, its core in the phenomenology and science of logic, is first and foremost the elementary structure of the proposition, and this propositional structure also constitutes the foundation of dialectics. Hegel writes that language has the divine nature, godlike Natur, to turn opinion immediately away, namely from the per se singular or individual to the universal, Kohler 1998, p.8. In this context, he analyzes the basic indicators or deictic acts, and this analysis in sense certainty or the this and meaning something, PS 2012, 90f, 31 is also the main beginning of the phenomenology. The deictic logical forms are the fundamental structure of the predicative synthesis, i.e., the proposition. With reference to Wittgenstein, it should be noted that he once considered the proposition, der Satz, as a title for the Tractatus. And with regard to the forefather of the linguistic turn, we could also ask, to what extent can the influence of Hegel's fundamental insight into the structure of the predicative synthesis already be seen in the work of Frege? In Hegel, this basic structure of the proposition as the only possible constitution of meaning, sense and reference, leads to dialectics, because the synthesis of universality, particularity and singularity reveals its fundamental structure, i.e., this triad is the basic form of all meaning, viz. the meaning of meaning. It should be further pointed out that in Hegel's analysis of sense certainty as the immediate and fundamental transition from the singular to the universal, this is that, dies ist das, this transition is also the primordial form of time or, as Heidegger would put it, the ecstatic structure of Temporality, Zeitigung der Zeitlichkeit. The present singular or individual, the now as such is, as I try to conceptualize it in a universal predicative manner, already in a different moment of the future, and thus simultaneously has disappeared. For Heidegger, this propositional structure sets the following form: being ahead of oneself already in the world as being together with inner-worldly encountering beings, Heidegger 1996, p.180, 32. It is this analysis of sense certainty that leads Hegel from the still static transcendental philosophy to a view that the constitution of meaning is unfolding within the world and its history. In short, it leads him from being to time. Thus, it is also the propositional structure that enables Hegel to understand the history of religion at the very summit and center of the revelation of the Trinitarian God as the becoming self-aware, sich selbst durchsichtig werden, of the human spirit. Epistemic knowledge of God is true self-knowledge. Thus, ratio, Vernunft, and experience of God, rationality and mysticism are fundamentally connected: absoluteness, unity, and wholeness deus of natura. Ratio, religion, and science really understood and conceptualized, they form an unbreakable unity. What would it mean for the present, if this were deeply understood? I also want to point out that this thesis of the propositional structure in Hegel and Wittgenstein was already noted by Charles Taylor, 1975, in his groundbreaking Hegel study, where he points to underlying conceptual similarities. Now Hegel's démarche in face of his conception is very similar to Wittgenstein's. He challenges sensible certainty to say what it experiences. The underlying principle is the same, viz. that if it is really knowledge, then one must be able to say what it is. Taylor 1975, p.49. 2. After this first thesis on the fundamental propositional structure, I come to the second thesis. That is, Hegel systematically anticipates the later transcendental pragmatism, and thus the thesis of meaning as use. In his text about perceiving, or the thing and illusion, PS 2018, 111, Hegel makes it clear that we are the ones who decide with our own conceptual reflections about our predications truth or untruth. The human being differentiates its grasping the true from the untruth of its perceiving, PS 2018, 118, 33. The thing is therefore in fact only white as it is brought to our eyes, it is also tart on our tongues, and also cubical to our feel, etc. We do not take the entire diversity of these aspects from the thing but from ourselves. To us, they come undone from each other in this way because the eye is quite distinct from the tongue, and so on. We are thus the universal medium and as well within which such moments dissociate themselves from each other, and in which each is on its own. PS 2018, 119, 34. Perception becomes aware that it is not a simple, pure comprehending, but rather in its comprehending has at the same time taken a reflective turn into itself from out of the true, PS 2018, 118, 35. That means, meaning something, sense, conception, is only possible out of the true, through and with universal predicates, and this is crucial, is a human activity based on reflection and the concrete use of language with its claims of truth. If we analyze, for example, following Klaus Duzang 1998, p.154, the function of subjectivity in Hegel's logic, the systematic connection between meaning and use becomes obvious. In the Jena lectures of 1805-6, JL, Hegel puts this basic insight in a particularly pointed way, writing that the copula in the proposition as the connecting element is the I, JL, p.95, n.26. So if I am the copula, then it is me who uses it in thinking and speaking. And equally in the phenomenology, while clarifying the relation of the singular individual being to the world of science, Hegel points clearly to this insight into meaning as use, see Weiser-Lohmann 1998, pages 185, 210. The phenomenology is about the knowing knowledge and its exemplary experiences, which have to appear as independent forms, see Ibid, p.186. The individual has the right to demand that science provide him at least with the latter to reach this standpoint. The individual's right is based on his absolute self-sufficiency, which he knows he possesses in every shape of his knowing, PS 2018, 26, 36. In other words, without my self-sufficient use of language, there will be no science, and no truth claims. And, of course, for Wittgenstein the image of the latter also plays a central role. That at the center of all reason, reflection, and science must be the mediation of the universal, the particular and the singular, was already essential for Hegel's, Schelling's, and Hölderlin's reception of Kant as students in the Tübingen seminary. They recognized a gradual radicalization of Kant's reflection on the status of the synthesis a priori from the first to the second to the third critique, the critique of judgment, in which that radicalization culminates and this mediation becomes the center of reason and reflection. Likewise, it should be noted that historically the foundations of transcendental pragmatics came via reception of Kant and Hegel from Peirce to Apel and so back to Habermas. It is moreover possible that Hegel's approach was also known to Wittgenstein via Russell and C. D. Broad, who both developed their approaches against the, at the time strong, background of British Hegelianism. 37 Wittgenstein's years of intensive engagement with Kierkegaard are well known, and Kierkegaard's existential dialectics cannot be understood without Hegel. We are the ones who constitute meaning and sense, nobody can take that away from us whether we like it or not. And we accomplish this, in all ordinariness, at any time, whether we are aware of it or not. It belongs to the linguistic constitution of meaning. That Hegel's claim to absoluteness of reason has nothing to do with a superficial romanticizing rationalism cannot be underlined enough. For Wittgenstein's ordinary language approach, this is clear anyway. Nevertheless, Hegel emphasizes, we are the copula. 3. After the elementary structure of the proposition and meaning as use, I come to the third thesis, namely, that the private language argument can be found in Hegel. In central passages of the Phenomenology, Hegel analyzes the constitutively intersubjective structure of self-consciousness, which he also calls anticipating Haneth, the movement of recognition. The notion of self-consciousness, PS 2012, 26, leads to the structure of the spirit, Geist, and this is precisely the common self-consciousness in which individual subjects, various self-consciousnesses, can develop in their complete freedom and self-sufficiency, namely, in the oppositions of the various self-consciousnesses, PS 2018, 177. The unity of the I that is we and the we that is I, Ibid. 38 leads in later passages to the analysis of the modes of recognition Erkennungsmodi modi in law, religion, politics, and philosophy. Hegel is thus saying, precisely the highly individuated aspect of the singular self-consciousness, including its highly individual freedom and independence, precisely this highly private dimension, is only understandable and graspable at all if it is constitutively intersubjective. The intersubjective structure of the singular self-consciousness is therefore constitutive of this I am we, and we are I. A private language argument par excellence. And, most importantly, this analysis of constitutive intersubjectivity, of the social nature of self-consciousness, leads precisely to central parts of Hegelian philosophy, to the philosophy of right, to politics, and finally to the world history of reason. These analyses are paradigmatically substantiated by passages that have become classic, such as those on the struggle between master and slave. In my terminology, these are inter-existential analyses, because in them it becomes unambiguously clear that and how linguistically and practically constituted social interaction precedes all private and subjective, even the most intimate, human possibilities. This applies as well to all forms of ethical life, Sittlichkeit, that Hegel paradigmatically introduces. The recognition of the we in the I and the I in the we, in accordance with the concept of the spirit in the Phenomenology, is always a necessary condition, Seep 1998, pages 122f. The analyses of recognition from his Jena period already deepen and clarify Hegel's critique of subjectivism by working out the affective, the emotive, the cognitive, and finally the institutionalist modes of recognition and mutual respect. While Habermas and Haneth argue that Hegel later abandons this early intersubjective approach, I agree with Seep, who rightly insists that Hegel understands the notion of the spirit, Geist, precisely as a we within which individuals become independent, Ibid. p.125. The motion of recognition itself then contains all the structural elements of the conception of recognition in the earlier writings, see Ibid. Pages 125f. Hegel's manifold analyses of language, work, and family testify and confirm his fundamental insight into the primarily social, intersubjective constitution of all subjectivity, privacy, and individuality. I now come to a brief conclusion. The three systematic theses undoubtedly touch on core notions or basic insights with which Wittgenstein is closely identified: the structure of the proposition, the analysis of meaning as use, and the private language argument, and rightly so, because it was thanks to Wittgenstein's work that the linguistic turn became the paradigm shift of the 20th century. Falling behind the linguistic turn has since become impossible in systematic philosophical reflection. Nevertheless, according to my analysis, these basic insights, upon closer inspection, are constitutive of Hegel's overall system and its foundations. To show this precisely and in detail, and to make it explicit in subtle individual interpretations, is an extensive research project, and the fact that aspects of these similarities in Wittgenstein's and Hegel's approaches have already been recognized is shown, among other things, by the work of Charles Taylor, whose remarks already convincingly confirm the approach discussed in this volume. Following my theses, it still remains to be shown that and how the three basic insights in Hegel's approach work together and enable his comprehensive overall system. This applies especially to the foundations of dialectics and their mediation of universal, particular, and singular, as well as to the structure of the proposition in the science of logic. This applies to the theory of meaning as use and the criticism of the picture theory with regard to Hegel's reception of Kant and his analysis of pragmatic forms of the constitution of meaning at all levels, for example in regard to work, struggle and communication, and to all forms of social interaction. And finally, it applies to the private language argument with regard to Hegel's analysis of the foundations of the constitution of the world, starting from sense certainty before extending to family, law, state, and science, and eventually to religion, theology and philosophy. All of these forms of practice are from a private and subjective point of view completely incomprehensible, as Hegel explicitly states. And furthermore, these basic insights make it possible to rationally reconstruct even the main proclamations of Christian religion and theology, and in regard to world history to trace them back to authentic human practices. In this way, world history is comprehensible as a history of reason, and this, it should be emphasized, precisely in Hegel's analysis, even considering all setbacks and catastrophic aberrations, all concrete negativity, which Hegel does not deny in the slightest. The systematic interaction of the three basic insights can also briefly be sketched in the light of Hegel's thinking. Without the use of propositions, no constitution of conceptual meaning is possible at all. However, thus the basic insight of the dialectic isolated proposition in itself is almost nothing. Only in the context of the use of many propositions, each in turn with their own specific contexts, only in such circumstances can propositions be understood and used meaningfully. And only thus does the pragmatic constitution of meaning enable all inter- and trans-subjective forms of life and practice, all forms of community spirit and social institutions. These three primal phenomena of human practice all reciprocally enable each other, are irreducible to, inseparable from, each other. They are equiprimordial, gleichursprünglich. Hegel's dialectics reconstructs and unfolds this equiprimordiality. It should also be noted that Hegel's core theses can only be precisely understood if they are deliberately read through the eyes of Wittgenstein. Then, in my view, their meaning for Hegel's dialectics and his entire system becomes very obvious, and this can be shown and reconstructed even without reference to anything external to Hegel's work, precisely through Hegel's many important singular analyses. Finally, the approach sketched here is paired with a changed understanding of philosophy, which I conceive as a model for the future. The change pertains in particular to our understanding of the many philosophical schools and approaches. In many philosophical histories, these schools and approaches seem almost like large objectifiable blocks or chunks, like giant, solid structures. And these structures seem to be extremely helpful at first, and so, of course, philosophers call themselves Kantians, Hegelians, Marxists and so forth. And yet on closer inspection, this view is very misleading, because it underestimates the complex internal differentialism, the internal complexity of philosophical reflection, its, as Hegel would put it, inner infinity, or as Wittgenstein would say, its indeterminability, Unabschließbarkeit. All reductionisms, isms, and simplifications at this level eventually result in ideologies. In order to avoid these simplifications from the outset, a systematic linkage to Wittgenstein's complex analysis of language games and, in particular, family resemblance is required. As an example, just consider Kant. His theories cannot be understood without a reception of both Leibniz-Wolff's metaphysics and Hume's empiricism. Since the beginning of my work on Heidegger and Wittgenstein, Rents 2003, my aim has been to overcome the pernicious and misleading division into analytic and continental philosophy with which I had to grow up. By contrast, Wittgenstein is concerned with a systematic elaboration of differentialism as critical hermeneutics. 39. Tom Rockmore. Wittgenstein, Hegel, and Cognition. Abstract philosophy is often thought to deal with problems, enigmas, or conundra it seeks to answer, for instance through a theory. Wittgenstein and Hegel both challenge this view in different ways. Wittgenstein can be understood as passing through two main phases. In an initial phase, he proposes a view that presupposes a conception of language he later rejects. In a later phase, he rejects his earlier theory and philosophy in all its forms. In other words, after the effective refutation of what he earlier thought was the only approach, he drew the conclusion that there was no longer any possibly valid approach. This suggests the only possible result is skepticism, not about knowledge but rather about philosophy as a source of knowledge. In this sense, Wittgenstein suggests that in his later thought he brings philosophy to a skeptical end. In comparison to Wittgenstein, Hegel has a less extreme view. He neither claims to formulate the only possible approach to knowledge, hence to bring the tradition to an end, nor that philosophy ends in skepticism. He rather vindicates the Parmenidean approach that we are justified in claiming to know that knowledge is possible within the limits of the identity of thought and being. This paper provides some preliminary remarks on the nature and significance of the difference between Wittgenstein and Hegel. One way to depict the difference is with respect to the philosophical tradition that Hegel is sometimes thought to bring to a high point and to an end, and that for Wittgenstein is widely believed to rest on the misuse of language. Wittgenstein and Hegel are related within the wider philosophical discussion of knowledge, which they approach from incompatible perspectives. Now the problem of knowledge can be understood in different ways that count as alternatives to a basic understanding of the problem. Parmenides, the pre-Socratic, influentially suggests that thought and being are the same. This claim, which echoes through the entire later tradition, can be interpreted in at least three main ways, as metaphysical realism, or the view that we must know the mind-independent real as a condition of knowledge, as epistemic constructivism, or the idea that we do not and cannot know the mind-independent real since we know only what we in some sense construct, and as epistemic skepticism, or some form of the Socratic thesis that we know only that we do not know. The approach to cognition through metaphysical realism runs from pre-Socratic thought through the entire tradition right up to the present. In the modern tradition, the emergence of epistemic constructivism creates an ongoing debate between metaphysical realism, or the claim to know mind-independent reality, and epistemic constructivism, or the rival claim to know only human reality. This debate, which is contained within the single position of Kant, who at different periods defends both claims, continues in Wittgenstein and Hegel. On idealism. Since Hegel is an idealist and Wittgenstein is an analytic thinker, it will be helpful to begin with remarks on idealism and analytic philosophy. These terms refer to broad philosophical movements that, perhaps unlike political movements, rarely if ever exhibit more than general cohesion. Both are misunderstood but in different ways. So-called idealism is misunderstood at least since Kant. The latter, who was annoyed by the description of the critical philosophy as a higher form of Berkeleyanism, objected strongly to the supposedly idealist views of Descartes and above all Berkeley. Idealism is neither often studied nor well understood. Few observers are now willing to lay claim to idealism whose rejection is one of the founding acts of analytic philosophy. Ancient idealism, for instance Platonism, differs from modern idealism that, depending on how it is understood, includes perhaps Descartes and certainly Berkeley, then the German idealists, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, perhaps Marx, more recently Rescher and others. Modern idealists apparently share two characteristics: a turn away from metaphysical realism, hence a rejection of a claim to grasp what is variously designated as the mind-independent real, reality, or the world, as well as the turn toward a constructivist approach to cognition. I come back to that point below. Kant, who claims to be an idealist, is routinely understood as a pre-idealist thinker who intervenes in the debate before the rise of German idealism, which is post-Kantian. In the Prolegomena, he responds to the supposed conflation between his view and Berkeley's. According to Kant, idealism concerns the sensuous representation of things, Kant 1950, p.41. He distances himself from the problem of the existence of things, or in effect a form of solipsism, which he identifies as ordinary idealism. More than a century later, G. E. Moore, 1903, pages 433, 453, without reference to a single position, takes the denial of the existence of the external world, which no thinker who is identified as an idealist suggests, as the criterion of idealism. Further, according to Kant, Berkeley holds that knowledge through the senses and experience is sheer illusion, Kant 1950, p. 123. Kant, on the contrary, holds that knowledge based either on the pure understanding or on pure reason is illusory, since truth is limited to experience, ibid. The point at issue is important. Berkeley, who is a skeptic, thinks we cannot reach knowledge through the senses, that is, empirically. Kant, who rejects skepticism, denies we can reach knowledge through either the understanding or reason, but rather can and do reach knowledge through experience. All knowledge of things merely from pure understanding or pure reason is nothing but sheer illusion, and only in experience is there truth, ibid. According to Kant, knowledge is not a posteriori but a priori. He suggests that critical idealism, which he favors, differs from other forms in grasping the possibility of our a priori knowledge of objects of experience, ibid. p. 124, and point 3. On analytic philosophy. So-called Anglo-American analytic philosophy is also supposedly misunderstood. In a recent book, a series of authors react against a so-called narrow-minded, but still popular, conception of analytic philosophy based on a simplistic interpretation of the revolt against idealism, then the linguistic turn, and finally the neo-positivist rejection of metaphysics. According to this book, this view of the origin and nature of analytic philosophy does not withstand closer historical scrutiny. This is the central message that the present collection wants to get across, see Preston 2017. This threefold approach to analytic philosophy requires further qualification. If Kant is an idealist, then he espouses a form of idealism, and the revolt against idealism in general could not have been begun by him. At most he rejects specific kinds of idealism associated, for instance, with Descartes and Berkeley. After Hegel passed from the scene in 1831, the return to Kant mediated through the writings of Liebman and others, and the rise of neo-Kantian schools in Germany was not the beginning of an attack on idealism in general. It was rather an attack on the idealist views of Fichte and Hegel, especially the latter, in the course of a generalized return to Kant. At least some analytic thinkers are open to idealism in whole or in part. Freya, who according to Dummett is the founding father of analytic philosophy, admired Kant and, according to Slugge, should perhaps be understood as an idealist, see Slugge 1980. The full-fledged analytic revolt against idealism that began around the turning of the 20th century was at least as much, and perhaps more, a revolt against then widespread British idealism as against idealism. Metaphysics is not the whole of philosophy. The rejection of metaphysics through the Vienna Circle positivists is linked to their resolute emphasis on empiricism as the only legitimate source of knowledge. This rejection is not, however, characteristic of analytic philosophy. It is absent, for instance, in Wittgenstein. The term metaphysics only appears in passing 3 times in the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Many observers think the Tractatus shows how to apply logic through language to metaphysics. In philosophical investigations, the later Wittgenstein is not concerned with rejecting metaphysics but rather with rejecting, or at least criticizing, traditional philosophy. The most likely candidate for the central thrust of analytic philosophy lies in the linguistic turn. The mature Russell takes this view as a defining characteristic of philosophy. In Remarks on Parmenides in A History of Western Philosophy, he describes the latter's poem, On Nature, in writing, "This is the first example in philosophy of an argument from thought and language to the world at large." Russell 1945, p. 140, for a certain period, analytic philosophy was understood by both its practitioners and critics as based on linguistic analysis. Gellner, 1959, an early, staunch critic of analytic philosophy, understood it in this way. Rorty apparently coined the phrase linguistic turn and put together an influential anthology with that title. Yet at roughly the same time that some were celebrating what Quine described as semantic ascent, 1980, p.249, others, such as Rorty's former Princeton colleague, Gilbert Harman, 1977, pages 7, 9, were denying that philosophy consists in the analysis of language. Rorty himself rapidly abandoned analytic philosophy in turning toward pragmatism. Kant, metaphysical realism, and epistemic constructivism. The difficulty in formulating a general definition of either idealism or analytic philosophy suggests both terms are better understood not in isolation but rather within the context of Western philosophy. Kant, whose position evolves, features representationalism in the form of metaphysical realism, at least into the beginning of the critical period, and anti-representational constructivism later on. Representationalism, which presupposes metaphysical realism, is any form of the view that knowledge requires correct representation or knowing things in themselves whose possibility Kant later denies. There are different kinds of realism. Metaphysical realism is the view that there is a way the world is and that under the right conditions we know it as it is. From the dawn of the Western tradition until the present, a long succession of thinkers has argued in favor of knowledge of the world, reality, or the mind-independent real. Though a promising argument for representationalism has never been formulated, this approach continues to attract attention. If representationalism is the best epistemic theory, then constructivism is the second best epistemic theory. Epistemic constructivism presupposes the failure of epistemic representationalism. Constructivism arises in ancient Greek geometry and comes into modern philosophy through Francis Bacon, Hobbes, Vico, and others leading up to and then away from Kant. Constructivists, who are skeptical about knowledge of the world, think we only know what we in some sense construct, while differing about what that means. Kant, 1998, BXXVIXXVII, p.115, distinguishes between a cause and its effect. He holds that, on causal grounds, if there is an appearance, then something appears. Like Plato, Kant denies the backward inference from effect to cause. Further, like Plato, Kant holds that it does not follow that if something appears, we know the cause. Since, according to Kant, we cannot infer backward from the appearance, or the effect, to the cause, we do not and cannot know the thing in itself or noumenon. Representationalism and constructivism are incompatible. In different phases of his development, Kant is a representationalist or a constructivist. Representationalism is arguably the main modern approach to knowledge. At the dawn of modern philosophy, Descartes claims we can infer backward from clear and distinct ideas, which correctly represent the world, to the world. According to Locke, complex ideas, which can be false, are composed of simple ideas that cannot be false and must be true. Locke believes that the ideas in the mind match up one-to-one with world. Kant initially favors a representationalist approach to cognition before later changing his mind. It is only later during his critical period that he comes to realize that we cannot correctly infer from the appearance to what it represents, and representation cannot be defined. Kant's so-called Copernican revolution is an effort to avoid epistemic skepticism, since he cannot know the world in claiming to know the human world. Since this view is well known, we can go quickly here. Suffice it to say that the Copernican revolution, which is often mentioned but rarely studied, consists in two main claims. First, we cannot and do not know the world. According to Kant, on the assumption that the subject depends on the object, there has been no progress in knowing at all. In other words, we do not and cannot know independent objects. Though Kant is in principle an a priori thinker, his claim that we cannot correctly represent the world is not a priori but rather a posteriori, hence based on experience. Second, he suggests that, instead of assuming that the subject depends on the object, we should assume that the object depends on the subject. Hegel and historical constructivism. Wittgenstein, who only occasionally mentions others, is akin to a planet whirling in its own orbit. Unlike Wittgenstein, who refuses the customary distinction between philosophy and the history of philosophy, Hegel works out his theories against the background of the entire philosophical tradition. For present purposes, it will be sufficient to reconstruct Hegel's view in terms of two crucial texts, the Differenzeskrift, in which, in considering the contemporary debate, he for the first time sketches the outlines of a position with respect to Kant and the philosophical tradition, and the Phenomenology of Spirit, in which he describes an original approach to cognition. The young Hegel is, like the young Wittgenstein, committed to a strongly systematic approach. According to Hegel, philosophy originates in difference. His position originates in the aptly named the difference between Fichte's and Schelling's system of philosophy, or so-called Differenzeskrift. This text has a twofold role in Hegel's writings: as an opportunity for the first time to react to the main thinkers of the day, as well as an occasion to state a certain number of ideas he later develops into his distinctive position. Here, at the turning of the 19th century, he surveys the immediate post-Kantian reaction to the critical philosophy through remarks on various forms of contemporary philosophy. He is especially interested in Fichte, Schelling, and Reinhold. In Kant's wake, Fichte was the leading contemporary thinker. Schelling was at the time Hegel's patron as well as a Fichtean prior to the break between them. Reinhold was in Hegel's view the leading contemporary non-philosopher. The pretext for this text is Reinhold's conflation of the views of Fichte and Schelling. Here as elsewhere, Hegel typically reacts to other thinkers while simultaneously pointing to ideas he will later develop. In the short preface, Hegel immediately turns to the difference between what he depicts as the speculative spirit and the dogmatic letter of the critical philosophy. According to Hegel, Kant relies on things in themselves that have no content and categories that are mere static, dead pigeonholes of the intellect, d. p.80. They are incapable of expressing the absolute itself, or Spinoza's substance. Unlike Reinhold, who makes a return to the conception of philosophy as logic, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel are, at least in principle if not in reality, to be understood as speculative thinkers. The principle of speculation is the identity of subject and object, ibid. Though a speculative thinker, Kant, who merely inverts the relation of reason and the understanding, does not reach the level of genuine speculation. In the deduction of the categories, the critical philosophy is true idealism that is only accomplished for the first time by Fichte. Hegel immediately turns from Kant to his contemporaries Fichte, Schelling, and Reinhold. He treats Fichte and Schelling as further milestones on the road to philosophy worthy of the name that is simply absent in the Reinhold's view. Hegel's remarks on Fichte and Schelling characterize them as respectively subjective and objective idealists, and his own view as absolute idealism. Fichte's principle is ego equals ego, d. p.81. But, since he surrenders reason to the understanding, his principle of the subject-object turns out to be subjective. Schelling improves on Fichte in two ways: he invents an objective subject-object, or objective idealism, and he unites both of them in something higher than either. If we reflect now on Hegel's intention, we see that he is concerned with the ancient problem of the unity of thought and being in its Kantian and post-Kantian forms. This problem, which originates in ancient Greece, more specifically in Parmenides' claim for the unity of thought and being, reaches a new level in Kant's Copernican turn. Modern philosophy exhibits a renewed speculative series of efforts to demonstrate the unity of subject and object, or thought and being. According to Hegel, Kant points toward but fails to reach genuine speculation. It is also not reached by such post-Kantians as Fichte and Schelling. Though original thinkers, Fichte's and Schelling's views belong to the Kantian system, on which Hegel further builds in his approach to cognition. Hegel on speculative constructivism. In the Differenzeskrift, where he studies a series of recent reactions to the critical philosophy, Hegel is mainly concerned with post-Kantian figures, above all Fichte. The latter is the crucial mediating figure between Kant, whose position he claims to understand better than its author, and Schelling, who at the time understood himself as Fichte's disciple. In the introduction to the Phenomenology, Hegel returns to Kant in describing a general approach to knowledge he then works out in a series of chapters. In the Differenzeskrift, Hegel claims that Kant should be understood as interested in, but failing to formulate, a speculative theory of knowledge. In the introduction to Hegel comes back to Kant in formulating a speculative approach to cognition presumably intended to correct the shortcomings of the critical philosophy. In his remarks, Kant's position a priori, a social, a historical approach to cognition is transformed into an a posteriori, social, and historical approach to cognition. Hegel begins the introduction in revising and restating his view of Kant in the Differenzeskrift. After describing Kant's theory of cognition, Hegel turns to describing his own rival conception of knowledge. Since this passage is extremely dense, and the translation is at the limit of being acceptable, it will be useful to paraphrase. Hegel's account of the critical philosophy is intended to show that it is in principle impossible in calling for its replacement by a successor theory. Everyone knows that Kant is an a priori thinker concerned to identify the conditions of knowledge in general and to avoid skepticism. According to Hegel, it is natural to assume that cognition is either an instrument or medium to get hold of the absolute, or what is, also known as the real, reality, or the world. Hegel confronts the Kantian approach in the first sentence in writing, "It is a natural assumption that in philosophy, before we start to deal with its proper subject matter, viz. the actual cognition of what truly is, one must first of all come to an understanding about cognition, which is regarded either as the instrument to get hold of the absolute, or as the medium through one discovers it." PS 1977, 73, p.46. According to Hegel, the very project is suspect for various reasons he quickly reviews. We might, for instance, select the wrong form of cognition. Second, if cognition is an instrument, it might reshape and alter the absolute it seeks to know. If it is a medium, it is possible that truth comes to us only as it exists in the medium. Nor would an acquaintance with the instrument do more than bringing us back to the starting point. And finally, it would not help us if we knew and subtracted from the result the of its refraction, since it is what we do not subtract that is cognition. This line of argument has two crucial results. Though it is theoretically plausible to isolate the conditions of knowledge from knowledge, this turns out to be impossible in practice. Yet although Kant takes the critical philosophy to be the only path to knowledge, its failure of the critical philosophy need not lead to skepticism about which we should be skeptical. Hegel's positive argument for knowledge, which is only rarely examined, can now be stated in outline form as follows. Like Kant, Hegel thinks knowledge requires experience. Unlike Kant, he holds that knowledge is not all or nothing but rather an ongoing process of historical approximation. Later theories improve on earlier theories. According to Hegel, knowledge is stated in the form of a relation between thought and being, concept and object. A concept begriff is a theory about knowledge formulated on the basis of experience and then tested against further experience. Now there are only two possible results of the evaluation of a theory. Either the concept survives the test of experience and the process ends temporarily, though. If or, on the contrary, it fails the test of experience, it and needs to be reformulated in a stronger theory that explains everything the early theory explained but at least one thing it ought to explain. Consider, as an example, the oddly shaped orbit of Mercury that results in what is called the precession of the perihelion. Newtonian mechanics that is intended to describe the planetary orbits is unable to do so for Mercury, whose orbit is explained by general relativity theory. It follows that relativity theory is comparatively stronger than Newtonian mechanics. The cognitive process is not ahistorical but intrinsically historical. There is no way to know how our cognitive views relate to world, no way to know if, as is sometimes said, we are justified in dreaming of a final theory. Our views that are formulated on the basis of available experience are in principle never beyond the possibility of later change. In other words, we think out of and never go beyond the present historical moment. The early Wittgenstein and cognitive representationalism. After these remarks on Hegel, we come now to Wittgenstein, a very different thinker. Hegel is an historical epistemic constructivist. Wittgenstein is on the contrary not a constructivist but either a metaphysical realist or an epistemic skeptic. Wittgenstein sketches a version of Parmenides' effort to overcome the cognitive problem through metaphysical realism, or knowledge of the world, in his early view. In his introduction to the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, Russell describes Wittgenstein as showing what is in common between the fact and the picture, providing an extra-linguistic account of knowledge of the world. As described by Russell, Wittgenstein's early theory is a highly original form of the traditional philosophical effort to cognize reality. According to Russell, Wittgenstein is concerned with ignorance of symbolism and misuse of language, especially the way in which one fact, e.g., a sentence, is a symbol for another. He claims Wittgenstein is concerned with conditions for a perfect language, including meaning and reference based on something they have in common between the structure of the sentence and of the fact. What they have in common cannot be said but only be shown to have the same structure. In the TLP, Wittgenstein begins with the view that we make to ourselves pictures of facts, which share with facts the form of representation. A logical picture of a fact has an identity of logical form, or Gedanke, that corresponds or fails to correspond, hence is true or false. Facts make the propositions true or false. Wittgenstein, like Kant, believes, or at least believed in his early phase, that there are final answers to philosophical questions. According to Wittgenstein, who believes that the problems of philosophy derive from misunderstanding the logic of language, his early view described in the TLP is the final, supposedly unrevisable solution of the problems discussed. The later Wittgenstein and cognitive representationalism. In philosophical investigations, the later Wittgenstein rejects the view of the early Wittgenstein in the TLP about the definitive status of his earlier view in the course of rejecting philosophy in all its many forms. The early view was based on a particular conception of language. In his later work, specifically in Pi, he puts forth the view that conceptual confusions surrounding the use of language are at the root of most philosophical problems, contradicting or discarding much of what he argued in his earlier work. In the preface to Pi, Wittgenstein states that, as it is sometimes put, his new view is best understood against the background of his old thoughts in the TLP. Wittgenstein now gives up his hyper-systematic, quasi-deductive earlier approach for a new approach traversing the conceptual domain in all directions. He is especially interested in working out a new view of language. It is as if Wittgenstein came to realize that his philosophical approach in the early work depended on an unexamined, mistaken conception of language that he subjects to deep criticism in his later work. The correct relation between the early and the later view is unclear and controversial. One way to regard the relation between the early and the later works is that in the latter Wittgenstein gives up the idealized picture of a perfect language that Russell thought was central, and for that reason abandoning the claims to show the relation between words and fact that now simply vanishes. In moving from the logical use of language to an account of ordinary language, he now turns to new ideas such as family resemblance and language games. Pi begins with a passage from Augustine's Confessions that provides a particular, but, according to the later Wittgenstein, mistaken view of language as a vehicle for representation. According to Wittgenstein, the traditional view of language described by Augustine is based on the idea that the words in language name objects and sentences are combinations of such names. Wittgenstein believes that the mistaken view of language as representation that underlies his early work is assumed throughout philosophy. According to Wittgenstein, Augustine's Confessions give us a particular picture of the essence of human language, based on the idea that the words in language name objects, and that sentences are combinations of such names. Pi. 1. Despite its plausibility, this reduction of language to representation cannot do justice to the whole of human language, and even if it is to be considered a picture of only the representative function of human language, it is, as such, a poor picture. Wittgenstein now proceeds to sketch a new view of language based on meaning in use and language games. According to Wittgenstein, the meaning of a word is its use in a language, Pi. 43, that basically differs from the traditional essentialist approach. Wittgenstein is supposed to have had this insight while watching a football game. In football and other games, the meaning of the various actions resembles a so-called language game, since language has meaning in context and not otherwise. Language games belong to what Wittgenstein now calls a form of life. Wittgenstein's anti-systematic view in pi takes an anti-philosophical form arising because I don't know my way about pi, 123, and enigmatically suggesting that the aim of philosophy is to show the fly the way out of the fly bottle, pi, 309. Wittgenstein thinks that philosophy leaves everything, including language, in the world as it is, pi, 124. Now philosophical problems are stated in order to be solved, resolved, or otherwise overcome. One consequence of this new view is that what earlier seemed to be a philosophical problem no longer is one. The proper attitude to problems is no longer the same, since, as he puts it, philosophical problems should completely disappear, pi, 133. The early view of language relies on definite reference to overcome philosophical problems. According to this view, which Wittgenstein now restates, every word has a meaning. This meaning is correlated with the word, which is the object for which the word stands. After sketching this early view, Wittgenstein sets out throughout the rest of the book to demonstrate the limitations of this conception in identifying many traditional philosophical puzzles and confusions to which it leads. In pi 23, he points out that the practice of human language is more complex than the simplified views of language held by those who seek to explain or simulate human language by means of a so-called formal system. In criticizing his formal view, Wittgenstein now thinks it would be a disastrous mistake to see language as being in any way analogous to formal logic. Conclusion: Hegel, Wittgenstein, and cognition. Philosophy is often thought to deal with problems, enigmas, or conundra it seeks to answer, for instance through a theory. Wittgenstein and Hegel both challenge this view in different ways. Wittgenstein can be understood as passing through two main phases. In an initial phase, he proposes a view that presupposes a conception of language he later rejects. In a later phase, he rejects his earlier theory and philosophy in all its forms. In other words, after the effective refutation of what he earlier thought was the only approach, he drew the conclusion that there was no longer any possibly valid approach. This suggests the only possible result is skepticism, not about knowledge but rather about philosophy as a source of knowledge. In this sense, Wittgenstein suggests that in his later thought he brings philosophy to a skeptical end. In comparison to Wittgenstein, Hegel has a less extreme view. He neither claims to formulate the only possible approach to knowledge, hence to bring the tradition to an end, nor that philosophy ends in skepticism. He rather vindicates the Parmenidean approach that we are justified in claiming to know that knowledge is possible within the limits of the identity of thought and being. It is sometimes thought that we have finally overcome the difference between idealism and analytic philosophy. This view seems to be a mistake since the differences are not minor but major. In simplifying, we can say that Wittgenstein initially agrees that philosophy teaches us that we name reality through language, but later comes to think, in turning to a new view of language, that philosophy cannot grasp the world. From his perspective, since we cannot grasp reality through language, philosophy understood as the exploration of that possibility comes to an end. Hegel, on the contrary, denies that we either can grasp, or again correctly represent the real, or that we cannot know, in suggesting we do not know the world but do know the human world. The relation of Wittgenstein and Hegel to Parmenides is obvious. Wittgenstein initially accepts but later rejects the metaphysical view that we can or again cannot know reality. He begins in thinking that through words we can name the real before changing his view of language to abandon any hope of progress in philosophy. Hegel follows the later Kantian turn away from metaphysical realism as a criterion of knowledge and toward epistemic constructivism. In conclusion, unlike Wittgenstein and Kant, Hegel understands that knowledge, hence philosophy that is a form of knowledge, is not an a priori but rather, like knowledge itself, intrinsically historical. Herbert Rakovec. No evaluative authority is beyond evaluation, common ground between Hegel and Wittgenstein. Abstract correlations between Hegel and Wittgenstein are not easily established. This chapter starts with an attempt to define some common ground. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein often approach philosophical problems not head-on, but by discussing, and criticizing, established cognitive attitudes. I take their responses to the popular understanding of measurement as a case in point. Hegel's treatment of a measure is shown to deviate from an ordinary understanding of the term insofar as it provides a criterion which is itself sensitive to the object of measurement. A similar point can be observed in Wittgenstein's work, for example, his memorable remark that one might use a table in order to check the measuring rod rather than the other way around. Triangulating Hegel and Wittgenstein vis-a-vis a nonpartisan account of measurement reveals an interesting common concern, namely a shared alertness to a concealed side of standards. It is against this background affinity that some of the differences between them appear in sharper contrast. Question: why does Henry call his mother long distance? Answer: because that is her name. This joke draws on the occasionally surprising ambivalence of words or phrases. Relating philosophical issues by means of decontextualist terms, freedom, logic, Hegel, Wittgenstein, etc., is at times prone to similar equivocations. An initial concern when discussing Hegel and Wittgenstein is, therefore, to provide a framework which ensures a basic methodological and semantic similarity between these philosophers. Once such a framework is in place, the next step is to delineate their contributions to a given subject matter and, subsequently, to relate them to each other in terms of the common matrix introduced in the first step. Intersections and discrepancies can then be identified determined within this common frame of reference. Triangulation. In view of the pervasive stylistic and systematic differences between them, a comparison of Hegel and Wittgenstein seems to lack a sound methodological basis. 1. Admittedly highly abstract point should be noted all the same. Philosophy, for Hegel and the early Wittgenstein, is systematically closed. The concluding vista of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit is clear on this. Absolute knowing, or spirit that knows itself as spirit, PS 1977, 808, has been established as the actuality, truth, and certainty of his throne, Ibid. The boat is full, to put it disrespectfully. 40 This sounds somewhat like Wittgenstein's apodictic pronouncement, the truth of the thoughts that are here communicated seems to me unassailable and definitive. I therefore believe myself to have found, on all essential points, the final solution of the problems. TLP, p.4, one could, in a Hegelian vein, regard this claim as a comprehensive mediation between open questions and their appropriate solutions. There is little overlap between the matters explicitly discussed by Hegel and Wittgenstein, and even less common ground between their methodological approaches, but one structural similarity can be observed: they do not address items from the philosophical canon in a piecemeal way. Their strategy is, rather, to draw up a holistic panorama of interlocking arguments. Both construe their stage in a confrontation between forms of knowledge. The point of Hegel's PS is to incrementally trace increasingly sophisticated stages in the development of how knowledge makes its appearance, De Erscheinenden Wissens, PS 1977, 76. This procedure takes its cue from the Socratic Elenchos, GPI, pages 456 ff, presupposing that the philosopher's interlocutors will find their way to truth on their own, with minimal outside prompting. Since our object is phenomenal knowledge, its determinations too will at first be taken directly as they present themselves, PS 1977, 82, and, as we will discuss in a later section, a philosopher's task is to simply look on as this presentation unfolds, cf. PS 1977, 85. The later Wittgenstein's approach to philosophy is, on the face of it, reminiscent of Hegel's supposed theoretical non-invasiveness. The initial setting of Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations places a philosopher vis-a-vis another philosopher's view of an everyday phenomenon. Wittgenstein considers Augustine's understanding of a child's initial acquisition of language. His criticism of Augustine's view is in accordance with Hegel's guidelines. He points out that Augustine does not simply look on and implies that philosophy should refrain from narrowing down the multiplicity of the phenomenal world. Augustine does not mention any difference between kinds of word. Pi 2009, 1. Later in the Pi, Wittgenstein remarks that the person who finds the phenomenon of a proposition very remarkable is unable simply to look and see how propositions work. Pi 2009, 93. This is an intriguing correspondence which, I submit, can reveal a significant similarity between Hegel's and Wittgenstein's approaches towards philosophy. The insights they strive for must, according to Hegel, be gleaned from how knowledge makes its appearance. PS 1977, 76. Employing a Hegelian twist, one could describe the later Wittgenstein's recourse to ordinary language as philosophical attentiveness to forms of knowledge uncooked by a Kantian, critical apparatus of methodological asceticism. Within this general outline, the present chapter will focus on the topic of measurement standards, which can be discussed in isolation from the rest of the respective systems with relative ease but nonetheless proves to be of considerable theoretical weight. Two kinds of pertinent discussions can be found in Hegel and Wittgenstein, logico-semantic remarks on the one hand and observations of a more general, pragmatic nature on the other. The claim that I am defending here is that both philosophers share a characteristic concern with the analysis of measures. It might be labeled alertness to a concealed side of standards. Prima facie, a benchmark or rule prescribes a certain matrix applied to a medium or recipient. This is how the phenomenon initially presents itself. Hegel and Wittgenstein, in spite of their phenomenological pronouncements, both find this account incomplete and undertake a more thoroughgoing investigation into the character of measurement processes, and both arrive at insights that are seemingly counterintuitive from the point of view of what is ordinarily understood by experience. PS 1977, 87. They concur in demonstrating that the prescriptive outward appearance of standards conceals important features of their operation. Flexible criteria. Hegel's systematic account of measurement standards can be found in section 3 of his Science of Logic, volume I. The objective logic. 41. His remarks are embedded within a dialectical argument that makes use of concepts introduced earlier in the work: being, something, quantity, quality. Hegel's extraordinarily dense argument has been carefully reconstructed by Stephen Howelgate 42 and will not be repeated here. I will just give an outline of the main ideas. The tone is set by a motto: whatever is, has a measure. SL 2010, p.288, rather than starting with observations about the common use of measuring devices, Hegel flatly affirms this time-honored ethico-metaphysical principle. 43. His claim is not that everything can be subjected to a metric procedure, but rather that exhibiting a specific balance between a qualitative core and quantitative parameters belongs to the essence of an entity. One of his examples is the proportions of the human body. Something can, presumably, not be a human body unless it conforms to a set of quantitatively defined ratios. SL 2010, p.287. A straightforward illustration, not to be found in Hegel, would be the color blue, which has to have a frequency range of 450 to 482 nanometers. It is against this background that Hegel discusses the more pedestrian phenomenon of a ruler. Starting from a measure, which he defines as the simple self-reference of quantum, its own determinateness in itself, SL 2010, p.288, he proceeds to explore the application of this kind of self-sustained entity to another entity. First, this measure is a rule, a measure external to the mere quantum. SL 2010, p.291, this rule, or the standard, IBID, is used to determine a certain quantity, manifestly exhibited by the measure, of a mere quantum, i.e. to quantify some object of measurement according to the standard synthesis of quality and quantity, its measure. 44. It is at this point that Hegel draws on common usage, namely the use of a measuring rod, which clearly offers a specific quantity determining the external quantum, IBID. Measurement, in everyday use, is commonly conceived as the employment of some standardized device to quantify the amount of a measurement. According to Hegel, this falls short of a philosopher's requirements. This comparison is an external act, ibid. There is no profound connection between systems of measurement units and ontological specifications of something captured by quantitative measurement. The crucial expression is external. I have indicated that the measure everything has is not an accidental feature. Hegel elaborates on his motto, every existence has a magnitude, and this magnitude belongs to the very nature of a something. SL 2010, p.288, external measurements do not suffice to fulfill this ambitious dictum, so Hegel triggers one of his usual tripartite dialectical arguments to demonstrate the internal relationship between a standard and the quantum it is applied to. The details are convoluted, but the general idea can be illustrated by an example offered by Hegel himself, namely the impact of environmental change upon an object. Inasmuch as a something has an internal measure, an alteration of the magnitude of its quality comes to it from outside, and the something does not take on the arithmetical aggregate of the alteration. Its measure reacts against it, behaves towards the aggregate as an intensive measure and assimilates it in a way typically its own. It alters the externally imposed alteration, makes something else out of this quantum and demonstrates through this specifying function that in this externality it is for itself. SL 2010, p.292. In plain English, an object's inherent temperature does not generally correspond to its ambient temperature due to its specific material composition. This is, of course, the parlance of contemporary popular science, whereas Hegel uses the scenario to conjure up an anthropomorphic drama, pitting an inanimate entity against extraneous alterations, does not take, assimilate, demonstrate. Point 45. The idiom of reflexivity, omnipresent in Hegel's logic, is introduced to enrich the discussion of standards. Subjecting an object to measurement establishes a conceptual interdependency. Hegel's attempts to flesh this out in speculative dialectics is a testament to the proficiency of German idealism, but probably not the best starting point to show its lasting importance. Taking a look at the introduction to his PS is a better choice in this respect. The passages quoted from the SL show Hegel reconstructing developing the conceptual minutiae of the measuring process. The introduction to the PS offers a broad outline of the general impact of his intuition. Point 46. Within the framework of one form of knowledge, philosophy, exploring another, ordinary knowledge, the issue of appropriate judgments arises. How do we, the interrogating party to this arrangement, know what to make of self-proclaimed common knowledge? We seem to need a standard to ascertain its validity. But, Hegel argues, this is to disregard a basic feature of philosophers' involvement in forms of knowledge. Their discoveries must not surprise them, since their engagement in ordinary forms of knowledge is, in principle, matched to their own understanding. There cannot occur an elemental cognitive disconnect within this correlation, because that would amount to an incommensurability between the inquiring and the revealing party. In other words, since both sides share consciousness, their forms of knowledge are a common disposition that does not need outside scrutiny. Philosophy cannot, in an attempt to start from an entirely clean slate, bracket its cognitive capacity in order to be properly receptive to cognitive capacities as they emerge. The formal structure of this reflexive move is validated by interconscious exchange. The essence or criterion, PS 1977, 83, determining consciousness 47 can therefore not lie solely within the investigative part. Consciousness provides its own criterion from within itself, so that the investigation becomes a comparison of consciousness with itself, for the distinction made above falls within it. Consequently, we do not need to import criteria, or to make use of our own bright ideas and thoughts during the course of the inquiry. PS 1977, 84. The right way to think of a standard, according to this passage, is to regard it as an interactive measure which adapts to its target object. This adaptation is, as Hegel points out, nothing other than experience, cf. PS 1977, 86, inasmuch as it amounts to an auto-correction of preconceptions in the light of information made accessible by these very preconceptions. 48 This view of standards runs counter to objectivism conceived as rigid determination of some matter of interest, according to an external scale or matrix. Such an account, Hegel maintains, fails to capture the deep grammar of standards. Intentional directedness. The early Wittgenstein's ontological imagery makes prominent use of terms drawn from measurement practices. A proposition is a standard to which facts behave. NB, p.95, proposition and situation are related to one another like a yardstick and the length to be measured. NB, p.32, on a superficial reading this could be taken as an external relation, like garments that are related to a clothed body without determining its natural shape. But Wittgenstein's metaphor is more sophisticated. Proceeding from a basic stipulation, we picture facts to ourselves. TLP 2.1, he regards pictures as models of reality. TLP 2.12, insofar as their internal structure enables them to represent its ontological composition. This isomorphism has been widely noted, though see Props 2000, yet its use within the TLP's picture theory depends on a crucial, less prominent, feature, the role played by measurement. Notice that a picture may fail to represent anything and that isomorphism does not account for this eventuality. It is introduced as correspondence between two predefined domains of discourse. The photocopy of one page does not represent another such copy. What's missing for Wittgenstein's purposes is the role of a standard imposing its normative claim onto its relatum. That is how a picture is attached to reality, it reaches right out to it. It is laid against reality like a measure. TLP 2.1511f, the implication is that reality either does or does not conform to the standard. Measurement introduces logical truth and falsity into Wittgenstein's picture theory. There is a cognitive tension between the use of the picture and measure metaphors here. While pictures do not have to conform to real life, a measure does not tell us anything about the specific composition of its target object. Wittgenstein tries to bridge the gap by introducing an additional metaphor. The endpoints of the graduating lines of a measure touch the object that is to be measured. TLP 2.15121. This touching is, however, an external contact. It cannot represent a state of affairs, so Wittgenstein supplements his metaphor with an extra feature. These correlations are, as it were, the feelers of the picture's elements, with which the picture touches reality. TLP 2.1515, the pictorial relationship thus conceived is a hybrid between corresponding structures and the application of standards. 49 It fulfills the double function of subjecting sentences to judgments, in propositional logic, and endowing them with an internal structure, in predicate logic. Wittgenstein does not accord equal status to these components, though. The term mass stab occurs but once in the TLP, whereas the pictorial relationship is extensively discussed. A picture can depict any reality whose form it has. TLP 2.171, this explanation suggests that the representational capacity of pictures is entirely a matter of form. The complementary requirement is much less conspicuous. A picture represents its subject from a position outside it. Its standpoint is its representational form. That is why a picture represents its subject correctly or incorrectly. TLP 2.173, emphasis mine. Correctness is not simply a matter of pictorial form, which can only show possible configurations of objects. TLP 2.151. In spite of being indispensable, the role of standards is only hinted at in Wittgenstein's book. Wittgenstein's dictum, quoted above, has a distinctive syntactical feature. We picture facts to ourselves. TLP 2.1, emphasis mine, the active role of an epistemological subject is not usually highlighted in the TLP, which largely presents his picture theory as an apersonal affair between sentences and situations. It is, however, obvious that a measuring rod, insofar as it serves to ensure the correctness of a picture, is not just another machine-like tool. A standard is applied by a cognizant being in order to achieve conformity with certain aims, an issue that exceeds the scope of the TLP. Wittgenstein takes up this point in a 1930 manuscript. His slightly awkward metaphor of correlation as feelers of the picture's elements, TLP 2.1515, is replaced by an analysis of perspective rules guiding the employment of a mass stab. This is how this machine ought to work. MS 109, p.263, translation Mine 50, is a prescriptive expression directed towards a desired fit between a standard and a standardist process. The operative rules are no longer feelers but intentions. The intention sets a standard which enables one to judge the fact. IBID, our picturing of facts, is thus construed as a normative activity relating a mass stab to a situation via intentions. The intention is nothing but a yardstick applied by us to events and used by us to describe them. MS 109, p.268. By introducing intentions into his account of our interactions with the world, Wittgenstein prepares the ground for one of the most consequential discussions to be found in his later work, namely his discussion of rule following. Pictures cannot automatically describe reality correctly. Introducing intentions to mediate the epistemological rapport adds a new twist to Wittgenstein's account. The feelers have been replaced by a propositional attitude, i.e. a person's conscious approach towards a state of affairs via some symbolic representation. This change of view raises a problem largely suppressed in the TLP. Only the intentional picture reaches reality like a measure. Regarded from the outside, it just stands there, dead and isolated. MS 114, p.207, Wittgenstein has hit here on the perennial difficulty of reconciling a material substratum and an operative meaning within a signifying practice. Remember that according to the TLP, the endpoint of a measure touches the object to be measured, TLP 2.15121. This literal sense of touching obviously does not aid our understanding of the intentional character of measurements. Intentions are supposed to somehow reach reality in their own right, so it is questionable how helpful bridging metaphors are here. The problem is, of course, that intentional meaning is to be distinguished from physical prompts, dead and isolated, while, at the same time, the tangible presence of material signifiers is presupposed. Such is the semiotic conundrum, which, we might say, is analogous to someone recognizing an elephant on the basis of sense data reports describing its trunk, legs and tail by three blind people. The phenomenon of a measure serves as a comparatively simple model for a discussion of rule-governed behavior within the conceptual framework that I have outlined. A closer look at this topic is beyond the scope of the present chapter, which also has to omit a discussion of Wittgenstein's most famous measuring device, the Paris Standard Meter. 51. Given these restrictions, one basic feature of rule following is, however, thrown into sharp relief. The purpose of a rule in ordinary use is closely related to the application of a measure. The rule is regarded as a particular, predetermined specification guiding a domain of human conduct, appropriately specified. The wording of a rule is, under these assumptions, regarded as a functional equivalent to a measure's physical implementation. There are 2 points to note here. 1. Measures and rules are, in one sense, crucially different, and, 2. Familiar rule following concerns result directly from disregarding this difference. Notice, on the one hand, that a measuring rod is by definition a thing with a purpose. It is characterized by its prospective use in measurement. As it happens, the rod, regarded as a bare object, shares the quality of possessing a particular length with the object's measured point. 52. The measurement standard, because of its embodiment, fulfills the desired condition of its target objects. On the other hand, however, this does not hold for words. Even though both a yardstick and a concatenation of letters are dead and isolated, these are different kinds of separation. The point of blurring the distinction becomes apparent now. Regarding a rule as a kind of measure suggests that one merely has to look at how it is articulated/expressed to know how to use it. Wittgenstein touches on this point in a remark on the seductive simile of railway tracks. Whence the idea that the beginning of a series is a visible section of rails invisibly laid to infinity. Well, we might imagine rails instead of a rule. And infinitely long rails correspond to the unlimited application of a rule. Pi 2009, 218. It makes no sense to even imagine a measuring rod of infinite length, whereas a rule, being a conceptual entity, lacks spatial coordinates. 53. In order to demystify the idea of an unerring, perpetual command, Wittgenstein conjures up limitless rails as ostensibly unswerving support for correct rule following. His point is that one should not, in this case, put one's trust in a yardstick-like procedure. Rules are immaterial constructs and do not afford direct, tangible guidance as rulers do. This is, however, not the whole story. The shortcomings of the TLP's treatment of measures, as discussed above, led Wittgenstein to realize the essential role played by intentions in the measuring process. A number of his Nachlass remarks address this issue. They also contain ideas strongly reminiscent of Hegel's views on measures. Common ground. Standard contemporary theories of measurement systems describe a structural interdependence between manifest events and observers. The system takes an input from given processes and delivers an output for the monitor. The purpose of the measurement system is to link the observer to the process. 54. In operational terms, this can be done by an information variable. The input to the measurement system is the true value of the variable, the system output is the measured value of the variable. Bentley 1995, p.5. The values are identical in a perfect measurement device. 55. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein emphasized, against this formalization, the inseparable interdependence of a measurement system's physical implementation and its quantitative output. The rule, according to Hegel, is a magnitude which is determinate in itself and serves to measure a quantum with a concrete existence which is other than the something of the rule. SL 2010, p.291. A crucial point in Hegel's ensuing dialectical treatment is that the two quanta involved are interacting with one another. There is no unilateral true variable to be gleaned from the target object of a measurement. The very notion of truth has to be reallocated with regard to the entire process, including effects exerted by the chosen instruments. Hegel's treatment of measures is an inconspicuous part of his SL, but the underlying motivation is forcefully expressed in the introduction to the earlier PS, in which he broadens the outlook to cover his entire philosophical enterprise. In view of the more deductive considerations found in the later book, Hegel's programmatic claims gain additional weight. Returning to the passage discussed in the second section of this chapter, this is how Hegel describes his version of a measurement system, that is to say the methodological superconstruct of consciousness. For consciousness is, on the one hand, consciousness of the object, and on the other, consciousness of itself, consciousness of what for it is the true, and consciousness of its knowledge of the truth. PS 1977, 85. The intuition, generalised from the simple activity of measuring with a ruler, is that it is impossible to extract some objective truth from the pervasive process of the ongoing personal experience typical of a self-conscious being. This intuition might strike one as excessively speculative, and none of this grandstanding is found in Wittgenstein. Yet the latter's remarks on measurement standards share Hegel's concern with the peculiarity of reflexive systems. Hegelian reflexivity is a universal moving force throughout his comprehensive system. Wittgenstein, on the other hand, is led to some of its features in the course of investigating selected phenomena. One incisive remark on the issue is built around the notion of rulers. Wittgenstein starts with an observation on temporality and verification. The stream of life, or the stream of the world, flows on and our propositions are so to speak verified only at instants. v. 48. This outlook is comparable to Hegel's epistemological setting in the PS insofar as it pits the contingency of individual truth claims against the aspiration of objective, matter-of-fact truth. If the world of data is timeless, how can we speak of it at all? Ibid. Wittgenstein's answer is a reflective move. To put it in Kantian terms, if sentences are thus verified, it is because they can be used for this purpose. In Wittgenstein's unassuming phrasing, so they must be so constructed that they can be verified by it. Ibid, emphasis mine, and here Wittgenstein's recourse to enabling conditions takes a decidedly non-idealist turn. Wittgenstein compares the spatio-temporal character of sentences to a ruler. We have seen that a ruler's particular nature consists in its being a hybrid device, its physical presence being inseparable from its normative employment. One cannot claim that length, an immaterial concept, can be determined in spite of a ruler's physicality. No, if a body has length, there can be no length without a body, and although I realize that in a certain sense only the ruler's length measures, what I put in my pocket still remains the ruler, the body, and isn't the length. Ibid. Measuring systems are of necessity put into practice, and one has to take into account, reflect upon, features of this implementation to get a comprehensive view of their nature. Even though words and sentences are, as I have argued, categorically distinct from rulers, Wittgenstein's simile makes an important point. Propositions, like yardsticks, operate on the basis of, in a manner of speaking, a body-mind synthesis. The finitude of spatio-temporal life has to be squared with concerns of a non-physical nature. Hegel and Wittgenstein, as it turns out, both pointed to examples of measuring practices to illustrate this insight. For Hegel, consciousness is, as we have seen, directed towards objects and simultaneously towards itself. It is because of this peculiar structure that it can switch roles between examination of an external object and of its own examining status. Dialectical knowledge consists in mediating between the way things present themselves and how they are comprehended. Compare the following notable deliberation by Wittgenstein: how does it express itself in measurement, whether I measure the measure or the table? I also sometimes check whether the measure is correct by using it to measure the table. MS 118, p.90, occasionally one checks the sun's position to determine whether a watch is working. This is, admittedly, not standard usage, but it cannot be dismissed as an irrelevant anomaly either. We have, on the contrary, hit upon a crucial feature of measures, the concealed side of standards I alluded to at the beginning. It is by virtue of the very nature of the devices discussed that this option is available. Wittgenstein is to the point: one cannot claim that measurement by a ruler functions in spite of its corporeality. A constitutive asymmetry has to be conceded. Not every stick is a measure, yardsticks are picked out by the abstract notion of a length. Yet length is, in this usage, itself an embodied concept. No evaluative authority is beyond evaluation. Wittgenstein's remark about using the table to check the measure is a paradigmatic example of a more general structure. Hegel puts the point in terms of the development of consciousness. Objects as they are in themselves are not what they are for consciousness, which has to adapt to its objects. But, Hegel argues, the object does not remain unaffected, since its nature is only accessible via conscious apprehension. The object is initially supposed to be the measure of correct recognition, but, in a striking passage, Hegel argues that this measure itself is altered by corrections on the apprehensive end. Since consciousness thus finds that its knowledge does not correspond to its object, the object itself does not stand the test. In other words, the criterion for testing is altered when that for which it was to have been the criterion fails to pass the test. PS. 85. This runs entirely counter to the conventional way of looking at things. The object of measurement should ordinarily not have a say in determining the correctness of the ruler's application. 56. According to this objection, Hegel is advocating shifting the goalposts in the middle of the game. Wittgenstein's role reversal between measure and table looks harmless compared with Hegel's general proposition that seems to willfully subvert the very concept of a measure. But the systematic impact of these considerations is equally important. Hegel continues the passage quoted above, and the testing is not only a testing of what we know, but also a testing of the criterion of what knowing is. Ibid. Subtract the story about consciousness and you get the Wittgensteinian idea of a role reversal in testing procedures. Wittgenstein does in fact discuss a hypothetical everyday case that precisely exemplifies what Hegel generalizes as autocorrection of consciousness on the basis of feedback. Imagine the scenario of an elastic ruler. How would we come into conflict with truth if our ruler's Zollstabby consisted of soft rubber instead of wood or steel? Well, we would not get to know the correct measure of the table. MS 117, pages 9f. Wittgenstein's answer to this obvious reply is, in a nutshell, that the underlying correctness is defined by using the rigid measure. If someone employs a non-standard procedure, she is thereby entitled to her own type of measurement. Her interlocutor protests, but then, this is no measurement at all. Wittgenstein's reply, certainly, it is not what we call to measure, but it may, depending on circumstances, also fulfill practical purposes. Ibid, the term is used in a different, albeit related, sense. It is, in fact, not difficult to imagine circumstances that call for a change of established techniques of measurement, when we are faced with unforeseen situations. 57 Hegel and Wittgenstein have both been accused, on the basis of such considerations, of disregard for objective truth. This complaint, voiced by practitioners of common measuring techniques, brings us back to the matter of interference between forms of knowledge that I raised at the beginning of this paper. Substantive comparisons, as distinct from associative impressions, demand a tertium comparationis. The present case calls for Hegel's and Wittgenstein's ideas about measures to be triangulated with their readers' understanding of the subject matter of their remarks. In the initial section, I indicated a discursive setting shared by both philosophers, namely their exploration of forms of knowledge. Taking up this thread, the question then becomes what concept of measure their addressees assume when they attempt to compare the given statements. At this point it becomes clear that the implied reader for these philosophers is the self-assured user of a particular evaluative regime. I hope to have shown that both Hegel and Wittgenstein took up the task of challenging one-sided views on standards by analyzing the logical infrastructure underlying their application. This finding should, however, be qualified with an important caveat stemming from a decisive difference between the discursive settings that the two authors chose. In Hegel, a philosopher meets ordinary opinions head-on, whereas Wittgenstein shifts the roles involved. His philosophy confronts traditional philosophy, cf. Augustine, on behalf of ordinary language. 58 The ensuing differences are just as striking as the point of contact we have been exploring. Hegel's PG rests on the confident assumption that philosophy, in dealing with our common notions of cognition, psychology, history, and culture, is able to transform these inputs into a consistent system, resolving contentious issues along the way. The price to pay is a heavy deployment of dialectics, which is not only an all-pervasive methodology, but also, in the end, an instrument for achieving universal cognitive closure. While Wittgenstein is basically silent on Hegel, it is obvious that his recourse to ordinary language is directed against the very attempts at system building of which his earlier self represents a prime example. I have downplayed this manifest discrepancy in order to emphasize a common concern, yet throughout this chapter I have made clear my skepticism towards Hegelian dialectics. It is, therefore, ironic that Wittgenstein's remarks on measures fall on the side of the Hegelian attempt to sit venia verbo deconstruct unwarranted assumptions about the working of standards. He is, along with Hegel, who at best pays lip service to common sense, no ordinary language philosopher after all. David Kolb. The Diamond Net, Metaphysics, Grammar, Ontologies. Abstract. In the introduction to his philosophy of nature, Hegel speaks of metaphysics as the entire range of the universal determinations of thought, as it were the diamond net into which everything is brought and thereby first made intelligible. Every educated consciousness has its metaphysics, an instinctive way of thinking. Both Wittgenstein and Hegel see our many languages and forms of life as constituted by different diamond nets of categories/grammars. I argue that both Wittgenstein and Hegel take a non-reductive attitude toward this plurality of local ontologies, but that they disagree about what that plurality implies for history and philosophy. Their disagreements come in part from their differing choice of examples, influenced by atomism and holism. Even more, their disagreements stem from divergent notions about the structure and mode of being of those diamond nets. During the discussion, I distinguish three uses of the word ontology, and I ask each thinker about what might improve the other's philosophical project. Invitation. I have invited Wittgenstein and Hegel to walk with me for a while. We go to a hilltop overlooking the disputed land of ontology and metaphysics, with its famous Baroque castles in the air and its scenic historic ruins visited by busloads of students every year, as well as the land's sleek modern factories and austere monuments. This may seem an unlikely place to bring Hegel and Wittgenstein together. Hegel feels at home with the fantastic architectures and bizarre constructions in the land of ontology. After all, he wrote one of the earliest guidebooks for those visiting the area, as well as a handbook for those seeking citizenship there. But Wittgenstein finds the area distasteful, a land of traps and illusions. He would prefer a simplified house in Vienna, or an ordinary flat in England, or a friend's house in America. There, in October 1949, conversing with its Koch Bosma, Wittgenstein praised the logical work of Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, but he scorned Whitehead's later move into ontology and metaphysics. Bosma recounts that Wittgenstein said Whitehead was good once, before he became a high priest and a charlatan, Bosma 1986, p.49. We know that Wittgenstein could wield contempt like a sword, often wounding himself. Hegel's grand schemes should also earn that contempt. Yet on this walk together I will try to persuade the two thinkers that they share certain projects, even though their paths do diverge. Our diamond nets. I have structured our discussion using an excerpt from Hegel's introduction to his philosophy of nature. Metaphysics is nothing else but the entire range of the universal determinations of thought, as it were the diamond net into which everything is brought and thereby first made intelligible. Every educated consciousness has its metaphysics, an instinctive way of thinking, the absolute power within us of which we become master only when we make it in turn the object of our knowledge. Philosophy in general has, as philosophy, other categories than those of the ordinary consciousness. All education reduces to the distinction of categories. All revolutions, in the sciences no less than in world history, originate solely from the fact that spirit, in order to understand and comprehend itself with a view to possessing itself, has changed its categories, comprehending itself more truly, more deeply, more intimately, and more in unity with itself. EPN 1830, 246a. Both Wittgenstein and Hegel observe the nets of categories that we use to structure our experience of the world. Diamond-like, transparent, are these Kant's categories? Or are they those of Hegel's logic? Yes, Hegel is aiming in that direction, but no, in this paragraph he has other categories in mind. In the text surrounding the excerpt above, Hegel draws a contrast between the categories used in the physics of his day and the categories used in the philosophy of nature. He is talking about the nets used to organize experience, even when those categories lack the pure diamond character of his logic. Wittgenstein would not speak of diamond nets, but he does speak of grammars and their nets of internally related concepts. He distinguishes between statements showing internal relations and statements expressing empirical relations and causal connections. Point 59. Furthermore, if every educated consciousness has its metaphysics, then there are many diamond nets. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein describe the nets of concepts and practices they find in the world. These nets can be, as Hegel says, instinctive, that is, not constructed self-consciously. In his philosophy of nature and spirit, Hegel describes organisms' growing abilities to discriminate, and their many stages of developing self-awareness. He finds many diamond nets in history, politics, and art, and tries to understand and master them. Wittgenstein for his part finds multiple language games, many grammatical nets in our forms of life, most not consciously planned. We must learn not to be mastered by them or by the pictures they suggest. Local ontologies. These diamond nets are often referred to these days as local ontologies. We can ask about the ontology of a database, or of a computer game, or of a bureaucratic procedure. What types of entities are taken as significant, and what are their relationships, connections, and the rules for moves allowed with them? What is the repertory of objects to be discussed? How are they to be connected or used or played with? Such diamond nets allow us to classify objects, or make moves in a game, or study a social phenomenon. For instance, slab, brick, carry, put on the pile. The rook moves along the board in straight lines forward or sideways. Temperature, humidity, and barometric readings are recorded hourly in the database, correlated with the velocity and direction of the wind. The 19th century novels on this list will be analyzed in terms of the connections between their characters' actions and the locations where those actions occur. Ontologies, in this sense, develop naturally, but also by planning and regimentation. There are many ontologies. They do not need to compete with one another, although they can be rivals, as when we choose among different databases for analyzing economic history, or among rival conventions for playing a game of bridge, or different constitutions for a new city charter. These ontologies are pragmatic in the sense that they are tried and tested in our interactions with the world. They are not philosophically self-aware or certified. Nor do they need to be. Universal ontology. To help clarify the different ways Hegel and Wittgenstein deal with the nets of categories and rules that structure language in action, I want to link the older usage of the word ontology in philosophy with its newer usage in information sciences. In philosophy, ontology names a very old investigation, though the word itself was not applied to that investigation until later on. In the 300s BCE, Aristotle's students collected his essays into groups. The first essay in the group on logic and argument was called Categories. There Aristotle offered a list of the basic kinds of entities we can speak about. 60. In another set of essays, Aristotle took the list from the categories and studied the basic features that any existing being must possess in order to be real. Aristotle called this investigation first philosophy, but his students named these essays metaphysics. The usual explanation is that they placed those essays after a group of essays on changes and processes in the material world, a group they called physics, from physica, natural things. But besides meaning after, the Greek meta can also mean beyond. So, whether or not it was intended, metaphysics soon took on the meaning beyond physics, because first philosophy studied the basic properties of any being, material or immaterial, concrete or abstract. Recently given a New Age twist, this meaning has resulted in the many exotic books found on the metaphysics shelves in bookstores, which is one reason why philosophers today often use the word ontology as a safer term for Aristotle's first philosophy in its modern guises. The word ontology appeared in late medieval times and first came into English in the 1500s. It combines the Greek words for being, onto, and study, logos, to name the study of being as such, the study of the basic qualities of any entity. Ontology then came to designate not only the investigation but also the doctrines developed in that investigation. For instance, Descartes, Newton, and Leibniz argued about the laws of motion, and historians noticed how each thinker was relying on a different notion of what it meant to count something as real. They had different ontologies. Through the years, philosophers tried many different methods in their search for the basic properties shared by all entities. They generalized from everyday observation and the grammar of their languages. They searched their minds for what seemed to them intuitively first or most basic concepts. They studied the sciences of their day. Then in 1774 Immanuel Kant reformulated the old question what are the properties any being must have in order to be real, into the question what are the categories any language must use in order to successfully designate and describe an entity. What necessary basic categories of thought and actions of synthesis are required for a mind to assert a statement about an object? Kant argued for a particular list of basic categories and mental actions. Throughout the 19th century his successors worked on his lists and his theory of mental activity. Some sought to bolster his arguments for one universal set of categories while others argued for historically varying lists of categories. Meanwhile, logicians were developing new formalese tools and notations that allowed them to systematize the sprawling patterns of logical argument. They then realized that their search for the most basic and economical logical concepts and operations paralleled Kant's search for the necessary structures of all thought. For information science's current use of the word ontology, the decisive turn came in the 1930s when Stanislaw Lasniewski and other Polish logicians were constructing systems of axioms, definitions, and rules that they hoped would provide the foundation for clarifying and analyzing any language. They named their set of highest-level categories and rules ontology. These rules prescribed what objects were and how they could be spoken about. So, ontology came to designate systems of rules that enable classification and communication. With computer programming based on logical tools, information scientists began using ontology to describe systems for analyzing and recording information. New ranges of words began to be used with ontology. Using Google's Ngram tool, you can track the growth of phrases such as ontology mapping, ontology and the semantic web, and ontological reduction. Reducing local ontologies. The dispute among Kant's successors about whether there is one universal category or historically diverse sets of categories then reappeared in disputes over universal versus local ontologies. Due to their ability to construct many different logical systems, logicians often accepted a multiplicity of ontologies. But many philosophers were not so sure. Once the scientific revolution challenged the ultimacy of the objects of ordinary perception, local vocabularies began to be questioned. It became important for philosophers to figure out what was real. This mode of doing ontology was enriched with 20th-century tools of linguistic and logical analysis, theories of reference, model theory, and the like. Nowadays, when pursuing materialist or naturalistic goals, the basic set of entities is usually supposed to be provided by the latest and best science, as both Quine and Sellers argue in their different ways. There are whole libraries filled with books and articles disputing about how to perform these reductions. Wittgenstein, however, refuses to play that game. Perhaps surprisingly, Hegel too refuses the game of reductionism. But wait a minute, you may object, isn't Hegel the complete reductionist? Doesn't he claim that there is only one truly real entity, Geist, spirit? Yes, at times he does say things like that, but he does not mean this as a theory of reductionist reference. You cannot understand what he is saying until you understand spirit's mode of existence. For Hegel does not think spirit exists as an immediate present object, a simple factual presence. He argues that any simple factual presence, on any level, results from complex internal mediations and ongoing interactions. Spirit is not a block entity, a big fact, not a Bradleyan absolute. It is an ongoing self-reflective process. A process in what, we might ask, but Hegel argues strenuously that that is precisely the wrong question. One of the goals of his phenomenology and logic is to eliminate any possibility of an external view of spirit, as if it were an object we study rather than the act and structure of studying itself. Is that so different from Wittgenstein's refusal to let philosophy make absolute ontological claims? Let us see. To do so, we need to return to that first and oldest use of ontology. Reality as such. The study Aristotle called first philosophy examines being qua being, to on he on. It seeks categories that can be used to study the entities revealed in any local language or form of life. Aristotle has a set of conceptual tools. These include his list of the basic categories of entities, substance, quantity, quality, and relation, plus his concepts of the four causes, matter, and form, and above all his notions of actuality and potentiality. Using these he can analyze historical change, biological reproduction, the writing of poetry, the growth of cities and political structures. He describes the being of entities on many different levels, he does not reduce everything to one single level. So, for instance, when attacking Plato, he does not reduce Plato's universal forms to nominalist collections of individuals. Instead, he argues that the mode of being of Plato's forms, the way they are supposed to exist, renders them powerless to achieve the functions that Plato thought demanded their existence. When he discusses pre-Socratic theories of the nature of matter, he argues that the modes of being for their proposed basic entities are not capable of accounting for the orderly regular actualization of natural processes. Hegel too does ontology in this Aristotelian mode. He is not trying to produce the ultimate list of the truly basic entities. Hegel's logic does not produce an ontology in the reductionist sense, but rather a set of categories that can be used to analyze and clarify any local ontology. Hegel's toolbox includes the categories developed in the third section of his logic, the doctrine of the concept. These involve multiple permutations and involuted combinations of the universal/particular/individual aspects of things, keyed to the traditional logical terms of judgments and syllogisms. He uses these categories to analyze space and time, the solar system, the types of rocks, biological processes, the levels of subjectivity, the different branches of government, and on, including a self-reflective account of the genesis of these tools themselves. This crystalline sequence of categories does not precipitate into a final reductive list, it culminates in a self-aware motion of categories which can be used to criticize, or to locate at an appropriate level, any local categories. None are denied, but they are put in their place. Local ontologies get swept up into the motion but then are left where they are. Different local ontologies continue to function but within an awareness of their limitations. Locations. Neither of those terms is quite correct because they suggest some kind of static whole where each local ontology is a piece in a jigsaw puzzle. Hegel's proclaimed absolute knowledge and the absolute idea provide no list of the final objects. Instead, they bring a self-comprehension of the process of developing local ontologies within the activity of spirit, while revealing the form of that activity. Hegel usually lets local ontologies be, noting their inadequacies. However, if he sees someone trying to draw from inadequate categories practical conclusions concerning ethics, art, politics, or education, then he applies corrections. To criticize, say, a proposal about the legislature of a city, he will do what Aristotle did, namely, present the concepts from the rival theory, show their inadequacies and inner tensions, and then provide a better recommendation based on his own account of how the universal/particular/individual aspects of things mutually constitute each other. And if he thinks a practical issue is serious enough, he will criticize the rival theory in a contemptuous tone that Wittgenstein would recognize. Mastering the nets. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein want us to become aware of our diamond nets, our instinctive ways of thinking, and become master, when we make them in turn the object of our knowledge, EPN 1830, 246a. They both want us to find a new freedom with our ways of thinking and speaking, even as we realize how we are constituted by them. Diamond nets are not infinitely pliable. They have their own constraints. We become their masters only when we realize that they are not our arbitrary creations. The master potter knows his or her clay and kiln, and the sculptor knows what marble can and cannot do. Wittgenstein wants us to become master craftsmen, understanding what our language can and cannot do, what changes we can and cannot make. Hegel too hopes for such sensitive awareness of our situation and concepts, though he pictures this awareness arising through unique, purer experiences of thought. Hegel conducts exercises in studying and manipulating ontological concepts, feeling out their connections and movements, their flexibilities and their resistances, coming to understand the pattern of movement that is their mode of being. So, when Hegel looks out over the fabled land of metaphysics, he sees antique constructions that were believed by their architects to be solid but whose structures are riven with inner tensions. But he also perceives how the architect's tools are being refined. If Hegel can plan the right path among those castles and ruins, and properly reveal the architectural changes in each design, a traveler on that path can come to see how the diamond nets grew subtler and, upon reaching the final palace, the traveler will find in its corridors and rooms the self-comprehension of the traveler's own path and the principles behind its design. We could perhaps speak of these tortuous explorations as a kind of philosophical therapy. Hegel sets us exercises in working through negativity, accepting change, reconciling us with our situation, freeing us from constricting modes of thought and action. One-sided questions get pushed aside, dualities are transcended, just as therapy is supposed to do. Hegel's desired effect resembles Wittgenstein's linguistic therapy insofar as it dispels illusion, turning us away from fruitless quests that we think we must follow because we are under the spell of inadequate categories. Objections. At this point in our walk together, Wittgenstein can hold silent no longer. He erupts, Kalb, no. I protest. I don't accept your parallels. Hegel and I see the history of ontology and metaphysics very differently. He may see an optimistic progress, but I see a wasteland littered with wrecked projects and elusive monuments, with mazes of confusion amid the ruins. And then, you see him trying to offer some total vision of spirit that can encompass all that diverse wreckage. But that total vision of spirit is just another trap, trying to domesticate my ideas and lock my philosophical practice in a systematic cage. And even worse, to continue the insults, you have the nerve to try to make my philosophical therapy and Hegel's dialectical manipulations sound like they have the same goal. No. You miss the crucial difference. I lead the fly out of the fly bottle. Hegel constructs a more intricate bottle to more deeply imprison the fly. True therapy is to let the fly go free. Before I can reply to this outburst, Hegel grumbles, Wittgenstein, what kind of freedom are you offering the fly? The open space outside any bottle still has its own geometry and curvature. Our logical space is finite and closes in upon itself. True freedom consists in moving with the natural curves of that space, not in some illusory infinite openness where all directions of flight are arbitrary and meaningless. Basic disagreements. Wittgenstein begins a heated reply about geometry, but I interject, gentlemen, calm down, be patient. I suggest that your disagreements have two deep roots. First, you choose very different sorts of examples, and second, you have different notions about the weave of the diamond nets on which your examples are strung. They turn on me for explanation, and I say, Wittgenstein, your examples tend to be simple language games, slab, promise and so on. I know that these are deliberately simplified and meant to show how to approach more complex modes of living and speaking. But they set the tone. Your simple language games echo the atomic simple objects of your tractatus, each independent and self-sufficient. You suggest a picture of simple language games, each more or less complete, that get assembled into more complex social roles and forms of life. To clarify my point, I recall how when I taught at the University of Chicago, Paul Ricoeur and I led a number of courses together on Hegel and on Nietzsche. Once, when we were discussing the then current analytic philosophy of action by Donald Davidson and others, Paul argued that those philosophers had chosen the wrong kind of examples. They sought to understand the nature of intentional actions by focusing on so-called basic actions such as raising one's arm. Paul argued that such examples were impoverished. Philosophers of action should have taken as their examples full-bodied episodes of action such as starting the French Revolution or living in the feudal system. Those examples are movements within what Hegel called shapes of spirit. These are not wholes assembled out of already individualized components. They are complex unities inside of which their component sub-actions achieve their individuality. For Hegel, a small example might be the operations of a national legislature or a city court system. So, I tell Hegel and Wittgenstein, you speak at cross purposes when you cite concrete examples of diamond nets. Furthermore, I add, your deepest disagreement is that Hegel affirms and Wittgenstein denies that the weaving of those diamond nets produces, and depends on, internal tensions and contradictions. Hegel claims that these inner tensions have two sources. The first is that the individual diamonds in the net are not independent units. They depend on their net of connections. This Wittgenstein could agree with, given his notion of internal relations. But for Hegel there is more. The diamond net is not a static framework of fixed relationships. Apparently simple categories, such as form versus content, individual versus universal, thing versus qualities, contain twists and mediations. Even and especially the most abstract ontological categories, such as being, unity or thing, achieve their apparent simplicity only within ongoing mediations through other categories. In the first part of Hegel's logic, categories that are supposed to be rigidly separated keep slipping over into something else. In the second part, categories that are supposed to be locked in clear dualities cannot maintain their separations. In the third part, categories come in triads that refuse to settle into a clear hierarchy or primacy. There is no first, each member is both primary and mediated. These shifts and mediations are not a run-up to an eventual static net, rather, they are the way in which the categories dynamically exist. Hegel's second source of a diamond net's internal tensions is a fold or doubling within a shape of spirit, bringing change and revolutions. In the introduction to his phenomenology, Hegel claims that any form of conscious awareness directed at an object includes an implicit self-comprehension of that intended object and what consciousness must do to reach that object. Later he argues that forms of consciousness concretely exist only within social shapes of spirit. And those shapes depend on the same inner doubling, a self-comprehension of the shape's inner project of a social world and its mode of attaining mutual recognition. This twists an inner fold along which a shape of spirit can fracture when it fails to find itself at home in the world it projects. Changes and revolutions. Hegel and Wittgenstein might agree that all education, Bildung, reduces to the distinction of categories, as long as the associated practices are counted as well. Wittgenstein would add, though, that for him, our grammars, for instance, the grammar of the Get Me a Slab game, or of our talk about colors, or the rules of chess, have as diamond nets no contradictions, no internal pressure for change. But equally, he insists that they can produce contradictions and confusions if we misunderstand what grammar is, or confuse reports on grammar with empirical reports. Furthermore, Wittgenstein insists that in use a given diamond net may prove unsatisfactory. Our color talk could prove inadequate for discussing a painting by Caravaggio. Or, while the rules of chess contain no inner tension, playing actual games of chess might not go as we would like. If that happens, we can change the game. The move called castling, allowing king and rook to be moved at the same time, was perhaps introduced to speed up the game or provide more excitement. Yet Wittgenstein asserts that there is no built-in self-understanding that would direct the changes in the game's rules. Quite other rules could have been introduced, and the game could have been altered in many different creative ways. Hegel insists that the problem goes deeper. The diamond nets within shapes of spirit make distinctions that cannot be maintained, and define unions that cannot be achieved, not just because the world is recalcitrant, but because at heart the net's concepts secretly depend upon and move into one another. The owl of Minerva does not suddenly wake up and show us the inadequacies of our concepts. Structural changes do not start from armchair reflection. Change comes when internal tensions reveal the inadequacies of a structure of lived experience. In the dialectic of master and slave, it is the productive labor of the slave that provides in practice a new kind of self that then can be philosophically conceptualized. For instance, later in his phenomenology Hegel analyzes the structure of a post-feudal absolute monarch's royal court, such as France's ancien regime. The courtier's life brings dependence, struggle for recognition and constant demands for elegance and wit, yet no substantive social goals. This creates in practice a new kind of unrooted, active but pointless ironic self. Combined with its cousin, an earnest enlightened self-fighting superstition, a new social role is created, one committed to the revolutionary demand for absolute freedom. 61. It is not that the ancien regime for some contingent reason could not manage to deliver the identities and self-affirmations it promised. It had a social grammar that defined what is to count as being a recognized and affirmed individual in that particular community. but that grammar's diamond net was woven out of particular versions of more abstract categories: form and content, individual and society, freedom and duty. Taken in themselves, these categories are not static abstract structures contemplated by a pure eye. They are schemes for active thinking grasping together other active graspings. They exist in the act of bringing together opposed subsidiary categories. Their internal tensions are revealed when individuals are unable to verify themselves in the community. The old shape of spirit fails to produce its proposed type of mutually recognized individuals at home in their world. The outline of that failure prefigures a new shape of spirit. In the process, a social grammar that defines certain key oppositions mutates into a new social grammar with new oppositions, each side of which includes in tension elements of both sides of the older oppositions. Hegel calls this determinate negation. It is crucial to the necessity of his dialectic and is one of the more valuable, and more vulnerable, parts of his philosophy. Wittgenstein's examples, on the other hand, have less historical depth and provide no intermediate-sized social or historical concepts to guide changes. So, Jean-François Lyotard can read Wittgenstein as claiming that the creation of new language games and forms of life happens through discontinuous creative leaps with no guidance except a sense of value that cannot be put into words. 62. At this point in our discussion, Hegel wants to return to his comment about the natural geometry and curvature of logical space, with its implications for history and liberation. But I break off our discussion. For we are here up against another fundamental issue, the status of ontological and categorical/grammatical analysis. How do the contours and movements of thought and language relate to those of things in the world? That discussion could get very noisy, but I have been implying that Hegel and Wittgenstein may not be as far apart on this issue as so many of their feuding descendants think they must be. Parting words. As they part, neither philosopher is happy with my attempts to force them together. But each now understands better what the other was trying to do, although each still disapproves of the other's project. Before they go their separate ways, I ask them to offer a suggestion each thinks might improve the other's philosophical project. Hegel urges Wittgenstein to look more closely at his examples, at how they live within larger cultural units that bring their supposed independence into question, and at how they contain inner tensions. He suggests Wittgenstein look carefully at what we do when we combine and coordinate language games, and how that combining is not a matter of assembling atomic units. Wittgenstein in his turn asks Hegel to consider that he might be being led astray by a picture. A picture of a pure self-developing totality of diamond nets. A picture of the transparency of pure thought to itself. A picture of a single great narrative or action being accomplished. He urges the great proponent of history to face up to the historicity of his own philosophy's language and self-understanding. 63. When they leave, Hegel returns to his post on the bridge between the land of ontology and the world of politics. Wittgenstein returns to his ordinary life. And we ourselves, here and now, go on with our ordinary philosophic lives, trying to find trustworthy paths and adequate shelters amid the mazes of philosophy today, whose paths owe many of their twists to our two recent companions. Jonathan L. Shaheen. The Communitarian Wittgenstein and Brandam's Hegel on Recognition and Social Constitution. Abstract. This paper critically pushes back against social constitution arguments that scholars have found in Wittgenstein and Hegel. Where the communitarian Wittgenstein holds that the normativity of meaning depends on intersubjective agreement within a language community, and where Brandam's Hegel holds that the emergence of self-consciousness depends on intersubjective recognition, I argue that the intersubjective element per se is inessential to the solutions provided. Against the communitarian Wittgenstein, I argue that the social element contributes too little to be necessary. Diachronic, intrasubjective agreement provides everything intersubjective agreement does. Against Brandam's Hegel, I argue that the social element requires so much to be able to contribute anything that it, too, turns out to be unnecessary. The substantial powers that have to be built in for symmetric and transitive relations of recognition to be possible themselves allow for the possibility of the emergence of self-consciousness without social interaction. Hegel and Wittgenstein have both been read as giving powerful arguments for the social constitution of philosophically central entities that are in a certain sense analogous. Taking Hegel first, on Robert Brandam's reading of the self-consciousness chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel argues that reflexive self-consciousness can only arise through a transitive and symmetric relation of recognition. That is, one can only become self-conscious, on Brandam's reading of Hegel, by being recognized as a recognizer by another recognizer whose recognitions one recognizes as such. This recognition-based requirement means that self-consciousness as such is socially constituted, at least according to Brandam's Hegel. Turning now to Wittgenstein, on a communitarian reading of the private language argument in Philosophical Investigations, Wittgenstein argues that the standards of correctness implicated by the normativity of meaning can only consist in the intersubjective agreement of a community of language users. That is, one can only become a language user, on the communitarian reading of Wittgenstein, by being recognized as competent by the members of a linguistic community. This recognition-based requirement means that the normativity of meaning as such is socially constituted, at least according to the communitarian Wittgenstein. Though I wrote the preceding paragraph so as to emphasize the analogy between Brandam's Hegel and the communitarian Wittgenstein on recognition and social constitution, here I want to probe the arguments for differences. A first difference concerns the anti-Hegelian, or, at least, anti-Brandomian, theory of mind entertained at points of Wittgenstein's private language argument. As I read 258 of Philosophical Investigations, the text around which my discussion of Wittgenstein will revolve, Wittgenstein does not go nearly as far as Brandam's Hegel. The problem Wittgenstein discerns with private language is supposed to arise for a diarist with an intention to use a sign in a certain way, that is, for an already constituted and mental, if not linguistic, rule-following mind. The central question is whether the diarist can establish a meaning for a sign for a private sensation that leaves open the possibility that the diarist will make mistakes in its application. But nothing here requires understanding the diarist's mind itself as socially constituted, and in that respect Brandam's Hegel goes farther than the private language argument on its communitarian reading. A second difference concerns the success of a certain individualist response to the social constitution arguments of Brandam's Hegel and the communitarian Wittgenstein. In particular, I explore whether relations between different time slices of a single mind can stand in for genuine social contributions. It is unclear, in Wittgenstein's case, what is gained by positing intersubjective agreement, in a broad sense of agreement, encompassing a form of life, going on in the same way, etc., over and above diachronic intrasubjective agreement, again in the broad sense of agreement, that is, over and above agreement, in the broad sense, between different time slices of an individual. But in the case of Brandam's Hegel, as already mentioned, it is not just agreement with what a putative language user does that intersubjectivity brings to the table, but the constitution of the recognitional subject itself. If this is right, then the answer to the question of the private language argument may turn on the question that Brandam's Hegel answers in the master-slave dialectic. That is, insofar as using a private language requires self-consciousness, Brandam's Hegel is in the position of supplying a more fundamental argument against the possibility of a private language. My criticism of the argument Brandam finds in Hegel here will be in some measure the inverse of my criticism of the communitarian Wittgenstein. Whereas communitarianism buys the Wittgensteinian so little that it can be had for the cost of individual time slices, the socialite Brandam is selling costs so much that the resources it takes to buy it can equally well purchase self-consciousness with no social contribution whatsoever. That is, an entity that has the particular powers of recognition required to get socially constituted self-consciousness off the ground in the way Brandam suggests can just as well become self-conscious by interacting individualistically with the world, using only those powers of recognition admitted by Brandam himself. 1. Intersubjective and diachronic agreement. First, Wittgenstein. Consider the following gloss of the private language argument and its supposed communitarian upshot. What is missing for the private linguist is a standard in comparison with which our Robinson Crusoe or solipsistic neurasthenic can be found wanting. There is only the long-suffering hermit's own unrivaled and therefore unimpeachable use of signs. One would like to say, whatever is going to seem correct to me, that is, the private language user is correct. And that only means that here we can't talk about correct. Pi 2009, 258, p.99a. A community of language users, however, might agree or disagree with the linguistic usage of one of its would-be members. The social component here is simply the possibility of agreement or disagreement, which allows us to talk about correct, as it were. Point 64, as Meredith Williams put the idea. The origin of normativity, then, lies in the agreement that creates the place for standards and in the possibility of deviation from the actions of the community that hold the standard in place. Williams, 1999, p.177. To be clear, by agreement here, something more than just making an explicit positive judgment is meant. The community participates in a social practice, sharing a form of life in which the individual language user can participate. It is the practice, the form of life, that the community brings to the table. Nevertheless, if the solution to the private language argument requires only the possibility of agreement or disagreement, even in this expansive sense of agreement, that is, if the solution requires only a form of life to serve as a standard of correctness, then the social element is inessential to the solution. Cf. Goldfarb, 1985, pages 482, 484. For a single individual, participating alone in a standard-giving form of life, can agree or disagree with past time slices of herself as regards her usage of a sign for a private sensation. Point 65. The suggestion that time slices of an individual might suffice to compose a linguistic community is not new. Point 66. The basic idea is that, whatever conditions are thought to be required of a plurality of individuals in order for them to constitute a linguistic community whose agreement and disagreement can contribute to the establishment of linguistic meaning, those very conditions are plausibly fulfilled by time slices of an individual. Point 67. Here those conditions are taken to be participation in a standard-giving form of life. The crucial claim is that time slices of an individual can share in the same form of life, even when there is diachronic, intrapersonal disagreement over a particular deployment of a sign. Cf. Cush, 2006, p.39. Changes in form of life are unnecessary, in particular, for coming to judge that one's past deployments were due to perceptual distortions, slips of the tongue, or even mistakes about the meaning of the sign. Point 68. This claim should be uncontroversial in the first two cases. Point 69. But in the last case, it is controversial. Baron, 1992, p.35, suggests that mistakes about meaning require a social element, viz., the behavior, environment, and history of a community. Baron, 1992, thinks that these community features mediate the transformation of a teleological norm, which is concerned with the accomplishment of some end, into a linguistic norm, which is concerned with meaning. While Baron, 1992, is arguing against the possibility of a solitary language, I want to argue that mistakes about meaning can be recognized even for a private language, and so a fortiori for a solitary language. Point 70. Consider the following scenario. A subject experiences a series of three feelings, separated in time. The subject initially takes the second feeling to be the same as the first, and so to fall within the extension of the sign she has introduced to pick out feelings that are the same as the first. But then the subject experiences the third feeling, which is particularly striking in one respect. This third feeling is striking in the respect that it is vividly experienced as being more like the first feeling than the second, in retrospect, was. The similarity between the first two feelings then pales in comparison with the similarity between the first and third feelings. The subject thus gains reason to think that the second feeling, previously taken to be the same as the first feeling, was actually different in some relevant respect. Such an individual can then disagree with the past time slices of herself that took the second feeling to be the same as the first. She should thus abandon her earlier view that the second feeling falls in the extension of the relevant sign, not because of some perceptual distortion or slip of the tongue, but because she judges herself to have been wrong about the sign's meaning. Notice that an individual, who has the epistemic advantages provided by her own memory, is better positioned than her community to decide whether she made a mistake about meaning or instead changed the underlying practice. But even in the midst of her conviction that her earlier use of the sign was mistaken and her newfound identification of similarity between the first and third feelings, a circumspect diarist might well come to doubt her certainty about the third feeling being like the first. Maybe she is rewriting history, misremembering the first feeling and conflating it with the more recent and striking third one. For readers to whom this seems far-fetched, just consider the variance over time in the claims of your nearest melodramatic friend about whether or not he was in love with a given person at a given time. For readers with only more stoic friends or who demand somewhat greater precision in examples, just consider the discussion of the coffee tasters Chase and Sanborn in the Seventh Intuition Pump of Dennett, 1988. I take it that the possibility of doubt can arise even for the diarist tracking the reoccurrences of his own pains. But Wittgenstein says, in the passage of 258 already quoted above, that one would like to say that there is no difference between the diarist seeming correct and his being correct. As McNally, 2017, notes, 258 presents at most a fragment of an argument, because it does not tell us why one should want to say this. Some scholars have read Wittgenstein as here applying a previously established conclusion to the effect that linguistic normativity is essentially social, but McNally, 2017, points out that such a procedure would be at odds with Wittgenstein's own metaphilosophical aversion to constructing arguments and theorizing, see Ibid, ch4, especially p.110. The argument is also just uninteresting to the extent that it depends on some verificationist principle or other, as some have thought. 71 I want to suggest that in fact Wittgenstein is not importing a conclusion drawn elsewhere, but just reporting an intuition about the case, namely, the intuition that there seems to be no room to consider someone to be wrong about her own sensations. 72. This intuition seems very plausible if Wittgenstein is read as having taken on board something of a Russellian assumption, though one that we would do well to reject. This is the assumption that we can perfectly re-identify our own sense data, and it is not a far cry from the kind of infallibilism about sense data present in Russell's early epistemology, e.g., in Russell, 1912, and Russell, 1913. 73 For Russell held that sense data are perfectly known, through that most secure of epistemic relations, acquaintance. Taking Wittgenstein to have a notion of sense data as perfectly known in mind helps to make sense of the otherwise puzzling feature of 258 of Philosophical Investigations that Wittgenstein reports that one would like to say there is no difference between seeming right and being right. That feature is otherwise puzzling because, absent such a notion of sense data, there is very little temptation to want to deny that there is such a difference. 74. Indeed, insofar as we should believe in sense data or qualia, we should not take ourselves to be able to re-identify them perfectly. 75 This was, in part, the point of the scenario considered above, but it is also easy to experience directly. Look at some patch of color near you, look away, then look at it again. Any initial confidence you might have that the color appears exactly the same to you ebbs upon repetition of this experiment. I submit that you have no idea whatsoever if the color experience is the same across viewings. A flickering light or moving shadow might secure assent to this claim. But even in perfect laboratory conditions, as it were, confidence ebbs. If there are qualia, this need not mean that there is no fact of the matter as to whether the color experience really was the same. Insofar as you attempt to deploy a sign to pick out one qualia or another, as the diarist of 258 intends to do, there may well be a fact of the matter about whether you deploy the sign correctly on subsequent occasions. So, one ought not want to say that whatever seems to the private language user to be correct is correct. The private language user can make mistakes, even about the meaning of her own signs. To give the barest indication of how correctness can arise for an individual more generally, let me briefly describe the Platonist theory of the constitution of meaning that I actually prefer. On that theory, the language user helps to determine which deployments of a sign are paradigmatic, and the sign then gets its meaning on the basis of which referents out in the world best fit the usage. I prefer, that is, a projectivist account of the selection of paradigmatic deployments, and a Lewisian account of eligibility for reference. Point 76. Here one commonly meets the metaphor of reference magnetism. That metaphor is nevertheless inadequate, on my view, to the extent that sometimes it is use itself that determines that a referent should be maximally eligible. That is, sometimes we use words with a semantic intention to pick out a natural kind, as in the cases of fish and mammal. Point 77. It is thus the existence of semantic intentions, and not something like magnetism, that explains how the meaning of fish could remain unchanged by the discovery that whales are mammals. To be clear, my positive view involves an out-and-out denial of one of the purported lessons of philosophical investigations. David Pearce counts the following as, in Barry Stroud's phrase, a recurrent theme of that work: we do not, and cannot, rely on any instant talisman, and the meanings of our words are not guaranteed by any independent pattern already existing in the world and waiting for language to be attached to it. 78. If I might pluck a contrary slogan from a different Germanophone philosopher of roughly the same period, I would reply with this encapsulation of my view: Den Bedeutung Wachsen Wort zu. Heidegger 1926, p.161, 79. But the details of my positive theory are beside the immediate point about the communitarian response to Wittgenstein. The immediate point is just that whatever is gained by the appeal to community is just as well provided by diachronic reflection among time slices of an individual. Maybe agreement alone, in the expansive sense of having the same form of life, isn't enough. If so, the communitarian is wrong. Or rather, maybe what has to be presupposed to get agreement off the ground is an existing rule-following practice. On the communitarian picture, a community of rule followers agrees or disagrees with the usage of a putative individual rule follower. According to the diachronic response, an individual agrees or disagrees with her past usage. But does she have to be a rule follower to do this? According to my positive theory, she is. After all, she projects paradigmatic rule constraining status onto certain privileged uses, and then eligibility facts, that is, facts about the world, fix what rule is being followed on the basis of these privileged uses. The positive theory even mentions semantic intentions to pick out, for example, natural kinds. But an adequate response to Wittgenstein might be thought to require more than the grounding of meaning in the interaction between an individually constituted, rule-following, even, semantic intention-having, mind and the world. The extent to which this adequacy condition that a successful individualist response to the private language argument would have to get linguistic rule-following off the ground without presupposing other, non-linguistic rule-following behavior is present in Wittgenstein's texts is unclear. The opening of Pi 2009, 258 reads as follows. Let's imagine the following case. I want to keep a diary about the recurrence of a certain sensation. To this end I associate it with the sign S and write the sign in a calendar for every day on which I have the sensation. Here already we have a mind with a certain semantic intention, private though its subject matter may be. Wittgenstein denies the possibility of a distinction between seeming right and being right even in this case, so the private language argument cannot rest entirely on the claim that mental rule following is required in order to get linguistic rule following off the ground. Even mental rule following is supposed to be insufficient. There is a parallel worth noting here between what Wittgenstein's texts suggest and the picture of the emergence of language present in the 1928 lecture of Brouwer's that brought Wittgenstein back to philosophy. 80 Language, for Brouwer, is in general no more than a means of will transmission, a function of the social activity of man. Brouwer 1929, p.48. The invention of language by the mathematician is preceded by languageless mathematical activity of the mind. It is only when the mathematician, who is already possessed of a rule-following mind, wants to remind himself or compel others to perform the constructions that he has already performed, that he introduces language. The use of language fundamentally to compel appears prominently in the builder's language game of philosophical investigations. The introduction of a linguistic symbol to serve the purpose of some pre-existing, rule-following mind, with its echoes of the Brewerian conception of language, is present even at the heart of the private language argument in 258.81. But contra Brouwer, I take it, Wittgenstein doesn't think language can get off the ground in this way. Candlish, 1980, p.91, argues that the problem is that the initial ostensive definition of a sign in 258 is bound to fail. Does the possibility of coming to recognize mistakes about the meaning of a sign, and I suppose that really is possible, in the kind of scenario mentioned above, undermine the ability of an individual to establish meanings in the first place, even for a diarist with some definite purpose in mind? Candlish and Riley identify the conclusion of the private language argument as follows. The conclusion is that a language in principle unintelligible to anyone but its originating user is impossible. The reason for this is that such a so-called language would, necessarily, be unintelligible to its supposed originator too, for he would be unable to establish meanings for its putative signs. Candlish and Riley, 2014, 1, 82. I have been arguing that the possibility of doubt is rather what makes meaningful, intrasubjective, diachronic agreement and disagreement possible. It is the reason that we really can talk about correct in the individual's deployment of signs. But this doubt cannot be too great, as Wittgenstein himself emphasized in Uncertainty. Certain events would put me into a position in which I could not go on with the old language game any further, in which I was torn away from the sureness of the game. Indeed, doesn't it seem obvious that the possibility of a language game is conditioned by certain facts? OC 617, 83. A Goldilocks principle applies to the relationship between doubt and rule following. Too much doubt and the ambition to follow a rule is abandoned. Too little doubt and any pretense of following a rule is exposed. The melodramatic friend who retrospectively revises his opinions about when he was truly in love still meaningfully deploys his terminology, though another who despairs of any confidence at all about what he has experienced forbears from the attempt. But there is an amount of doubt that's just right for generating correctness, and it is available even on desert islands, and even about sensations. To take stock, in 258, Wittgenstein tries to establish the impossibility of a private language even for a rule-following mind. The plausibility of the ultimate claim of the passage that here one would like to say there is no difference between what seems right to the diarist and what is right derives, on my reading, from a quasi-Russellian assumption about our ability to perfectly re-identify qualia. That assumption gets Wittgenstein his conclusion because there is no doubting what is certain, but the diarist can and should doubt re-identifications of sensations. The quasi-Russellian assumption is to be rejected. Nevertheless, there is much more to say about social constitution, because the dialectic thus far has presupposed that we can make sense of an individualistically constituted, mental rule-following mind. It is just that presupposition that Brandam's Hegel calls into question. To the constitution of the mind. Brandam and his version of Hegel hold that in order to be the subjects of experience, knowers and agents, we must be the subjects of determinately contentful commitments and responsibilities, concept users, Brandam 1999, p.173. The emphasis here is on determinacy, because Brandam takes Hegel to be responding to a perceived deficiency in Kant's notion of concepts, wherein subjects are supposed to fully determine or institute concepts before deploying or applying them. 84 The Hegelian response to Kant is supposed to understand the determinacy of concepts on the basis of an analogy with selves, with the possibility of both turning out to be dependent on the presence of other selves. Brandam's idea, as he puts it, is that the idealist thesis that the structure and unity of the concept is the same as the structure and unity of the self is Hegel's way of making the semantic pragmatist thesis that the use of concepts determines their content work. Brandam 1999, p.164, italics purged. but here I will be concerned only with the social constitution of the self that Brandom finds in Hegel. Selfhood for Brandam's Hegel is thoroughly social. The core idea structuring Hegel's social understanding of selves is that they are synthesized by mutual recognition. That is, to be a self a locus of conceptual commitment and responsibility is to be taken or treated as one by those one takes or treats as one, to be recognized by those one recognizes. Ibid. p. 169. Brandam takes this social constitution account to be put forward by Hegel in the self-consciousness chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit. Early in that chapter, Hegel rather mysteriously claims that self-consciousness is desire begeared in general, ps. 1977, 167. He then goes on to describe a struggle to the death for recognition, ps. 1977, 178, 196. Hegel's transition from desire to recognition can be puzzling, ps. 1977, 178. To closely follow the text, Hegel identifies self-consciousness with desire, describes the satisfaction of that desire as the reflection of self-consciousness in itself, which we should understand as the conceptualization of itself as a self-consciousness, and then requires that this reflection, and thereby self-consciousness itself, is doubled 85. Whether or not Hegel thought of this doubling as involving two self-consciousnesses actually distinct from one another is a substantive, interpretive question. The doubling might instead just be that a single self-consciousness must be conscious of itself as a self-consciousness. In that case, the doubling consists in the self-consciousness appearing as both object and agent of the conscious act. But according to Brandam's interpretation, at any rate, the doubling in question requires two self-consciousnesses. 86. Interpretive disputes aside, it is clear from the text that a consequence of this doubling is that a self-consciousness is a self-consciousness for a self-consciousness, ps. 1977, 177. And from that it is supposed to follow that self-consciousness exists only as something recognized, ps. 1977, 178. So Hegel makes the move from desire to recognition because the satisfaction of the desire that self-consciousness is requires recognition. Brandam explains this shift in Hegel's argument by taking recognition as what is characteristically desired by self-conscious beings. But he argues that this desire can only be satisfied socially. In particular, Brandam, 1999, suggests the Wittgensteinian inference that in the case of a lone recognizer recognizing itself, whatever would seem right to it would be right, which would undermine the possibility of error and therefore, apparently, prevent a desire-fulfilling individualistic recognition of the self, see Ibid, p. 171. To see how social constitution comes into the picture, we have to survey Brandam's interpretation of Hegel's accounts of desire and recognition. Brandam reads Hegel's invocation of desire as a reference back to his earlier discussion of animal reactions to food in the practical sphere. 87. Desire is to be understood fairly commonsensically. 88. But to flesh it out a bit, according to Brandam's rendering of this familiar notion, desire is an element in erotic awareness, which has a tripartite structure made up of three elements: the desire or some other attitude, for example, hunger, a responsive activity, for example, eating, and a significance, for example, food, and the relations between them. 89. According to Brandam, 2007, recognition happens socially, via the recognition of another as a recognizer. 90. Recognition of a recognizer involves applying the tripartite structure of erotic awareness to itself, so the elements here, the attitude, responsive activity, and significance are, not surprisingly, quite complicated. The significance attributed to an object when it is recognized as an erotically aware organism is, of course, that it is erotically aware, i.e., that it is the sort of thing that things can be something for. Brandam 2007, p. 139. In the case of recognizing a recognizer, then, the significance attributed to an object is that it is a recognizer, and in the case of recognizing a recognizer of selves, the significance attributed is that it is the sort of thing that can recognize selves. The relevant attitude, which is clear enough from the aforementioned requirement in Hegel's text that its satisfaction should result in recognition, is the desire to be recognized, ibid. p.146. Given this significance and that desire, Brandom is able to reconstruct what the responsive activity that fills out the tripartite structure of erotic awareness in the case of recognizing a recognizer of selves must be. It must be whatever activity counts as taking or treating an object as a recognizer of selves, which could also be motivated by a desire for recognition. 91 The further details of the activity are tortuous and torturous and confined to a footnote here to memorialize their omission from the conference text for reasons of time and basic humanity. 92 What is crucial is that recognizing another as an authoritative recognizer has normative implications for one's own activity, ibid. p.143. To recognize you as a recognizer is in part to commit to the authority of your recognizings, to take them seriously. These normative implications serve to make recognition of recognizers a transitive matter. If I recognize you as a recognizer of recognizers, I am to recognize as a recognizer anything that you recognize as such, ibid. p.144. So if you then recognize me as a recognizer, I am to recognize myself as such as well. It is therefore possible for me to recognize myself as a recognizer, i.e., as a self, as long as someone I recognize as a recognizer of recognizers does so. Symmetry yields reflexivity via transitivity. The issues here are complex, but the individualist solution towards which I want to gesture here is relatively simple. Given the normative powers of recognition and commitment Brandom's Hegel attributes to the creature that desires recognition, that creature too is already a rule follower, though one that needs to, as Habermas put it in a discussion of George Herbert Mead's social constitution theory of the self, catch sight of itself. 93 One way to catch sight of ourselves is via others, sure. Brandom's Hegel tells us that story. But another way might well be to run into things, feel hunger, get sick from bad berries, and so on, that is, to interact with the world, taking seriously one's past judgments while also subjecting them to the tribunal of experience. 94 This looks just like the individualist response to Wittgenstein, and to a certain extent it is. In the case of the private language argument, I claimed that Wittgenstein's texts don't direct us to account for linguistic rule following in the absence of mental rule following, and in effect that what little is bought by social constitution, that is, mere intersubjective agreement, can be purchased without it, that is, with diachronic intrasubjective agreement. Here I just claim that the substantial metaphysical powers of recognition and commitment that Brandom's Hegel attributes to the slave desirous of recognition suffice for the individual constitution of the thing in question. Social constitution is so expensive that individual constitution costs nothing more. 95. Lorenzo Cami. Hegel and Wittgenstein on Wirklichkeit, sketch of a comparison. Abstract. In my paper, I aim to present Hegel's and Wittgenstein's notions of Wirklichkeit. As a first step, I offer my view on Hegel's treatment of actuality, which consists in the following stages. Firstly, the consideration of the knowledge of actuality as the fundamental purpose of philosophy. Secondly, the distinction between Wirklichkeit and Realität, that is, between actuality and reality, and thirdly, the distinction between actuality and actualization, which traces back to Aristotle's concepts of entellikia and energia. On this line, I offer a dynamic interpretation of Hegel's understanding of the constitution of actuality. As a second step, after addressing the possibility of knowing actuality from Wittgenstein's standpoint, I outline the issue concerning the relation among language, logic, and world, as well as the view regarding the way the actual world comes to be constituted as such, springing from what Wittgenstein calls substance of the world. By way of conclusion, I sketch a comparison of Hegel's and Wittgenstein's conceptions of Wirklichkeit. 1. The Hegelian way to the manifestation of the actual world. 1.1 Disclosing the essence of the world, Wirklichkeit as the content of philosophy. Hegel's perspective on what is the fundamental tendency of human beings insofar as they are rational beings is straightforward. What human beings strive for in general is cognition of the world. We strive to appropriate it and to conquer it. L. 1830, 42a1. Moreover, he is convinced that this endeavor is accessible, thanks to the greatness and power of the Spirit. The closed essence of the universe contains no force which could withstand the courage of cognition. Pw. p.185, Inaugural Address, delivered at the University of Berlin 1818. Thus, understanding the essence of the universe, the essence of the world, can be considered as the main target of philosophy. Indeed, the content of philosophy is nothing other than the basic import that is originally produced and produces itself in the domain of the living spirit, the content that is made into the world. In other words, the content of philosophy is actuality, Wirklichkeit, L 1830, 6. The meaning of Hegel's notion of actuality includes everything that is produced by the power of spirit, which by means of the concept determines the world as the actual world it is. However, for my purpose I will focus on the notion of Wirklichkeit as it is described in the chapter of the same name in the Doctrine of Essence. Specifically, Hegel defines real actuality as opposed to formal actuality as follows: real actuality as such is at first the thing of many properties, das Ding von vielen Eigenschaften, the concretely existing world, SL 2010, p.482. If the power of spirit aims to disclose the essence of the universe, it is logic that has to take the responsibility of the knowledge of actuality. Logic coincides with metaphysics, with the science of things Dinge grasped in Thoughtsgedanken that used to be taken to express the essentialities of the things die Wesen hinter Dinge, L 1830, 24. In other words, Hegel's logic takes the place of the old metaphysical thought, systematized by Wolff. The aim of logic is more precisely elucidated in the fragment of a system, where we read that philosophy has to disclose the finiteness in all finite things and require their integration by means of reason, ETW, p.313. This integration is what Hegel defines as idealization, the reality of the world, Realität der Welt. My italics must be crushed as it were, i.e., it must be made ideal, L 1830, 42a1. Put another way, the world acquires its truth inasmuch as it is spiritualized, that is, rationalized. This means, in turn, that the world truly exists in its actual and full determinateness only if made concrete by way of reason. Therefore, Hegel's philosophy can be understood as follows: in order to make the rationality of the universe explicit by grasping the essential features of spirit, the philosophical system has to embody the path that spirit goes through in depicting the rational essence of the world. 1.2 Wirklichkeit and Realität. Hegel clearly distinguishes between the reality, Realität, and the actuality of the world. What is the difference between the world as Wirklichkeit and the Realität der Welt? The former conception does not rule out the latter, rather, Wirklichkeit represents the ground for giving reason for Realität. Realität coincides with the empirical world, that is the world we encounter in our everyday life as well as the world which is examined by the sciences. These perspectives on the world are usually based on an atomistic conception of reality, which is understood as made up of discrete, independent, and autonomous entities. These entities might be particles, from the point of view of physics, as well as chairs and tables, from the point of view of common sense. To conceive the world in terms of Wirklichkeit does not mean to deny the plurality of the world, which manifests itself also in the form of the existence of particles or tables. Instead, it means to find a truer and more fundamental way of understanding how these entities make up the world itself. Therefore, the distinction between Wirklichkeit and Realität does not want to deny the reality of these entities, rather, it means to deny that they are in their truth when considered in their immediate existence, and it means, accordingly, to ground their existence by showing how they emerge from a process of mediation. This process consists in the determination of the world, which is the condition of possibility of the appearance of the world itself, at first, in its empirical form. As said, the upshot of the process of determination is indeed the concretely existing world, made up of particular things. Here is how Hegel extensively defines it in the form of reale Wirklichkeit. Real actuality is as such at first the thing of many properties, the concretely existing world, but it is not the concrete existence that dissolves into appearance but, as actuality, it is at the same time an in itself and immanent reflection, it preserves itself in the manifoldness of mere concrete existence, its externality is an inner relating only to itself. What is actual can act, something announces its actuality by what it produces. SL 2010, p.482. The process of determination of the world in terms of Wirklichkeit makes us able to ground the manifoldness of mere concrete existence, that is, of our physical world, which can act and is announced by what it physically produces. 96. Now, if this process of determination is necessary in order to make the world true, then in addition we have to distinguish between Realität before and after the process of determination. Indeed, we have said that, to be determined in its truth, the world in terms of Realität needs to be grounded by the process of actualization deployed by reason. Hence, we might wonder, what about the concretely existing world before being apprehended in its concrete determinacy, L 1830, 124a? Put another way, what is the status of the world before being determined by reason? The answer is, nothing. Or better, it is pure being which is at the same time pure nothing. Indeed, the consideration of the world in its pure immediacy means the consideration of it by prescinding from any determination, since determination is necessarily a result of mediation. But the world without any determination, in its indeterminate immediacy, is nothing but pure being, nothing but nothing, pure indeterminateness and emptiness, SL 2010, p.59. Moreover, there is another way of describing the total absence of determinateness on the part of the world, by using the Kantian notion of in itself. According to Hegel, the way Kant treats it necessarily leads one to conceive what is in itself as nothing but the completely abstract and indeterminate thing in general, L 1830, 124a. A thing in itself is actually a thing without properties ding ohne Eigenschaften, namely an empty indeterminate ground, SL 2010, p.554, a thing in its abstract immediacy, that is, apart from its development and inner determinacy, L 1830, 124a. Hence, we might say that the world in itself, that is, apart from its process of determination and actualization, is just the empty abstraction of all determinateness, SL 2010, p.428. In consequence, this process of determination of the world can be further summarized by using Hegel's words as follows: everything is initially in itself, but this is not the end of the matter, because the thing generally progresses beyond its mere in itself, understood as abstract reflection into itself, to reveal itself to be also reflection into another, and as a result it has properties, L 1830, 124a, namely, it has determinations. In parallel, the world is initially in itself, but it also has to progress towards its actualization, which ends up in a plurality of things. In fact, according to Hegel, the right way of conceiving the in itself is not apart from reason. The in itself is what something is in its concept, but this concept is in itself concrete, as concept, in principle conceptually graspable, and, as determined and as the connected whole of its determinations, inherently cognizable, SL 2010, p.94. In light of this, to be in itself means to be implicit, to be potential. This is the feature of pure being, in virtue of its being equal to pure nothing. In turn, by means of the concept, reason triggers the in itself and makes it actual. Therefore, the actual world is shaped by reason, whose activity consists in the power of the concept. This is to say that the concept structures the world insofar as the latter is actual. 97. However, to be precise, it is important to clarify what kind of relationship is present between the world before being actualized and the concept. The latter is neither external nor alien to the former, rather, the concept is the internal principle of activation of the process of actualization. More precisely, the concept and the world as pure being are two aspects of the essence of reason. What Hegel categorically rejects here is the idea that things are determinable and determinate on their own. Things are not concrete when considered apart from their concept, rather, it is the concept itself that makes them determinate. This aspect is clarified by the relationship between pure determinations of thought and pure determinations of objects, namely, between categories of thought and categories of objects. As Hegel underscores, although the categories, e.g., unity, cause and effect, etc., pertain to thinking as such, it does not at all follow from this that they must therefore be merely something of ours, and not also determinations of objects themselves. Bestemungender Gegenstände selbst, my italics, L 1830, 42a3. Logic, in other words, shows the content of objects according to the necessary relationships and determinations which characterize the content itself. This endeavor can be guided only by the concept, which is the ground and the source of all finite determinateness and manifoldness, SL 2010, p.520. In sum, then, outside rationalization, nothing is determinate. And, since reason operates by means of the concept, Hegel's Wirklichkeit is to be conceived as conceptually formed reality, Stiekler Wythofer 2015, p.569. For this reason, we might say that the activity of spirit does not consist in introducing unity into the multiplicity of the world, but in showing how the world comes to be differentiated and determined, starting from its original identity with spirit itself. Thus, Hegel's logic aims to show the work of reason in determining and actualizing the world. We find a description of this process of determination in a passage from The Difference Between Fichte's and Schelling's Systems. Reason constructs itself in the emanation of its appearance Erscheinung as an identity that is conditioned by this very duplicate. It opposes this relative identity to itself once more, and in this way the system advances until the objective totality is completed. Reason then unites the subjective totality with the opposite subjective totality to form the infinite world intuition, whose expansion has at the same time contracted into the richest and simplest identity. D. p.114. The emanation of reason is the process of determining the world. The payoff of this process is the infinite world intuition, or better, the rational image of the universe. Vernunftiges Bild des Universums, GW 11, p.9. Key here is to point out that this image is nothing different from the universe itself understood in terms of the actual world. Not that the world is just an image, but this rational image is the actual world itself, once the latter has been determined as such in virtue of conceptual thought. 1.3 Actuality and Actualization. The clarification concerning the relationship between the world before being actualized and the concept directly leads us to speak of actuality, since it is the notion itself of actuality which demands an elucidation. To this end, we have to look at Hegel's definition of das Wirkliche. As Hegel writes, the actual das Wirkliche is therefore manifestation. It is not drawn into the sphere of alteration Veränderung by its externality Äußerlichkeit, nor is it the reflective shining of itself in another. It just manifests itself, and this means that in its externality, and only in it, it is itself, that is to say, only as a self-differentiating and self-determining movement. SL 2010, p.478, 98. Actuality is to be understood in terms of a process of manifestation. It is nothing other than its own process of determination, and what is manifested by actuality is nothing but actuality itself. Also, the self-actualizing process which leads actuality to be manifested is a necessary process, since actuality is its manifestation and would be nothing if not manifested. First and foremost, actuality is actualization. It is the actualizing process which, starting from the world as pure being, gives rise to the emergence of the actual world. Actuality is not only the payoff of a process, it is at the same time that same process leading to its own achievement. In Aristotelian terms, actuality is both energia and entelligia. Concerning Aristotle, In the Encyclopedia Logic 99, Hegel comments on the notion of energia as follows. Actuality certainly does form the principle of Aristotle's philosophy, but his actuality is that of the idea itself, and not the ordinary actuality of what is immediately present, die Gemeine Wirklichkeit de unmittelbar vorhandenen. More precisely, therefore, Aristotle's polemic against Plato consists in his designation of the Platonic idea as mere dynamis, and in urging, on the contrary, that the idea, which is recognized by both of them equally to be what is alone true, should be regarded essentially as energia, i.e., as the inwardness das Innere that is totally to the fore, so that it is the unity of inward and outward. In other words, the idea should be regarded as actuality in the emphatic sense that we have given to it here. L 1830, 142a, 100. Actuality is the activity of reason, here described in terms of the idea, namely, the activity by means of which the world as pure being is triggered and actualized. This is a pivotal point. When Hegel writes that the actuality we are dealing with is not the ordinary actuality of what is immediately present, he does not mean to say that actuality has nothing to do with the process of actualization of the world. Rather, he means exactly the opposite. More precisely, what is immediately present is the physical world. Understanding actuality as a process concerning the immediate empirical reality would mean considering the process of manifestation of the world in physical terms. This is what Hegel decisively denies, since otherwise we would be treating the activity of reason as something like a physical process. Obviously, this is not acceptable at all from the Hegelian standpoint. In parallel, Hegel's notion of actuality is not meant to describe the physical process of actualization on the part of potential features of the world, where the latter are taken as physical possibilities. Instead, actuality is meant to explain the metaphysical process of actualization on the part of the world as something in itself, as something potential pointing to its own actualization. While the former is a temporal process, the latter is an atemporal one, that is, the self-determining and self-differentiating process which gives life to the actual world. Now, it is necessary to elucidate Hegel's employment of the Aristotelian terminology. When Aristotle talks about the actual world, he clearly understands energia as a sensible principle. It is the physical process of actualization which affects particular substances. 101 For this reason, I take Hegel as translating Aristotle's energia from the language of the Aristotelian, meta-physics to the language of speculative philosophy, the language of the Hegelian logic. In this regard, actuality is energia insofar as it is the process of the manifestation of the world in terms of the potential pure being. The upshot of such process is not itself energia in the first place, it is entelligia, that is, the world once it has been actualized. Regarding Hegel's treatment of Aristotle, another point is of great importance. He praises Aristotle in virtue of his comprehension of the idea in terms of energia. On the contrary, he blames Plato, due to his consideration of it as mere dynamis. Does it mean that the category of possibility is discarded from Hegel's metaphysics? Does it mean that we are not allowed to make reference to the world as something potential? Both answers are negative. Rather, we should say that dynamis is subsumed into and sublated by actuality. The sublation of dynamis is its eternal passing over into entelligia. The lectures on the philosophy of history might help us to shed light on this subject matter. From the point of view of the historical development, Hegel describes the movement of spirit, that is, the manifestation of the activity of reason, as follows. Spirit begins with its infinite possibility Möglichkeit, which however is only a possibility. This possibility contains spirit's absolute content as something implicit, seinen absoluten Gehalt als Ansich, as the purpose and goal that it attains only as a result that is only then its actuality Wirklichkeit. Thus in existence the progression appears as one from incompleteness to completion, although the former is to be understood not merely in the abstraction of incompleteness but rather as something that contains within itself its opposite, the would-be completion, as a germ or drive, just as possibility, at least for a reflective way of thinking, indicates something that ought to be actual, and, more precisely, just as the Aristotelian dynamis is also potentia, energy, craft and power. Mocked. LPH 1822-23, pages 110, 111, trans amended. For our purpose, let us translate this content into the language of metaphysics. First and foremost, Hegel underscores how, at the very beginning, spirit is only possibility. At the level of metaphysics, this is the world before being actualized, which is the absolute content as something implicit. What is extremely interesting in the passage is the explanation concerning the way in which the infinite possibility of spirit has to be understood. In Aristotelian terms, we are dealing with a kind of possibility which is not just dynamis, but also potentia. The point is that potentia is not inert possibility but has in itself the principle of its own activation. To put it otherwise, dynamis is not to be conceived as formal possibility, but as real possibility. To clarify the distinction, let us read Hegel's words. In the Logic, he defines real possibility as follows: the real possibility of a fact such is, the immediately existent manifoldness of circumstances that refer to it, SL 2010, p.482. It is the in itself full of content, ibid. To put it otherwise, real possibilities have gathered in themselves implicitly the entire spectrum of connections and relations with real circumstances, but not actual circumstances, in this case, since there is nothing actual yet, which would permit them to pass from potentiality to actuality. In contrast, formal possibility is mere abstract possibility, that is, possibility as completely devoid of content. It is the concept that permits formal possibility to be translated into real possibility. Accordingly, whereas the world as pure being would be merely formal possibility if taken outside reason, when it is taken as embodied by reason itself, then it comes to be real possibility. What is implicit in spirit is not mere inert possibility. On the contrary, the world before being actualized has in itself, at the same time, the principle of its own activation. This principle is nothing but the concept. Thus, since the concept is the trigger of the potential pure being and since they are one and the same principle, understood in terms of content on one side, conceived as form on the other side, the possibilities of the world as pure being are never mere possibilities. On the contrary, they are always already actualizing real possibilities. This is what I mean by saying that dynamis is subsumed into and sublated by actuality. Hence, the power of the concept consists in the continuous process of actualization, which coincides with the Hegelian energia. In this way, the concept is the trigger of dynamis and leads it to be actualized, that is, to become entelligia. 1.4 The actuosity of the substance of the world. Since the world before being actualized is something purely indeterminate, it is a unique undifferentiated whole, nevertheless, it manifests itself as a plurality of things. Therefore, we might say that Hegel's conception of Wirklichkeit is based on a metaphysical holistic perspective, which however does not rule out that physical reality can be manifested in terms of a plurality of things. 102 Now, by way of conclusion, we can employ Hegel's characterization of substance at the end of the doctrine of essence in order to better describe how the process of actualization of the world happens. He writes that substance is the flux of accidents, where accidents are to be understood as the things full of properties. In my view, we are dealing with the flux in virtue of which things emerge from the world conceived in terms of a potential substance. Indeed, this flux is described by Hegel as the self-manifestation of substance. Substance manifests itself through the actuality with the content of the latter into which it translates the possible, as creative power, and, through the possibility to which it reduces the actual, as destructive power. SL 2010, p.491. As Hegel writes, the flux of accidents, that is, his movement of accidentality, is the actuositat of substance as the tranquil coming forth of itself, SL 2010, p.490, and he ceasing to be of the accident is its return as actuality into itself, as into its in itself or into its possibility, SL 2010, p.491. Now, what does actuosity mean? It is not to be interpreted as the movement of physical actuality understood as Wirklichkeit, that is, what produces physical effects. Rather, it is the atemporal process of realization of actuality itself. The actualization of substance is not first and foremost a physical manifestation, and the power of substance is not basically a physical possibility. Correctly understood, the power of the potential substance of the world has in the first place the meaning of a metaphysical power. We are not dealing with the possibility of physically acting on the part of an already actualized substance. On the contrary, what is at hand is the metaphysical power of coming to be actual by a substance in itself, specifically, by the potential substance of the world. Hegel's substance of the world can be interpreted as the power from which things are generated. This potential substance metaphysically manifests itself, making itself actual through the actual world, which in turn consists in things with their properties. 103 Prescinding from the actualization of things in the empirical world, the substance of the world is nothing but a mere potentiality. It is not actual yet, it is dynamis. When things are not metaphysically actualized, the one substance is in itself just a possibility, which is still to be actualized as well. However, as we have said, this dynamis is at the same time potentia, since it has in itself the determining power of the concept. Therefore, the potential substance of the world is destined to be always already actualizing itself. 2 Wittgenstein's Tractatus, From the Substance of the World to Empirical Reality. 2.1 Showing the Essence of the World. How the world is and that the world is. Concerning the objective of his philosophy, Wittgenstein maintains that his work has extended from the foundations of logic to the nature of the world, NB, p.79a. Thus, the knowledge of the essence of the world appears to be the fundamental aim of Wittgenstein's intellectual endeavor. Yet, despite this straightforward declaration of intent, it is not so obvious either if or how it is possible to get knowledge of the world. For this reason, it is necessary to wonder whether philosophy can really address this issue. From Wittgenstein's point of view, the answer cannot be plainly positive, since in the philosophical remarks we read that what belongs to the essence of the world simply cannot be said. And philosophy, if it were to say anything, would have to describe the essence of the world. But the essence of language is a picture of the essence of the world, and philosophy as custodian of grammar can in fact grasp the essence of the world. Pr. p.85. The fact that philosophy cannot simply say anything about the essence of the world means that, if it wants to accomplish the only task it can be able to pursue, it has to use a stratagem. To this end, the distinction between the possibility of saying something about the essence of the world and the possibility of grasping it, which refers to the pivotal distinction between saying and showing, helps us to understand the extent to which it is possible to address and answer the question concerning the knowledge of the world. Showing and saying are mutually exclusive. What can be shown, cannot be said, TLP 4.1212, and, vice versa, we can maintain that, if we cannot say anything about something, the latter can perhaps be shown. So, if the essence of the world cannot directly be said by means of language, this does not mean that we cannot indirectly show how the world is. This strategy of understanding the world consists in analyzing language which is supposed to mirror the world and is based on the fact that the proposition shows how things stand, TLP 4.022. In particular, what the proposition shows is the logical form of reality, die logisch Form der Wirklichkeit, TLP 4.121.104. Before going further, it is pivotal to understand the way Wittgenstein conceives the notion of reality in the sense of Wirklichkeit. The latter coincides with the world. The total reality, die Gesamtwirklichkeit, is the world, TLP 2.063. This world is nothing but the world of empirical reality, which can be surely and clearly described by the propositions of natural sciences. 105 For instance, Physics can describe without doubt the features of the objects of the world it aspires to represent. More precisely, mechanics is an attempt to construct according to a single plan all true propositions which we need for the description of the world. TLP 6.343. In other words, physics can say how things stand. This means that, if we want to say something true about the world, we should let science speak about it, because the totality of true propositions is the total natural science, or the totality of the natural sciences, TLP 4.11. Hence, we might say that Wittgenstein's notion of Wirklichkeit is clearly restricted to its empirical meaning. Wittgenstein's atomistic world is the world of sciences. 106. Thus, to say something true about the world pertains to science, not to philosophy. In contrast, the philosophical work has to aim to clarify the form of the proposition. The object of philosophy is the logical clarification of thoughts. A philosophical work consists essentially of elucidations, TLP 4.112. Therefore, philosophy is not able to directly say anything about the world, yet the attempt of grasping the world should remain its main objective. In sum, the fact that the deceptive language of philosophy cannot say anything about the world does not mean that language itself cannot be used as a Trojan horse to penetrate into the configuration of the world itself. Eventually, at the end of the Tractatus, Wittgenstein draws a further distinction, the one between the way the world is or might be and that the world is, not how the world is the mystical, but that it is. TLP 6.44. So, in Wittgenstein's eyes, while we are able to deal with the issue concerning how the world is, we can say nothing about the fact that the world is. Indeed, searching for the profoundest reason for the existence of the world is philosophically impracticable. Actually, we might be puzzled by how the distinction between saying and showing recurs here. While above we have seen that philosophy can somehow point to the essence of the world, now we read that philosophy should say nothing except what can be said, i.e. the propositions of natural science, TLP 6.53. Philosophy must not aspire to any kind of metaphysical thought. If this means to try saying what the inexpressible is, the latter shows itself, TLP 6.522, but nothing can be said about it. Hence, we wonder whether or not there is the possibility that philosophy shows how things stand. Wittgenstein seems to distinguish between showing itself and showing something other than itself, while the inexpressible, which is nothing but that world is, that is, the mystical, shows itself as such, and philosophy cannot grasp it. How the world is can be shown by philosophy itself by means of the form of the proposition. 2.2 Language, Thought, and World. The logical form. What makes it possible that the proposition shows the essence of the world is the identity between the form of the proposition and the form of the world. In turn, this identity is based on a more fundamental one, which might be called thought-world identity, since thought and world share the same logical form as well. In his analysis, Wittgenstein starts with language and shifts towards the world by passing through the notions of picture, proposition, and thought, which are reciprocally bound by mirroring relations. More precisely, the thread connecting language, thought, and world can be summarized as follows. I. Language is the totality of propositions, TLP 4.001. 2. The proposition is a measure of the world, NB, p.41a. 3. Moreover, to give the essence of the proposition means to give the essence of all description, therefore the essence of the world, TLP 5.4711. 4. But, the significant proposition is the thought, TLP 4. V. Then, in turn, the thought is the logical picture of the facts, TLP 3. And, since the logical picture can depict the world, TLP 2.19, this is what the thought essentially does as well. This happens since the essence of thought is the same as the essence of the world, but this is not the end of the matter. What we have said raises the issue concerning the eventual priority of one of the elements here at play. This issue is clarified by Wittgenstein in his notebooks. The great problem round which everything that I write turns is there an order in the world a priori, and if so, what does it consist in? NB, p.53e, to make it explicit, is there a priority of the form of proposition and of thought over the world, or vice versa? Or, rather, does the issue of priority demand that thought is taken to be on the side of the world? 107. On the one hand, Wittgenstein's metaphysics is certainly parasitic on his analysis of language, so that the essence of the world the way it comes to be discovered would seem to depend on the structure of the proposition. In other words, we notice that, by analyzing the structure of language, the latter has a certain form that consequently we attribute to the essence of the world. On the other hand, the relation between language and world might perhaps be overturned. In the first place, the proposition pictures the world and creates an image of an existent atomic fact. The picture is a representation of what is the case, because it shares the same logical form with the fragment of the world it depicts. The link between pictures provided by language and correspondent facts is such that language is certainly able to reach up to the world, TLP 2.1511, yet, since pictorial representations are compared with a scale applied to reality Wirklichkeit, TLP 2.1512, it would seem straightforward that language itself arrives when the existence of facts has already been determined at least to some extent. Indeed, something has to exist in order to be represented by the elements of a picture. But now the question is this: to what extent does the determination of facts obtain before language comes into play? What is existent independently of the application of language to reality? With regard to this, in the Tractatus we read that the picture can represent every reality Wirklichkeit whose form it has. The spatial picture, everything spatial, the colored, everything colored, etc. TLP 2.171. Put another way, for the picture to represent a fact of the world, the latter and the picture itself need to share the same form, as said. Accordingly, propositional representations certainly need forms of a certain kind already to exist in the world. We are dealing with forms of space, forms of colors, forms of geometrical shapes, and so on. As Wittgenstein maintains, what every picture, of whatever form, must have in common with reality Wirklichkeit in order to be able to represent it at all rightly or falsely is the logical form, that is, the form of reality Wirklichkeit, TLP 2.18. Language and world share the very same logical form. If they did not, the world could not be represented by the pictures of language. For this reason, the logical form, the essence of the world, is necessarily prior to the structure of the proposition, which shows this essence. 108. Now that we have shed light on this aspect of the priority issue, let us consider the relation between logic and world. For sure, the priority of the form of the world over the structure of language does not mean that the former is also prior over the logical form of thought. However, at first glance, the link between logic and world would seem to replicate the one between language and world. Indeed, just as language represents the world, logic too is a reflection of the world, TLP 6.13. In brief, the all-embracing logic mirrors the world, TLP 5.511. Now, since we have said that Wittgenstein is committed to the priority of the essence of the world over language to some extent, should we in turn take him to be committed to the priority of the world over logic? No, we should not. Indeed, language presupposes the logical space. Although a proposition may only determine one place in logical space, the whole logical space must already be given by it. TLP 3.42. Accordingly, logic is to be taken on the side of the world, so that language is preceded by them both. World and logic are simultaneously given. 109. This is due to the consubstantiality of world and logic, according to which the logical space coincides with the substantiality of the world, as we will see in a while. Hence, the answer to the priority issue is the following: The essence of thought, logic, presents an order, in fact the a priori order of the world, that is, the order of possibilities, which must be common to both world and thought, pi. 97. The logical essence of the world embodied by its substance establishes the form of all possible worlds. But, what about the actualization of our world, starting from all possible states of affairs? Has language something to say with regard to this actualization, or does it come when everything is already done by logic? 2.3 Substance of the world. Thus, there is a certain priority of the essence of the world over language. Yet, what we have said does not sufficiently clarify the issue. In addition, we should ask, what kind of world is presupposed by language? In my view, we are not dealing with the world conceived in terms of the actual empirical reality. Rather, we are dealing with what Wittgenstein calls the substance of the world, which exists independently of what is the case, TLP, 2.024. It is form and content, TLP, 2.025, while form is the possibility of the structure, TLP, 2.033, and the structure of the world is the totality of existent atomic facts, TLP, 2.04. We should understand substance in terms of content as the possibility of being filled by material properties. The substance of the world is what exists before language and before all experience in general as well. 110 and is the condition of possibility of the existence of facts, which indeed need a logical space to exist. 111, as said, the latter is presupposed by language, whose structure mirrors the logical relations at play. A definitive clarification about the relation between substance and language is given by the proposition 2.0211, if the world had no substance, then whether a proposition had sense would depend on whether another proposition was true. 112. In Wittgenstein's eyes, the substance of the world has some specific features. It is made up of simple objects, TLP, 2.02 to 2.021, and has a fixed form, TLP, 2.023. Roughly speaking, objects Gegenstände are colorless, TLP, 2.0232, but, we should add, they are always already configured to become colored. Objects do not belong to the physical world, objects as such are not part of the empirical reality. It is for this reason that they are colorless, soundless, or shapeless. For instance, in other words, they do not have any property which pertains to the empirical world. Put another way, we are dealing with something atemporal. In addition, we can conclude that the substance of the world is something indeterminate. However, its indeterminateness is not pure, exactly because, as mentioned, it is made up of objects which are configured to acquire the properties they do not possess yet. This is what Wittgenstein means by saying that the substance of the world can only determine a form and not any material properties, TLP, 2.0231. The substance of the world is certainly indeterminate to some extent. Nonetheless, we are not dealing with the world as something absolutely indeterminate. The world as substance, that is the world considered as being made up of objects, is indeterminate from the point of view of empirical content, but determinate from the point of view of form. In turn, objects are indeterminate insofar as there are no properties which have been attributed to them yet. But there is something more. Substance is disposed to acquire determinateness, objects are disposed to be subjects of properties. 113. Even though Wittgenstein does not ever clarify what objects are. 114 they can be described as follows. Objects are configured in such a way that they are disposed to be actualized in certain ways rather than others. We might think of objects as things in their potential status, where things are in turn objects eventually actualized and making up the empirical world. We might think of objects as spatial points having no properties, but being disposed to acquire properties by occurring in atomic facts, that is by being caught in relations with other objects. Indeed, a combination of objects is an atomic fact. Sachverhalt, CTLP, 2.01, and the possibility of its occurrence in atomic facts is the form of the object Gegenstand, TLP, 2.0141. All told, objects represent the potential layer of the world and contain all the possible ways the world might be, since they contain the possibility of all states of affairs. Sacklagan, TLP, 2.014. If a state of affairs is the possibility of the existence of an atomic fact which represents a fragment of the actual world, atomic facts themselves might exist or not, depending on the configuration of objects. Thus, if a thing ding can occur in an atomic fact Sachverhalt, the possibility of that atomic fact Sachverhalt must already be prejudged in the thing ding, TLP, 2.012. For instance, let us consider something which is a red cube. We say, this is a cube and it is red. From Wittgenstein's perspective, a proposition like that pictures an atomic fact whose relation to the thing is a necessary one from the point of view of the thing itself. Obviously, it is not a logical necessity either that it is a cube or that it is red. However, inscribed in this something are the possibilities of being cubical as well as that of being red. Objects are ways things are when not yet actualized. Objects become the things they might be only if considered as constituent parts of atomic facts. This is how things come to be constituted and actualized. Whereas the potential and partially indeterminate stage of the world is described by substance, Wirklichkeit, and empirisch Realität are terms employed by Wittgenstein to refer to the actual world. For sure, Wirklichkeit and empirisch Realität are two sides of the same coin, the world, but, whereas the former coincides with both the existence and non-existence of atomic facts, TLP, 2.06, the latter is restricted to what actually exists. 115. Strictly speaking, the actual world is something different from Wirklichkeit, since the latter also includes the non-existent, while actuality itself strictly coincides with empirical reality. Therefore, substance, Wirklichkeit, and empirisch Realität are three different ways of describing the world. Substance is the world at its potential stage, where everything is still possible at this stage, everything is still materially indeterminate. Wirklichkeit obtains when simple objects hang together in atomic facts and determine the existence and non-existence of atomic facts themselves. The world is here both formally and materially determined. Eventually, empirisch Realität is a restricted view on Wirklichkeit. It is the set of everything actually existent. Now, is there anything which functions as a trigger for the passage from the substance of the world to actuality? How does it happen that objects come to be actualized and turn into things? 116. Unexpectedly, language as a part of experience might play a significant role here. As seen, the proposition shows the logical form of reality, die logisch Form der Wirklichkeit, TLP, 4.121. Yet, language itself merely mirrors the form of Wirklichkeit, so that it would not seem to possess any capacity of making the configuration of objects actual. And logic, in turn, does not say anything about the reason why a thing occurs in a particular atomic fact. Nevertheless, we might suppose that language and all experience have the task of materially filling the logical space of objects, giving content to the form of the world. According to this line of interpretation, the metaphor of language as a scale applied to reality, Wirklichkeit, TLP, 2.1512, might mean that language itself contributes to discerning what exists. In consequence, although Wittgenstein does not offer any solution to this conundrum, we might guess that the scientific language of empirical laws guides the instantiation of particular properties rather than others. To this end, two things are to be borne in mind. First of all, propositions determine reality by filling a fragment of the logical space, CTLP, 4.463. Secondly, the truth or falsehood of every proposition alters something in the general structure of the world, TLP, 5.5262. That said, propositions of physics alter the structure of the world by describing it. Physics determines a form of description by applying a network of propositions. In this manner, physics provides the bricks for building the edifice of science, TLP, 6.341. Now, although the physical laws still speak of the objects of the world, TLP, 6.3431, and although the description offered by physics is always quite general, 117, TLP, 6.3432, we might say that the axioms, TLP 6.341, of physics represent a first step towards the actualization of the world. To sum up, then, objects make up the substance of the world, that is potential Wirklichkeit. Objects are potentially the things we encounter in the actual world. However, they are not yet any particular thing, since they have no properties yet. Rather, objects are characterized by configurations of properties, and the specific properties they acquire at the actual level of the empirical world depend on their occurrence in a specific atomic fact rather than others. This is the logical form of objects, which determines the ways in which an object can acquire determinateness. By occurring in a particular atomic fact, objects acquire determinateness, starting from a previous stage of material indeterminateness. This is the process of actualization that objects pass through by their being bound to other objects, which in turn acquire determinateness by their being bound to the former. Although it seems that nothing can play the role of a trigger for this process, we might say that, following Wittgenstein's perspective, the fundamental propositions of natural science function as the first stage of the process of actualization of the world. 3. Conclusion, sketch of a comparison. 3.1 On the possibility of knowing the essence of the world. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein bolster the conviction that the possibility of knowing the world is within our range. Yet, whereas Hegel does not restrict at all this possibility in virtue of the boundlessness of the power of spirit, Wittgenstein maintains that there are some aspects of the world which pertain to the inexpressible. According to Wittgenstein, the world has something mystical, which cannot be grasped. Interestingly, in the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel writes that everything rational can equally be called mystical, but this only amounts to saying that it transcends the understanding. It does not at all imply that what is so spoken of must be considered inaccessible to thinking and incomprehensible, L 1830, 82z. In Hegel's eyes, if something is considered to be mystical, that is, mysterious, it is just because the power of spirit has not been invoked and one has been trapped into the hooks of the understanding. 3.2 The meaning of Wirklichkeit. Even though for my purpose I restricted Hegel's conception of Wirklichkeit to its empirical manifestation, it includes every aspect of the world that has been determined and actualized by the power of the concept, from empirical reality to every spiritual that is cultural manifestation of the world. Hegel's Wirklichkeit is not just the physical world as it is spiritualized by reason, but includes every aspect of human spirit. Put another way, the range of Wirklichkeit clearly emerges from the issues addressed by the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences, which aims to deal with every aspect of actuality. In contrast, Wittgenstein deliberately restricts the notion of Wirklichkeit to empirical facts, and includes, in addition, both existent and non-existent facts. Thus, whereas according to Hegel the true understanding and foundation of Wirklichkeit depends on philosophy logic in particular, Wittgenstein thinks that philosophy just has to elucidate the propositions of natural science. The latter are the only propositions which can say something true about the world. 3.3 Identity between reason or thought and world. Both Hegel and Wittgenstein maintain that reason or thought and world share the same essence. Moreover, both think that reason or thought precedes and constitutes Wirklichkeit. However, whereas Hegel maintains that the world has the same essence of reason because it is the latter that makes the world the actual world it is, in Wittgenstein's Tractatus thought seems to have a less dynamic role in the process of the constitution of actuality. 3.4 Wirklichkeit, before and after actualization. According to my account, both Hegel and Wittgenstein distinguish between the world before being actualized and the actual world. Moreover, if Hegel takes the world to be nothing apart from the concept, Wittgenstein thinks that the being of thought and of the world entail each other. Thus, if what I called Hegel's substance of the world is purely indeterminate and actually it is nothing apart from the concept, what Wittgenstein calls substance of the world could not exist independently of the essence of thought. Yet, whereas the Hegelian concept fully determines the substance of the world, the Wittgensteinian thought contributes to determine it only partially, that is, only formally. 3.5 Actualizing the world. Whereas Hegel's philosophy presents a dynamic conception of the actualization of the world, grounded in the activity of the concept, Wittgenstein risks to be trapped into a fixed and static conception of the substance of the world. For sure, Wittgenstein's perspective would need a more active role of language and experience to be capable of giving reason for the emergence of actuality. But this is not the task of his philosophy. So, we might conclude that, whereas Hegel is able to clarify the way actuality comes to be determined, Wittgenstein needs to appeal to natural science. Kaiui Hoffman. Beauty, Hegel or Wittgenstein? Abstract. In this article, I argue that Hegel takes a centralist view of the concept of beauty, whereas Wittgenstein rejects the centralist view outright. Hegel's and Wittgenstein's approaches to beauty are very different. There are some commonalities with respect to the critique of causal explanations in aesthetics. However, despite such minor similarities, it is undeniable that their respective approaches lead to very different theories of aesthetics. Should one be obliged on that basis to choose between Hegel and Wittgenstein on beauty? I argue that such a decision is neither necessary nor useful. The debates surrounding the concept of beauty are as old as philosophy itself. In many of the investigations which we might term aesthetic, the term takes on a central role. Kant's, Schiller's, and Hegel's thoughts on the subject of aesthetics could not be articulated without recourse to it. Hegel's aesthetics in particular can be understood as an attempt to deduce the scientific nature of art on the basis of the concept of beauty. It can thus be said that Hegel takes a centralist view of the concept of beauty. A number of more recent philosophers, such as G. E. Moore, Mary Mothersill, and Gerald Levinson, to name but a few, ascribe to beauty a similarly central position. In terms of its metaphysical, epistemological, and scientific claims and their formidable complexity, however, Hegel's centralism goes far beyond these modern thinkers, thus making it a project that cannot simply be ignored. Although Wittgenstein may not have been the first to question such a centralism, his anti-centralist objections to the concept of beauty influenced generations of philosophers, particularly in the tradition of analytic aesthetics. One would think that, in knocking centralism off its pedestal, Wittgenstein would have tackled the same lofty questions of metaphysics, epistemology, and scientificity as Hegel did. Although Wittgenstein never explicitly comments on Hegel's project, the textual evidence strongly suggests that he would have vigorously rejected Hegel's claims in these areas. If this turns out to be the case, and it is possible to present a clear picture in which Hegel and Wittgenstein represent two antipodes on the field of aesthetics, then it would be reasonable to demand any aestheticist to champion the one or the other. But are things really as clear-cut as this? Are we forced to choose either Hegel or Wittgenstein? I think not. In what follows I will defend the thesis that, at least in the field of aesthetics, the decision is neither necessary nor helpful. I will attempt to justify this thesis by exploring these two philosophers' motives and arguments in the four areas of metaphysics, epistemology, scientism, and centralism. 1. Hegel's metaphysical and epistemic strategies as a basis for aesthetics. At several points in his lectures on aesthetics, compiled and edited by Hotto 118, Hegel makes it clear that the idea, as it is presented in aesthetics, has nothing to do with the so-called absolute, as it appears in the science of logic. The logic does, however, establish the essential conditions for aesthetics by providing a scientific proof of that which is presupposed by it. That is, the elevation, Erhebung, to the standpoint of the absolute. It would go beyond the scope of this paper to elaborate too much on how such an elevation can be understood. Nonetheless, I wish to outline two strategies which arise out of these considerations and which form the basis of Hegel's aesthetics. Namely, one epistemological and one ontological strategy, whose foundations were laid during Hegel's time in Jena. It is Hegel's goal to eliminate the chasm between the I and the world which, in his opinion, Kant posited, and Fichte deepened. The absolute must not be located entirely on the side of the object as in Kant's things in themselves, nor entirely on the side of the subject, in the form of Fichte's absolute I. Roughly speaking, the absolute is that which connects the two sides. As Hegel writes in The Science of Logic, But since the result now is that the idea is the unity of the concept and objectivity, the true, we must not regard it as just a goal which is to be approximated but itself remains always a kind of beyond. We must rather regard everything as being actual only to the extent that it has the idea in it and expresses it. SL 2010, p.671. Hegel's move, in effect, is quite straightforward even if the terminology impedes its immediate understanding. According to Hegel, we must cease the attempt to reach the absolute through an infinite approach, as Fichte endeavored to do, but rather consider whether it might not present itself in some other place. Hegel does indeed find such a place, namely the idea. According to Kant, ideas are the spheres of soul, world, and God, as they appear in classical metaphysics. They are, however, epistemologically problematic, which is why they are investigated in the dialectic of the critique of pure reason. Hegel intends to establish an adequate approach to them. But what ontological means are available to that end? Either we attempt to use the understanding to cognize reality, or we appeal to reason. The understanding is, for Hegel, a faculty that structures reality as an additive composition of moments. One act of cognition is systematically joined to another act of cognition so that they form an infinite and yet non-coherent series of cognitions. This is his main charge against Fichte. Rational cognition would, in contrast, understand reality as a unity that is entirely without dualism and is organized organically. Hegel does not reject the cognition of reality by means of the understanding outright, understanding it rather as a preliminary form of rational cognition. We must critically reflect and sublate the failings of the faculty of understanding. What does this mean in concrete terms? A cognition by means of the understanding would determine a concrete object to be an object that is independent of cognition. On one side we find the rationally cognizing subject, on the other the object that is cognized. Hegel considers this approach to be highly problematic, since our cognition always makes certain presuppositions with regard to the process of cognition. We have concepts for objects, assimilate these concepts into judgments, and judgments into inferences. We could say that which we perceive always already has the structure of a concept, is dependent on our logical capacities in a certain way, though not in the way of a transcendental grounding. An object of perception is thus not an additive composition, like, say, a table, which is defined through its properties, but rather the concept is a complex organic entity that connects elements of the cognizing subject and the cognized object. Hegel mirrors this development on a theoretical categorical level. The doctrine of being is concerned with immediately given but not yet conceptually or categorically determined being, whereas the doctrine of essence pursues the question of the ground of being. In the process, principles such as those of sufficient reason and of non-contradiction are investigated, although not, as he accuses Kant of doing, in a disjointed manner, but rather in their systematic connection. Here the concept of appearance is of central importance. Appearance is what the thing is in itself, or the truth of it. SL 2010, p.418, the intelligible world, or the world as it is in itself, must appear, i.e., come into existence, and it must do so not in the Kantian form of something that is impossible to cognize, a mere construct of thought, but as a form of self-reflection of the conditions of possibility of cognition. The ontological constitution of reality remains, at least in the doctrine of essence, a question of necessary relations of those originally Kantian categories of substance, causality, and reciprocity. Finally, the doctrine of the notion further continues the process of uncovering the conditions of possibility and attempts to develop the connection between these categorical forms and the logical relations, which are differentiated into concepts, judgments, and inferences. The idea turns out to be a type of result, but one that, in contrast to other philosophical projects of the time, can actually be reached. The idea is the process of uncovering the conditions of possibility of the unity of subject and object, or of cognition and cognized, which runs through the entire science of logic. This process is only possible if the cognitive faculty of reason is brought to bear and does so in each of the categories explored. This is illustrated by the oft-quoted passage. The understanding determines, and holds the determination fixed. Reason is negative and dialectical, since it dissolves the determinations of the understanding into nothing. It is positive, since it generates the universal, and comprehends the particular therein. Just as the understanding is usually taken as something separate from reason in general, so also dialectical reason is taken as something separate from positive reason. In its truth, reason is however spirit, which is higher than both reason bound to the understanding and understanding bound to reason. It is the negative, that which constitutes the quality of both the dialectical reason and the understanding. It negates the simple, thereby posits the determinate difference of the understanding, but it equally dissolves this difference, and so it is dialectical. SL 2010, p.10. What does it mean that we must rather regard everything as being actual only to the extent that it has the idea in it and expresses it? SL 2010, p.671. The idea is the process of going from the simplest, most immediate logical determination of thought to the most complex one. Reality can only be grasped if the entire process is comprehended and, further, is comprehended by means of reason, which unites the additive thought of the understanding with negative rational thought. 2. Aesthetic metaphysics and epistemology and the question of their scientificity. I wish to open this section with two theses. 1. Aesthetic metaphysical thesis: art is a necessary element of the self-development of the spirit, and 2. Aesthetic epistemological thesis: within art, cognition of the true and absolute is possible. Both of these theses can only be understood if Hegel's claim of scientificity of aesthetics is taken seriously. In the introduction to the lectures on aesthetics, Hegel proposes a dilemma. Everything seems to point towards the conclusion that art is not a scientific discipline and does not meet the required standards to be one. The following arguments are brought to bear in favor of this proposal. 1. Fine art tempers the seriousness of our circumstance, LA, p.3. It would thus be unfitting to treat the unserious in a serious manner. 2. Art was, however, also given a serious purpose, for example by Schiller, as a mediator between reason and sensuousness. Art then becomes a means to an end, the more so as it can serve as a means to other ends, such as the encouragement of frivolity. 3. The means of art itself is deception, is appearance. These means do not, however, fit its end, which is truth. Truth, says Hegel, can only be advanced through truth. 4. The scope of science is thought. The beauty of art, however, falls within the gamut of experience, sensation, intuition, and imagination. 5. Art is free in its production and resists any normative restrictions on it. Rules and laws do not, as such, appear to be compatible with art. 6. Fantasy is a source of art and cannot very well be employed as a scientific criterion, and 7. Necessity is one of the central criteria for scientificity, but one which does not appear to be applicable to art. Hegel nonetheless comes to the conclusion that art must be treated scientifically, since all these arguments are plain false. In order to enable such a scientific treatment of art, he first differentiates between serving art, which serves the ends mentioned above, and free art, which is dedicated solely to its own ends and is thus the only true art. Expressing the divine, the deepest interests of mankind, and the most comprehensive truths of the spirit, LA, p.7, is the function of true art. Hegel's solution can be summarized in 3 steps. A. Art is a sensuous representation of the absolute. B. In order to be capable of being this, free thought must first rid itself of the immediately given and attend to supersensory objects in the imagination, and c. The break between immediate, everyday reality and the pure activity of thought that is thus produced must, finally, be overcome. Works of art, as they are created by the artist, bridge this chasm. Hegel then goes on to expand on the arguments against a scientific treatment of art listed above. These, in turn, are connected to Hegel's epistemological and ontological claims as developed in the previous paragraph. Appearance as described in argument 3, above is, as he had shown, an element of essence. Without appearance, essence, the absolute and truth cannot appear or be realized. Appearance, however, pertains to aesthetics in two different ways. Besides the first form already mentioned, Hegel develops a second, epistemically inferior, form of the understanding that makes a significant distinction between inner reality, i.e., subjectivity, and outer reality, i.e., the objective world. 119 This distinction represents a deficient metaphysical position insofar as it is impossible to develop a unified conception of reality on its basis, but rather such a conception remains non-uniform and there remains a break between the inner and the outer. For this reason, after all, it is impossible for the understanding to comprehend beauty because, instead of penetrating to this unity, the understanding clings fast to the differences exclusively in their independent separation by regarding reality as something quite different from ideality, the sensuous as quite different from the concept, the objective as quite different from the subjective, and thinks that such oppositions cannot be reconciled and unified. LA, p.111. Hegel seeks to understand this break from the standpoint of art, insofar as it is a deception, an appearance that does not correspond with the so-called true reality, which does not accept any breaks. Through art the absolute, the adequate metaphysical conception of reality, appears and thus exposes these difficulties. Although the concept of appearance thus makes sense in a Hegelian context, it remains to be seen how art can be reconciled with the seriousness, rules, and necessity of science if its essential elements are fantasy and freedom. Hegel's argumentation begins from an approach that must be criticized in two distinct ways. Art and thought, as the object of philosophy as science, thus stand in irreconcilable opposition to one another. In its process of perceiving reality, thought furthermore destroys art because art can be characterized as an activity and concepts fix the active and living elements of reality. This approach also represents an epistemologically deficient stage of the understanding which, according to Hegel, cannot do justice to reality. He proposes the following solution: thought is conscious of itself. This is a criterion of the absolute spirit. In being conscious of itself, thought reflects on itself as is demonstrated in the science of logic as well as its products, such as art, that originate from the spirit. These products must therefore be of the same kind as the spirit. Hegel understands the production of a work of art as a divestiture to feeling and sense. The trick is now that the spirit must be able to recognize itself as divested in the work of art. This takes place when the spirit thinks about it, reflects on it, when it treats it in its own terms, in thought. Thought, for Hegel, is conceptual thought, based not on the deficient means of the understanding. Rather it is rational thought, which distinguishes itself through an active and living element contained within it, insofar as it is dialectically exploring the forms of thought. Thought and reality are also in structural agreement since both can be shown to be active and living. But what space remains for necessity, rules, and seriousness? Philosophy is the science of thought, a necessary, serious and rule-based observation as a self-reflection of its object. If the work of art can be conceptualized as a divestment of thought to sensation, and one that is systematically returned to the scope of thought through reflection, then art must attain scientific status. Thus the work of art too, in which thought expresses itself, belongs to the sphere of conceptual thinking, and the spirit, by subjecting it to philosophic treatment, is thereby merely satisfying the need of the spirit's inmost nature. For since thinking is the essence and concept of spirit, the spirit in the last resort is only satisfied when it has permeated all products of its activity with thought too, and so only then has made them genuinely its own. LA, p.13. Furthermore, if the highest purpose of art is to bring the highest interests of spirit to our minds, ibid, then Hegel must conclude that the imagination does not produce art in an unregulated manner. The interests of the spirit determine its content and give direction to unbridled fantasy. From this argument it follows for Hegel that fine art is worthy of scientific consideration. 3. Beauty and centralism. At the very beginning of the lectures, the author restricts the scope of the inquiry. He is concerned only with a very specific concept of beauty, the concept of the beauty of art. The beauty of nature is explicitly excluded from his discussion. He goes on to illustrate what does not fall within his scope through a series of examples: beautiful colors, a beautiful sky, a beautiful stream, beautiful animals, and beautiful people. These are all examples from everyday life. Aesthetics thus does not deal with statements that are made in everyday life. A scientific treatment of the beauty of art must, first of all, deal with the decisive question of what the concept of the beauty of art is. This question includes two perspectives. The sceptical perspective seeks to resolve whether such a concept actually exists, i.e., that there is such an object, LA, p.23. In the context of the lectures, this means that it must be demonstrated that the concept necessarily exists and is not merely contingent. This is motivated by a cogent example. If we are so frequently deceived by our perception of external objects, how can we know that we are not also deceived by our inner representations? The only way out of such a sceptical scenario is the demonstration of necessity. The concept of beauty is initially included as a lemma, in order for its scientific conditions subsequently to be elucidated. If we are capable of this demonstration, i.e., of developing the concept of the beauty of art, we are immediately confronted by the second perspective, which consists in determining what the object of beauty is. The investigation then runs through a number of stages: a restriction of the scope of the object, a resolution of the question of whether a scientific examination of the object is possible, the determination of the concept, and the structure in which the plan is presented. The first part thus develops the idea of the beauty of art, while the second part considers the development of this ideal into the various forms of artistic beauty. What is beauty? If we consider this question in relation to the function of the concept in the overall theory, there can only be one answer. From the perspective of the lectures here discussed, beauty is the central element of aesthetics. Hegel, in my understanding of him, therefore argues for a centralism with respect to beauty. The entire conception of beauty depends on the derivation and the proof of the beauty. Beauty, understood as an idea and as a totality, is the yardstick by which all other theories must be measured. Theories that understand beauty to be something that gives pleasure, that describe properties of objects that stimulate the senses or the mind, and that understand the object of perception to be independent of the observer or as a means to a particular end, must all be rejected when measured against this yardstick. As the core of Hegel's aesthetics, beauty is contemplated in a liberal way. Thus the contemplation of beauty is of a liberal kind. It leaves objects alone as being inherently free and infinite. There is no wish to possess them or take advantage of them as useful for fulfilling finite needs and intentions. So the object, as beautiful, appears neither as forced and compelled by us, nor fought and overcome by other external things. LA, p.114. Furthermore, Hegel's approach ties the theory of beauty to an entirely novel theory of truth that aims to sublate the contradictions between freedom and necessity, mind and nature, knowledge and object, and law and appetite. The conception of philosophy as a form of therapy of philosophical misunderstandings penetrates all the way into this conception of aesthetics. Hegel seeks to heal the misunderstandings that arise out of the concept of beauty with the same methodological remedies as he applied in the Logic, merely altering the level on which they are applied. Concretely, this therapy consists, on the one hand, of identifying the points at which the deficient understanding, which is incapable of cognizing beauty, cfla, p.111, is at work and is applying its limited faculties to the field of aesthetics and, on the other hand, raising these limited faculties systematically into the scope of reason, demonstrating that they are necessary elements of the whole and thus overcoming their tendency to isolation and abstraction. For Wittgenstein, beauty, and Hegel. If one now considers Wittgenstein's discussion of aesthetics in general and of the concept of beauty in particular, as it can be found scattered throughout his various notes and publications, one would be inclined to draw a sharp distinction between Wittgenstein and Hegel. They nigh call for a study of the significant differences between the two. They do so for the following reasons. 1. Wittgenstein represents a strongly anti-metaphysical position. Since Hegel's project is so profoundly metaphysical, such an approach would appear to be entirely obsolete for Wittgenstein. 2. Closely tied to this is Hegel's thesis of epistemological access to the so-called absolute in the field of aesthetics. This too appears to be untenable from Wittgenstein's point of view. 3. Wittgenstein is skeptical of scientism. For Hegel, however, the link between aesthetics and science is of central importance, and 4. Particularly in lectures and conversations on aesthetics, psychology, and religious belief, Wittgenstein is critical of approaches that grant beauty a central role in their theory. Although in doing so Wittgenstein appears to be addressing his contemporaries, his criticism should be readily applicable to Hegel. 4.1. Wittgenstein's Tractatus famously claims that metaphysical, aesthetic, and ethical statements do not fall into the scope of things about which we can make statements with a sense. They are assigned to the realm of the mystical. This argument is expanded upon in 6.53 with reference to metaphysical statements. The correct method in philosophy would really be the following: to say nothing except what can be said, i.e. propositions of natural science, i.e. something that has nothing to do with philosophy, and then, whenever someone else wanted to say something metaphysical, to demonstrate to him that he had failed to give a meaning to certain signs in his propositions. It follows that everything that cannot be expressed in the propositions of natural science, as well as sentences whose signs are not fully designative, are nonsensical. Although they make no sense, insofar as they are not propositions of natural science, Wittgenstein does not seem to want to abandon them entirely. Those acquainted with Wittgenstein will know that only silence can follow. In the early notebooks, Wittgenstein seems to develop a point of view that is echoed in the TLP: the work of art is the object seen sub specie aeternitatis, and the good life is the world seen sub specie aeternitatis, NB, p.83, October 7, 1916. In the TLP the slogan is put to use in a slightly different way. There the work of art has been replaced by the world, the contemplation of the world sub specie aeterni is its contemplation as a limited whole, TLP, 6.45. The important question seems, however, to be what a work of art and the world have in common. In one case we are dealing with a spatially and temporally delimited object, in the other with the entire world as a limited object. The similarity can only consist in the perspective from which the object is viewed, which is from the point of view of eternity. If eternity is conceived of not as an infinite temporal duration but as timelessness, then eternal life belongs to those who live in the present, TLP, 6.4311. We could understand Wittgenstein to be saying that in contemplating an aesthetic object, the observer is absorbed in the presence of the moment. In such a moment of contemplation there is neither past nor future, time is of no concern, nor are causal relations or spatial boundaries. At the same time, Wittgenstein emphasizes that this is not a propositional statement, but an intuition that considers the aesthetic object in its totality. It is crucial that the perspective is an external one, the view sub specie aeternitatis from outside, NB, p.83, October 7, 1916. The wording of 6.45 seems to point in a similar direction. The perception of the world as a limited whole is further described as a feeling. It seems as if the observer inhabits an external perspective of the world of facts, states of affairs and substances, as if the observer were beyond a boundary, outside a realm of scattered facts. This interpretation is strengthened by the fact that the statements on the concept of world are embedded in statements on the mystical, on that which cannot fall within the scope of natural science. Wittgenstein, however, never ceases to remind us that when we move beyond the limits of what can be said, we are in the realm of the nonsensical. In his introduction to the TLP he clearly states that we cannot think both sides of this boundary. Our thought always remains on the side of that which can be said. In the talk of a boundary, however, there always lurks the danger that there is something beyond it, and Wittgenstein seems to be deliberately rousing this thought by speaking of the mystical and the aesthetic. Wittgenstein remains expressly paradoxical and acknowledges his own inconsistency when, in 6.54, he points out that the propositions of the TLP are themselves nonsensical. Hegel must reject such a paradoxical solution, for paradoxes must be sensibly resolved. What he is attempting to show is that there is a line that can be considered, viz. thought, from both sides, and which must be systematically integrated and overcome. It is only in this way that we can think beauty. The early Wittgenstein does not permit such a point of view, and in doing so is entirely consistent with his own systematic presuppositions. In contrast to the late Wittgenstein, however, the concept of beauty does seem to play a role. There is certainly something in the conception that the end of art is the beautiful. N.B. p.86, October 21, 1916. In 4, it will be shown that this approach, if we can call it that, is later abandoned by Wittgenstein. 4.2. According to Hegel's aesthetic epistemological thesis, a cognition of the absolute is possible through art. One would be on very insecure footing if one were to defend the thesis that Wittgenstein claimed anything of the sort. We must not, however, lose sight of the fact that, in his early philosophy, Wittgenstein conceives of the aesthetic as contemplating something like a totality, to which we have no epistemological access, since no valid propositions of natural science can be made about it. The early notebooks and the TLP, however, appear to offer the possibility that a position sub specie aeternitatis can be assumed. It is in this context that Wittgenstein speaks of intuition and of feeling. 4.3. It is a central presupposition for Hegel that art is a scientific discipline. Wittgenstein would reject such an assumption outright. I want to argue, however, that it is worthwhile to examine his position more closely. He would, of course, not couch his position in such stark terms, but there may be some overlap in approach between Wittgenstein and Hegel that can be found with regard to these ideas. First, I want to explore Wittgenstein's skepticism with regard to science. Although he states in the TLP that the propositions of natural science are the only meaningful ones, he also sounds a note of caution by noting that this touches nothing that is truly important in human life. We feel that even if all possible scientific questions be answered, the problems of life have still not been touched at all. TLP 6.52. Later, in his philosophical investigations, he insists that his investigation is not a scientific one, pi. 109. Rather, he is concerned with showing that philosophy and science must be strictly distinguished from one another with regard to their purpose and mindset, cfcv. p.7. Finally, in Culture and Value we find two scathing assessments. 1. We cannot speak in science of a great, essential problem, cv. p.10, and 2. I may find scientific questions interesting, but they never really grip me. Only conceptual and aesthetic questions do that, cv. p.79. Although in the second quotation Wittgenstein displays his interest in conceptual and aesthetic questions, how does he treat aesthetics as such? Are his scathing critiques applicable to it as well? Yes, certainly. And this is where things get interesting, as Wittgenstein makes it clear who his opponent is. But before we introduce this opponent properly, let us turn to one final scathing pronouncement from the lectures on aesthetics. You might think aesthetics is a science telling us what's beautiful almost too ridiculous for words. I suppose it ought to include also what sort of coffee tastes well. LCA, p.11, at this point it ought to be clear that a comparison to Hegel is not worth the effort. But, as I have said, matters are not as straightforward as that. Wittgenstein's critical argument, that is later to be analyzed with respect to his concept of beauty, contains attacks on three important elements of science. These include psychology, the empirical method, and causal explanations. It is indubitable that Wittgenstein had a great interest in psychology, a fact that surely contributed to his understanding of philosophy as therapeutic. In aesthetics, however, his doubts about it are particularly pronounced. Specifically, with regard to an experimentally grounded psychology that works empirically and offers mechanically causal explanations. What is his problem with all these scientific assumptions that do, after all, represent the essential elements of modern research methods? In the philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein points out that these methods are inadequate at solving the problems in question. The existence of the experimental method makes us think we have the means of solving the problems which trouble us, though problem and method pass one another by. Pi. 214, p.232. Aesthetic problems in particular require a different methodological inventory. The slogan underlying this critique is reduction. An experiment restricts the population to be investigated. If we think back to the early conception of a perspective subspecie aeternitatis, in the sense of an external perspective, one that contemplates the whole, then an experiment that has as its method a form of statistical analysis is doomed to fail. It restricts the field of view and leads up the wrong path. Wittgenstein concludes that people often say that aesthetics is a branch of psychology. The idea is that once we are more advanced, everything, all the mysteries of art will be understood by psychological experiments. Exceedingly stupid as the idea is, this is roughly it. LCA, p.17. If we turn to the argument regarding the empirical method, we find Wittgenstein's alternative. Instead of an empirical investigation that is guided by the model of a classical experimental situation, in which, for example, 12 people are confronted by a particular question and the results are statistically analyzed, Wittgenstein calls for a method of conceptual clarification. With respect to causal explanations, Wittgenstein vehemently opposes the co-optation of this subject matter by mechanically causal strategies of explanation. The sort of explanation one is looking for when one is puzzled by an aesthetic impression is not a causal explanation, not one corroborated by experience or by statistics as to how people react. LCA, p.21. Why the vehemence against this co-optation? We can find an answer in the discussion of aesthetic reactions, a topic Wittgenstein views as essential in this context. What appears at first glance to cut across the common debates on causality, on closer inspection turns out to be a Wittgensteinian argument without equal. I will attempt to offer a brief outline of it. The famous example of an incorrectly installed door led Wittgenstein to develop the notion of discontent, which is to be distinguished from discomfort. His initial question is, of course, is what I call an expression of discontent something like an expression of discomfort plus knowing the cause of the discomfort and asking for it to be removed? LCA, p.13. In order to demonstrate that aesthetic reactions cannot have anything to do with mechanically causal explanations, because they are, simply put, too cumbersome and are at odds with the immediacy of the aesthetic reaction, the underlying problem is illustrated by a variety of examples. If, for example, one touches a hot plate, we do not think about the causes, but just pull back our hand. If the way in which the door was installed causes discontent, it is more probable that we will say too high, than that we will express discomfort and note that its causes are known. According to Wittgenstein, noting that the causes are known leads in completely the wrong direction. This is precisely because it makes it seem as if in an aesthetic reaction two processes are taking place simultaneously, the statement of discomfort and the reflection on its causes. If I understand Wittgenstein correctly, then aesthetic reactions are to be understood as immediate reactions. These reactions do not contain a reflexive process of analyzing causes on the basis of mechanically causal explanations. This is why the recourse to psychological experiments makes no sense, since they do not grasp the actual problem. The various motifs discussed in the previous paragraph, if we consider them in general and not in their specific presentation, would not be unfamiliar to Hegel. I mean that certain slogans such as empiricism and causality are also treated very critically in his work. Hegel, too, would emphasize the turn towards the concept, even if not in the form Wittgenstein proposes. Hegel's conceptual analysis is in no way Wittgensteinian, and to claim that it is would be absurd. Hegel would also probably question Wittgenstein's analysis of aesthetic reactions, possibly with reference to his critique of immediacy. Both, however, are united in their scathingly skeptical opposition to the possibility of isolating and abstracting from the state of affairs, which are the objects of the investigation. As Wittgenstein suggests removing one's glasses, pi. 103, in order to gain the right perspective, so does Hegel advocate abandoning the perspective of understanding in favor of that of reason. One could say that both are at pains to get the whole picture into view, an endeavor that is currently discussed under the heading of complexity, which is to be made visible through adequate methodological means. 4.4. It is now time to let go of possible connections to Hegel. When it comes to the concept of beauty itself, all possible bridges seem to be out. Wittgenstein advances a whole string of arguments in order to criticize conventional approaches to the concept of beauty. I will briefly discuss the most salient of them. Wittgenstein's argument of use, with which we are acquainted from the philosophical investigations, has a critical function in the field of aesthetics because it calls attention to the fact that Wittgenstein's contemporaries were concerned only with the form of words and not with their use. One of the central figures whom Wittgenstein criticizes is, of course, more. We should not be focused on particular concepts such as good or beauty, as is the case in the statement "this is beautiful," LCA, p.2. This is an example of a constellation of subject and predicate that expresses nothing. This begs the question why such a constellation of subject and predicate is entirely uncharacteristic, LCA, p.2. In order to explain this, a further argument, the argument of context, is introduced. It states that it makes no sense to consider forms outside of their context of use. The particular context of use must be taken into account. We are concentrating, not on the words good or beautiful, which are entirely uncharacteristic, generally just subject and predicate, this is beautiful, but on the occasions on which they are said, on the enormously complicated situation in which the aesthetic expression has a place, in which the expression itself has almost a negligible place. LCA, p.2. The use of aesthetic concepts must occur against the background of the use of concepts in context, and in doing so it must be remembered that the context consists of extremely complicated situations in which there is no generalizable relation between subject and predicate. This argument leads to the rejection of the argument of qualities following predicates. Just because beauty is used as a predicate, it does not follow that it expresses an aesthetic quality. Wherein lies the problem? Wittgenstein clearly wants to emphasize that there is no necessary connection between the predicate beauty and any particular subject. We can use an aesthetic concept in a variety of contexts, but in doing so the meaning will vary. Moreover, a concept can have multiple meanings, which is established in the argument of family resemblance, cf. pi. 77. In the wake of the argument of context there follows the argument of cultural context. The words we call expressions of aesthetic judgment play a very complicated role, but a very definite role, in what we call a culture of a period. To describe their use, or to describe what you mean by a cultured taste, you have to describe a culture. LCA, p.8. Wittgenstein thus considers not only the particular context of use to be essential, but also the time and the cultural period in which the concept is used. In doing so he falls back on conceptions he developed in uncertainty in order to resolve the problem of skepticism. Context alone, however, is not sufficient to understand the use of aesthetic concepts. It is also necessary to understand which specific language game is being played, thus introducing the language game argument. Only if we know what language game is being played, are we, for example, able to understand what makes a particular concept an expression of approval. If we look at all of these closely interwoven arguments, it is important to note that they all run together to a clear conclusion regarding the concept of beauty, the conclusion that this concept is almost never used in the way philosophy had, up to then, suggested it was used. Wittgenstein states that beautiful is an odd word to talk about because it's hardly ever used, LCA, p.2. The counter-strategy is to ask how a concept is learned, and it turns out, according to Wittgenstein, that we learn approval more through gestures and facial expressions, than through concepts. It is for this reason that the lectures seek to do away with common errors. We think we have to talk about aesthetic judgments like this is beautiful, but we find that if we have to talk about aesthetic judgments we don't find these words at all, but a word used something like a gesture, accompanying a complicated activity. LCA, p.11. If we ask what it is that we do when we use concepts that express aesthetic approval, then we must not forget that rules play a certain role in it. The argument of rule following is also familiar from the philosophical investigations. In the lectures and conversations on aesthetics, psychology, and religious belief, rules again have a central role to play, insofar as the learning of rules is essential to the expression of aesthetic judgments. It would be tempting to explore the consequences of the rule-following paradox, as articulated by Kripke, for aesthetics. That, however, is a topic for another investigation, and here I will briefly return to Hegel. There are undoubtedly numerous parallels, none of which are, however, particularly promising in the present context. Although Hegel discusses the relation between subject and predicate, context, rules, relations of necessity and so forth, his investigation remains metaphysical and is not concerned with the use and acquisition of concepts. The concept of beauty plays a central role, and his scientific conception of artistic beauty is inconceivable without it. He is not concerned with how we learn such a concept, but rather how the science of artistic beauty can be derived from the concept of beauty. Hegel's and Wittgenstein's approaches thus diverge considerably with regard to the concept of beauty. 5. Conclusion. As has been shown, there are certainly similarities between Hegel and Wittgenstein with regard to their critique of scientism, as well as several other minor points, but there is no denying that Wittgenstein would reject Hegel's metaphysical, epistemological, and scientific claims. The difference in their approach to the concept of beauty is also obvious. Whereas Hegel is solely concerned with the concept of beauty within the framework of art, and in doing so assigns it a central role, Wittgenstein covers much more ground and focuses on other issues. He is primarily concerned with that, which Hegel would call the ordinary use of the concept. He, for example, is concerned with a visit to the tailor. At the same time, he discusses cases which certainly would fall within the scope of Hegel's aesthetics, such as our artistic judgment. Wittgenstein's goal, however, is entirely different to Hegel's. He seeks to draw our attention to a problem with our use of aesthetic concepts. According to him, it is wrong to assume a standard for the concept of beauty. It is impossible to normatively prescribe what is beautiful and what is not. Rather, we should examine the many and varied occasions and activities in which the concept is used. The object of Wittgenstein's investigation is the plurality of life, which cannot be captured in psychological tests that rely on causal explanations. What then can be said in answer to the question, posed in the introduction, of whether it is necessary to choose between the two strategies? I am of the opinion that we are not confronted by an either-or choice. From a purely historical perspective, it is possible to claim that each approach must be understood in the context of its time and can be interpreted as reactions to the problems posed by their predecessors. Hegel is reacting, not exclusively but significantly, to the problems posed by Kant, thus giving rise to his three strategies. Wittgenstein is reacting to contemporaries such as More and seeks to offer alternative solutions. But what of the systematic arguments? Is one of the approaches superior to the other? I think not. The two projects operate on completely different levels. They are not competing with one another, but rather offer different perspectives on the same problem. It is not useful to demand a decision for Hegel and against Wittgenstein or vice versa. To do so would be naive and unphilosophic. On the scale of particular arguments, however, evaluations are certainly possible. For example, I would argue that Wittgenstein underestimates the role of the concept of beauty. Hegel, on the other hand, is somewhat extreme in his assertion of a scientific ideal, which might be off-putting to a modern audience. Perhaps Hegel and Wittgenstein do ultimately meet in the thought that an isolating perspective on aesthetic states of affairs is not particularly conducive to understanding the topic at issue. Part 3 From Difference to Identity. Paul Redding. Hegel and the Tractarian Conception of Judgment. Abstract parallels are often drawn between Hegel and the later Wittgenstein, but an examination of Hegel's conception of judgment from the science of logic reveals curious parallels with central doctrines of Wittgenstein's Tractatus. There Hegel appeals to a type of primitive linguistic structure or Satz consisting of the concatenation of two singular terms or names, and like Wittgenstein's Elementarsasti, these have the properties of being mutually independent, essentially positive, and with only one way of being true, or for Hegel, correct. For Hegel, to play a role in reasoning, such a Satz must have one of its terms redetermined as general such that it can now enter into inferential relations with other judgments. The immediate product of this type of transformation was a form of judgment, the judgment of existence, Dasein, that he exemplified by color judgments, and such judgments had a logical form different to that of the Tractatus compound Satza that Elementarsasti were meant to constitute. When in the late 1920s Wittgenstein moved away from the doctrines of the Tractatus, considerations of the logic of color judgments with similar features to those of Hegel's judgments of Dasein played a role. Comparisons of the views of philosophers across the boundaries of time and culture are hazardous, and surely this applies especially in the case of Hegel and Wittgenstein. Hegel had been effectively eliminated from serious consideration early within the analytic movement during first half of the 20th century, and part of this effect can be traced back to the influence of Wittgenstein. While Bertrand Russell had been keen to dissociate the new style of philosophy from Hegel, this antipathy had been consolidated by the positivist direction taken by analytic thought in the 1920s and 30s, a movement significantly influenced by Wittgenstein's early great work, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Exactly how to read the Tractatus has, of course, always been contested. The positivists seem to have understood it as providing a metaphysics-free semantic theory for the new logic introduced by Freya and Russell, while for Russell and others it was more a type of exercise in realist metaphysics. 120 However, from the 1950s, signs of a thaw in analytic attitudes to Hegel were starting to show, with the influence of Wittgenstein recognized here as well. In this case, it was via his later work, the influence of which spread after the publication of Philosophical Investigations in 1953. One of the first signs of such a thaw was the publication in 1958 of John N. Findlay's Hegel, a re-examination, in which the author described Hegel as having anticipated many of the views that we now associate with the name of Wittgenstein, Findlay 1958, p. 80. The views in question concerned the relation of thought to language, and in particular, to socially grounded and historically variable patterns of language use. A little over a decade and a half later, such issues were familiar via the influence of Charles Taylor's Hegel, in which he directed attention to elements in Hegel's work on the relation of mind and language, seen as emanating from the pre-Romantic thinker, J. G. Herder, Taylor 1975, ch. 1.121. 4 decades after Taylor, changes within the general landscape of analytic philosophical debate have tended to counter motivations for such comparisons. For its part, work in analytic philosophy has witnessed a reassertion of the style of philosophy closer to the earlier than later Wittgenstein 122, rendering such comparisons less attractive for contemporary defenders of Hegel. Added to this, there now seems less need for such comparisons. In the case of Taylor, the comparison of Hegel and Wittgenstein had been used to emphasize particular ideas within Hegel, who was otherwise understood in a quite traditional manner. In the intervening decades, however, the traditional interpretation of Hegel accepted by Taylor has been criticized on a number of fronts, lessening the need for any such indirect and partial defenses. Nevertheless, I suggest that there is still much to be learned from such a comparison, but here want to refocus it away from such general issues to more specific and formal ones. In particular, I will compare views on the nature of judgment found in Hegel's Science of Logic with the central doctrines of Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Some preliminary justification for what might be understood as a misdirected effort, however, might be required. A critic might point out that even were some particular similarities to be found, surely these would be eclipsed by the radical differences separating their background assumptions about the natures of logic and philosophy more generally. The standard view is that in his logic Hegel was indebted to a traditional framework coming from Aristotle, in which the logical structure of a judgment was naively assumed to mirror the subject-predicate structure of grammar, resulting in an Aristotelian metaphysics of finite substances. Wittgenstein, on the other hand, had been attracted to the attempts of Russell and Freya to ground mathematics in logic, a project continuing a modern and deeply anti-Aristotelian revolution in logic and philosophy. However, the chasm here, I want to suggest, may not be as great as commonly assumed. For its part, interpretations of Wittgenstein's Tractatus have not been limited to either the realist metaphysical account of the world or proto-semantic theory as seen by the positivists. In particular, the realist reading of the Tractatus is now commonly challenged by interpretations couched in broadly Kantian terms. 123 Moreover, on such non-realist readings, there is far more scope for continuity between the earlier and later philosophies of Wittgenstein than conventionally acknowledged. On the other hand, for his part Hegel is now commonly understood as some kind of post-Kantian thinker, rather than the traditional theocentric metaphysician as presupposed by Taylor. 124 Here, a quick glance at Hegel's account of formal syllogisms in Science of Logic might indicate something of Hegel's modern critical distance from Aristotle's logic and metaphysics. While traditionally a syllogism had been conceived as holding between two types of judgments, particular judgments predicating some characteristic of some as and universal judgments predicating some characteristic of all as, Hegel's conception of the syllogism involves three term types: singular, particular, universal, with the consequence that a much greater number of judgment types will be found within his syllogisms. The crucial addition here of the singular judgment form that had been precluded from the traditional syllogistic reflects its reintroduction by nominalist logicians in the medieval period. 125 Later, Leibniz had attempted to integrate this nominalist dimension within the overall framework of the syllogistic, in many ways transforming the latter from within in such a way that it could be treated mathematically, specifically with the use of algebra. Lenzen 2004. This direction, as noted early in the analytic period, e.g., Yost 1950, has affinities with the conception of logic as found in Freya and Russell. Here, however, Leibniz is almost always treated as an historical exception, whose logical innovations had gone unappreciated until late in the 19th century. This conventional story ignores the fact that Leibniz's logic, and especially, his project of a universal characteristic, had been discussed in the 18th century, albeit, more amongst mathematicians than philosophers. Among the philosophical exceptions, however, was the logic authority at the Tübingen Stift when Hegel had been a student there, Gottfried Plauquet. Plauquet had been a strong advocate of Leibniz's universal characteristic and the algebraic logic on which it was based. His logic textbook, Plauquet 2006, had been used in classes Hegel attended at Tübingen, and the doctrine of the universal characteristic, attributed to both Leibniz and Plauquet, is discussed in Book 3 of Science of Logic, SL 2010, pages 602, 608, GW 12, pages 104, 110. It is clear that Hegel was well aware of the structural antagonisms that this distinctly modern mathematical approach had introduced within both traditional metaphysics and logic, as reflected in the role attributed to singularity as a determination of the concept. Hegel is explicit as to the logical moves involved in Leibniz and Plauquet's mathematization of the syllogism, the essentially extensionalist treatment of both subject and predicate terms of a judgment as predicates, giving expression to abstract universals conceived as subsuming some range of singular, but otherwise indeterminate elements, SL 2010, p.602, GW 12, p.104. The resulting analysis of judgment structure, of which Hegel is critical, is what anticipates the later approach of Frege. While clearly antagonistic to any project of reducing logic to its mathematical modeling, it is nevertheless clear that Hegel had appreciated, here as elsewhere, the role played by negation within the history of philosophical doctrines. In logic, this concerned the negating role played by the new mathematical logic within the structure of traditional logic. In light of this, the intent of the science of logic was clearly that of reconstructing something of the traditional syllogistic and the speculative metaphysics it supported, in such a way as to accommodate the negative role played by Leibniz and his Tübingen follower, Reading 2014. With such general considerations in mind, we might now move to some specific points of intersection between Hegel and the doctrines of Wittgenstein's Traktatus. 1. Wittgenstein's Elementarsatze and Hegel's positive existential judgments. It is clear that Wittgenstein's motivations in writing the Traktatus were very different to those of the positivists influenced by him. The specifically logical doctrines for which it is mostly known seem part of a conception of the realm of ethics, pursued ex negativo, TLP, 6.42, by way of an exhaustive conception of a realm from which the ethical was excluded, the realm of science. It is the more positive logical doctrines that will be our focus here, however. These are centered on the idea of all meaningful statements being truth-functional constructions of atomic elementary statements, Elementarsatze, in turn understood as expressed in articulated statement signs, Satzzeichen, able to picture homologous atomic facts, Sachverhalt. Such Sachverhalt are in turn considered to be the elements to which can be reduced all the facts, Tatsachen that, existing in logical space, make up the world. 126. Following Anscombe, 1961, pages 31, 40, we might summarize this doctrine of Elementarsatze as including the following central claims. The contents of these elementary statements are to be understood as, 1. Mutually independent, the truth or falsity of any one depending on that of no other, 2. Essentially positive, there being no negative Elementarsatze, 3. Being such that there is only one way of an Elementarsatz being true or false, one way of its picturing a Sachverhalt, 4. Being such that there is no distinction between internal and external negation with regard to Elementarsatze, and 5. Consisting of concatenations of names. 127. These elements will appear in one way or another in Hegel's consideration of structure of judgment in the science of logic. In the introductory passages to his discussion of judgment structure in the science of logic's subjective logic, Hegel distinguishes an Urteil or judgment from what he calls a Satz. While Hegel's use of the latter term is often translated as proposition, it is clear that here the meaning is better captured by statement, qua particular use of a concrete linguistic entity, a grammatical sentence, for conveying some information about empirical states of affairs. Thus Hegel considers as a mere Satz, the statement Aristotle died at the age of 73 in the 4th year of 115th Olympiad, and in this context takes the sentence employed as having a structure in which both subject and predicate are considered as name-like singular terms. What is said of a singular, Einzelnen, subject, says Hegel, is itself only something singular, nur etwas Einzelnes, SL 2010, p.553, GW 12, p.55. Considered in this way as something like a concatenation of two names, Hegel's Satz looks close to Wittgenstein's Elementarsatz 128 involving a Satz sign Satzchen which, as itself a Sachverhalt, can be considered in its projective relation to the world, thus picturing other Sachverhalt, TLP, 3.12 and 3.2.129. Conventionally conceived, Wittgenstein's logical project in the Traktatus is concerned with how to think of the grounding relations between such elementary statements and those compound Sätze that are not constrained by conditions 1 to 5 and which are to be thought of as built truth functionally from the latter. Tractarian elementary statements are employed by Hegel within the context of a very different project, one meant to counter any atomistic, frozen picture like Wittgenstein's. Nevertheless, Hegel's progress through a series of purported judgment forms will start with his version of an Elementarsatz, and something even closer to Wittgenstein's notion will return in the context of his later critical discussion of the mathematical syllogism of Leibniz and Plauquet. With respect to the relation between the configurations of elementary statements and the facts pictured, Wittgenstein says that linguistic configuration in Spricht corresponds to the other, while Hegel talks of the agreement Übereinstimmung of representation with the subject matter, SL 2010, p.562, GW 12, p.65. However, for Hegel the Satz considered in such a projective way is itself neither true nor false, but correct, richtig, or incorrect, unrichtig, and as the capacity for being true or false is the mark of a judgment, a mere Satz, considered in this way, is not a judgment. 130 Understood as concatenations of names or singular terms, Sätze cannot be proper judgments because paradigmatically judgments have at least one non-singular, particular or universal, term. These concatenations can become the vehicles of judgments, however, as singular terms can become redetermined as universals in Hegel's logic. Thus a basic Satz sign involving only names can be redetermined as the expression of a judgment. In order for a Satz to count as a judgment, Urteil, it must be used in more than in a simple reporting sense. Specifically, it must form part of a larger piece of inferential reasoning, SL 2010, 553, GW 12, pages 55, 6, 131, and it is in relation to this function that the judgment must contain universals. 132 The clear suggestion here is that we must be able to think of the predicate happening in the fourth year of the 115th Olympiad, considered first as simply naming a period of time, now as an abstract universal capable of being true of, Hegel will say, subsuming, diverse events, thus allowing it to mediate evidentiary relations among judgments. It is this link of logical structure to inferential functioning that has been underlined in recent years by Robert Brandom in his inferentialist approach to semantics that he attributes to Hegel and finds also in the early Freya, Brandom 1994, 2002. This inferentialist dimension is later made explicit in Hegel when he shows a complex form of judgment, the judgment of the concept, to be an implicit syllogism, SL 2010, pages 585, 587, GW 12, pages 87, 9. Elsewhere I have argued that Brandom's attribution of inferentialism to Hegel is too strong and that for Hegel, having the capacity to function in an inference is a necessary but not sufficient condition for being a judgment, Reading 2015. While Hegel suggests that the mind's representational capacities are somehow consequential upon the human being's capacity for language use, there must still be some kind of representational contribution coming from the side of an individual's perceptual experience. It is just this, I suggest, that is reflected in the role played by those name-containing quasi-Tractarian Elementarsatze with which he starts. Rather than simply denying a role for such elementary singular judgments, by a process involving the redetermination of their terms, they become integrated, aufgehoben, within higher-level judgments. But these preserve the original naming function of the subject terms. In judgments of necessity, the subject term is now conceived as naming the kind itself, rather than an individual instance of the kind, SL 2010, pages 575, 581, GW 12, pages 77, 83. The idea that for a Satz to function as a judgment one of its terms must express an inference articulating universal is developed in Hegel's dynamic inventory of judgment types within his subjective logic. Here Hegel presents a series of judgment types in terms of their capacity to instantiate the very concept of what a judgment is, each new type correcting some failure of its antecedent. Progress through this series will cycle between versions of two basic forms distinguished by the type of predication involved. In one form, a property expressed in the predicate will be understood as inhering in the thing designated by the subject term. In the other, the predicate will express an abstract universal that subsumes that referred to by the subject term. The first major example of an inherence judgment will be the judgment of existence, Dasein, SL 2010, pages 557, 68, GW 12, pages 59, 71, 133. While the predicative relation of subsumption will first be exemplified in the judgment of reflection, SL 2010, pages 568, 81, GW 12, pages 71, 84. It is clear that this distinction is between judgments dependent upon the perceptual experience of actual, observable things and those not so dependent, as in inferentially elicited judgments, and that each judgment type exhibits a quite different logical form. Significantly, the first form of the qualitative judgment, the positive judgment, is such that subject and predicate terms are, like Wittgenstein's Elementarsatze, both names at first, SL 2010, p.557, GW 12, p.60. However, in contrast to Wittgenstein's Elementarsatze, the objects of which are colorless, TLP, 2.0232, Hegel's positive judgments are qualitative. This is a difference to which we will return. For the moment, however, let us concentrate on the obvious parallel in that Hegel's judgment is one whose content is, by definition, necessarily positive, meeting Anscombe's rejection of negative Elementarsatze criterion 2. Hegel's positive judgment, however, is at most a type of proto-Urteil. To become a true judgment, one of the terms of course must become universal. The story of this transition will center on the role of negation. The positive judgment might start as a concatenation of names, but to function as a judgment one of these names must be understood as expressing a universal. Here, however, Hegel's account takes a surprising turn. We typically think of positive judgments about individuals, such as Gaius is learned or the rose is red, on the model of the predicate expressing something general, being learned or being read, about that individual, and yet Hegel treats the positive judgment as equally able to be read as construing the subject as determined as universal and the predicate as singular. 134. In short, in the very act of judging, the logical roles of subject and predicate terms are able to be reversed. In treating the predicate term as expressing the conceptual determination of singularity, Hegel's intention is clear enough: the singular predicate of the positive judgment, such as red in the rose is red. 135 is to be thought as acting in a name-like way so as to pick out the particular redness inhering in some specific rose. We might say, pointing to a rose before us, this rose's particular shade of red, or its way of being or looking red. Now 136 with the predicate as a singular, we might be tempted to think of it as capturing something like the content of a Kantian intuition, or some concrete property instance, while the universality of the subject allowing Hegel's criterion for being a judgment to be satisfied. Ignoring for a moment the universality of the subject, the positive qualitative judgment aligns with a feature of Wittgenstein's Elementarsatz corresponding to Anscombe's criterion 3, the idea that there is only one way of the sentences being true, as becomes apparent when we contrast this conception of predication with the conventional understanding of a predicate as a subsuming universal. In the latter form, typical of Hegel's reflective judgment, there will be a variety of ways in which a sentence attributing the property of redness to a thing can be true. If I am told that Alice's new car is red, then this statement can be true regardless of which shade of red the car instantiates. Hegel will link negation to the logic of subsuming predicates, but crucially we encounter two stages of negation in his account. 2. Hegel's first negative judgment, negating predicates of inherence. Hegel's positive judgment, with its universal subject and singular predicate, might be a judgment, but it is not an adequate instantiation of the concept of a judgment. With its proximity to its starting point as a mere Satz, the positive judgment is not true but has its truth in the negative judgment, SL 2010, p.562, GW 12, p.64. With this, Hegel's opposition to the empiricist idea of grounding all judgments in simple positive judgments is obvious. Hegel's account of the passage from the qualitative judgment to the more developed judgment of reflection will reveal the complexity of the two different ways in which negation is involved with predication, a difference aligning with that between predication as inherence and as subsumption. First, when one says, for example, the rose is not red, negation here can be taken as applying only to the determinateness of the predicate, such that saying that the rose is not red does not imply that it is not colored. 137 rather it being assumed that it has a color, though another color, SL 2010, p.565, GW12, p.68. Such judgments cannot be conceived as meeting the demands of logical independence as in Auskunftskondition 1. With the predicate understood in this way, a rose that is red is thereby not yellow, not pink, not blue, and so on, and one that is not red, will be either yellow or pink or blue, and so on. 138 Along with this rose is not red or this rose is non-red would be ruled out as an elementarsatz on Anscombe's criterion 3, as there clearly is a plurality of ways in which a rose might not be red, by being yellow, pink, or blue, for example. This judgment type, in which some contrary one-placed predicate is said of the same subject, some non-f of a subject A, seems to have no equivalent in the modern Freya, Russell system, nor in the Tractatus. The idea of negation as contrariety, however, was central to the Aristotelian term logic that modern classical logic replaced, and a more modern version is found in the logic of the Cambridge logician, W. E. Johnson, who in the early 1920s, described color predicates such as red, green, blue, etc., as the particular determinates of a general determinable, and distinguished the determinable relation to the more conventionally conceived genus-species relation, Johnson 1921. Ch 11.139. For Hegel, the type of negative judgment employing such a predicate structure is just an initial and limited form of negative judgment. The first positive expression of the negative judgment with the structure the singular is a particular, SL 2010, p.563, GW12, p.65, my emphasis. In this intermediate form of negation the predicate is thus neither a singular nor an abstract universal, but a particular instance of a universal, a particular determinate of the determinable color. 140 This capacity for a particular to mediate the relation of singular to universal will become explicit in Hegel's account of the syllogism, and it will depend upon the idea of a type of translatability between judgments that construe some object or property as singular on the one hand and as a particular instance of a universal on the other. Moreover, such qualitative judgments of inherence with their peculiar negation would play a role in the unraveling of the Tractatus in the late 1920s. 3. Hegel's second negative judgment, negating predicates of subsumption. In Hegel's series, this still positive first expression of the negative judgment will itself be negated such that the second negation negates the determinateness bestimtheit of the predicate of the positive judgment, its abstract universality, or, considered as content, the singular quality that it possesses of the subject, SL 2010, p.655, GW12, p.69. In Johnson's terms, we can say that the first negation is restricted to the predicate qua particular determinate of its determinable, while the second negates the general determinable itself. With this, the type of external or propositional conception of negation standard since Freya, 1997, but dating back to the Stoics, comes into play. This negation, which is conceived as applying to the entire propositional content of the judgment rather than to any part of it, will characterize Hegel's following judgment form: the judgment of reflection as well as subsumptive judgments more generally. The transition from the qualitative judgment to the judgment of reflection, however, is prefaced by Hegel's treatment of the infinite judgment, an anomalous judgment form that signals problems for any judgment which regards negation in exclusively external form. Examples of the infinite judgment: the rose is not an elephant and the understanding is not a table, SL 2010, p.567, GW12, p.70, seem like responses to category mistakes, statements that could be meaningfully made only in response to someone who had radically misunderstood what sorts of thing a rose or the understanding might be. There is a sense in which such judgments can be considered true. Roses are indeed not elephants, but Hegel describes them as offering a type of truth that is nonsensical and fatuous. SL 2010, p.567, GW 12, p.70. Moreover, unlike the first positive-negative judgment, for example, the infinite judgment does not support inferences. That the rose is not an elephant does not imply that it is some other animal, and fails to convey any real information about roses. The infinite judgment, one might say, has vacated logical space entirely. The judgment of reflection, into which the infinite judgment transitions, will include universally and particularly quantified judgments understood in a broadly modern way, and has a logical form closer to that familiar in the modern classical logic of Freya and Russell. Here the predicate is an abstract universal that subsumes singular subjects, such that that universal can be understood as truly or falsely attributed to some subject that is considered in abstraction from any consideration of the kind of thing it is. The subject of the reflective judgment comes with no sordal or kind term, so there seems no way of indicating as malformed, judgments such as "this is an elephant," said of a rose. Clearly, the infinite judgment signals a problem for the reflective judgment, which will partially explain why it needs to be superseded by a judgment type, the judgment of necessity, whose subject term is a kind term. 141 read superficially, Hegel's treatment of the judgment of necessity can seem an easy target for the charge that Hegel is in the grip of Aristotelian logic and metaphysics, but a careful consideration of this section here shows Hegel's distance from any such Aristotelianism. The judgment of necessity first transitions into the overtly evaluative analog of the judgment of necessity, the judgment of the concept, which in turn is shown to have its truth in inferentially articulated set of judgments, the syllogism. Like the earlier qualitative judgment, and unlike the earlier judgment of necessity, the judgment of the concept is crucially about some specific observable thing. In Hegel's example, this house judged to be good or bad on the basis of a qualitative and evaluative perceptual experience, SL 2010, p.656, GW 12, p.85. It is clear here that the example presupposes the context of argumentative contestation. The house is declared to be good for having such and such properties. Qua sentence structure, the relation of singular subject to universal predicate is thus mediated by a determination of the house described in a certain way, as a particular instance of certain universally normative properties. Spelled out in traditional syllogistic form, we would have something like, all houses having such and such properties are good. Major premise or rule, this house has such and such properties. Minor premise, therefore this house is good. Conclusion. However, we shouldn't understand Hegel's inference here as a deduction from those premises to that conclusion. Hegel is clear that here reasoning starts from the perceptual judgment that this house is good, that is, it starts from the formal conclusion, and the judge then invokes a description of this house as a house having certain properties to justify the original assertion. Judging in this manner involves finding some complex predicate, a description, under which one subsumes this house, in the way that Kant had, in the Critique of Judgment, characterized aesthetic judgments. Considered as an inference, Hegel's moves from the formal conclusion to minor premise in the way C.S. Peirce had characterized abductive inference. 142. Hegel's replacement of the traditional Aristotelian categorical judgment, the judgment of necessity, by this internally inferentially articulated judgment signals his resolutely anti-Platonist stance. Merely conceptually formed ideals, think of Plato's the good, for example, are indeterminate unless they are able to be instantiated in specific concrete experienceable things. 143. And while Hegel lauded Aristotle's attempts to bring Platonic ideas into the actual world, the consequences of this for logic had been greater than Aristotle had appreciated, as Aristotle had stopped at treating individual things simply as instances of Platonic universals. It had only been in the medieval period that the status of individuals as counting as individuals, and so as more than just instances of a kind, had come to be recognized in logic, a type of individualism that became widespread in the early modern period. Nevertheless, the integration of singularity with the other determinations of the concept, particularity and universality, as carried out by Leibniz and Plauquet, remained incomplete. Thus this category became isolated and tied to subjectivity itself, as is typified by the Cartesian ego. In relation to this phenomenon, I suggest, there are in Hegel both parallels and conflicts with the way in which Wittgenstein was to insist on the presence of names of objects in the Tractatus. Moreover, when Wittgenstein became aware of problems in the Tractatus, it was in the context of considering judgments like those Hegel had dealt with as expressing the first stage of negation. I take part of Wittgenstein's motivation for having given a fundamental role to names and to the elementary sentences formed from them to have been a broadly semantic concern that the type of quantificational apparatus developed by Frege and Russell was insufficient for logic to connect to the world. 144 Moreover, were logical connectives, quantifiers, negation, and so forth allowed into the fundamental sentences of the language, there would be the problem of confusing genuine objects with what were simply logical constructions. Anscombe makes this type of point in relation to the word someone when she criticizes the claim that, while it is not part of the logic of the word nobody to refer to somebody, it is part of the logic of somebody to do so, Anscombe 1961, p.85. But, as she points out, the claim that everybody hates somebody does not imply that there is some person who is universally hated. The connection between language, thought and world must be deeper than this. Thinking of names as able to be replaced by definite descriptions, as in Russell's theory of descriptions, replaces an immediate direct cognitive connection with some specific worldly object with an indirect one in which the intentional connection is with whatever object satisfies that description. For his part, Russell had thought of logical proper names, akin in some ways to Wittgenstein's basic names or Hegel's singular determinations, as designating phenomenal sense data knowable directly in acquaintance, the epistemological ambitions of this move later coming to be widely criticized in broadly Hegelian ways. 145 But Wittgenstein seems to have grasped that the cost of allowing qualities to so characterize the fundamental simples of the Tractatus would be that such things would thereby be able to be specified in terms of those qualities, the distinction between names and descriptions being thereby lost. TLP 2.0232 to 2.02331. Rather, Wittgenstein's names seem intended to be more like rigid designators such that the objects they pick out are unable to be specified entirely in terms of repeatable properties. Bradley 1992, pages 86, 87. Thus Wittgenstein's approach was meant to work at a deeper level than the approach of Russell or the positivists, a purely logical level, bypassing any such epistemological and psychological issues. But from an Hegelian point of view this creates a problem for the determinacy of the thought involved. As is often pointed out, Wittgenstein seems not to have been able to offer examples of his fundamental objects. Later, Wittgenstein would seem to come to the view that logic cannot be so simply detached from epistemological concerns. Anscombe, in summing up the powerful and beautiful theory at the heart of the Tractatus, would write that there is surely something right about it if one could dispense with simples and draw the limits of its applicability. Anscombe 1959, p.77. Hegel, I suggest, was searching for a way to maintain Wittgenstein's distinction between names and logical constructions, but without such categorially isolated and untranslatable indeterminate simples. For the unraveling of the Tractatus with the logic of qualities. Hegelian themes directly emerge in the context in which the central doctrines of the Tractatus had started to come into question for Wittgenstein in the late 1920s. In a talk to members of the Vienna Circle in late 1929, Wittgenstein is reported as modifying the Tractarian metaphor of likening a statement to a ruler laid against the world. The statements describing for me the length of an object form a system of propositions. Now it is such an entire system of propositions that is compared with reality, not a single proposition. If I say, for example, that this or that point in the visual field is blue, then I know not merely that, but also that this point is not green, nor red, nor yellow, etc. I have laid the entire color scale against it in at one go. WVC, p.64. In the Tractatus Wittgenstein had described the assertion attributing two different colors to one point in the visual field at the same time as a contradiction, TLP, 6.3751, and here he distances himself from that view. All this I did not yet know when I was writing my work. At that time I thought that all inference was based on tautological form, WVC, p.64.146. In his book on Wittgenstein, the Hegelian dimension of J. N. Findlay's criticisms becomes apparent when he comments on the significance of Wittgenstein's changing views on the application of color judgments. He notes that some paragraphs concerning color in the Tractatus appear to anticipate his later move. Thus Wittgenstein's comments on color and tone at 2.0131 seem to suggest that such ultimate objects might differ in type or form, and so be surrounded by a distinctive logical space of their own. Findlay 1984, pages 81, 82. But any such move would be ruinous to the principles of the Tractatus, which holds to the unlimited combinatory capacities of every ultimate object with every other. Findlay 1984, p.82.147. Such distinctive logical spaces are what Hegel had explored in the peculiar logic governing judgments of perceptual qualities. Problems posed by such irreducibly opposed logical spaces might have been avoided had Wittgenstein stuck to his claim concerning the general colorlessness, that is, lack of any qualitative features of his ultimate objects, but leaving such ultimate objects in principle unobservable had come at a cost. Detached from any sorts of epistemological considerations, Wittgenstein's objects would remain mysterious and our capacity to know them perplexing. 148. Like Wittgenstein in the Tractatus, Hegel had opposed the way that logicians pursued the path of generalization by eliminating genuinely singular terms. This elimination had been explicit in the traditional syllogistic, in which singular terms had no proper place, but it was also implicit in the ways later employed to get around this limitation. One of these was that of redetermining a name, Socrates, for example, as a particular term, some philosopher, or a definite description, the inspirer of Plato. The second, less obvious, solution favored by medieval logicians was to treat singular terms as universals. Both forms of substitution had in fact been used by Leibniz and Plouquet. 149. Leibniz had nominally kept a place for singular terms qua singular concepts as the ultimate units arrived at in the complete analysis of any concept, but this was at the expense that only God was able to cognize the world in this way. From the human point of view, Leibniz's ultimate monads were, like Wittgenstein's objects, nothings nugatorily related. Findlay 1984, p.81. That is, from the human point of view these ultimates are simply the indeterminate whatevers securing relations between predicates in the mathematical syllogism, merely logical devices. Hegel's critical relation to this doctrine was complex. Like Leibniz, he allowed terms instantiating the categories of singularity, particularity, and universality to be interchanged within judgments, as is clear from his judgment of the concept. This house, that stands before me and that I perceive as good, the house determined as singular, must be able to count also as a mere instantiation of some type of house, a house characterizable as having such and such properties, the house determined as particular, SL 2010, p.585, GW 12, p.87. It is this second determination of the house that allows the rational application of another universal, to it its being good. Without this link, the original judgment would remain nothing but a type of visceral reaction. Kant had argued that these types of substitutions in his terms, substitutions between intuitions and concepts, would generate contradictions or antinomies, but Hegel held that rational thought demanded them, making it the task of reason to take on and think through these contradictions, thus producing his strangely dialectical logic. Conclusion. During the early decades of analytic philosophy, J. N. Findlay had opposed the abstractly negative attitude of the Oxford Hegelians to the new philosophy emanating from Cambridge, Findlay 1985, pages 16, 18. To simply oppose Hegel and analytic philosophy in this way was, he thought, not Hegelian. Rather, he came to think of the dynamically evolving history of the logical doctrines within analytic philosophy as itself expressing features that could be understood in Hegelian terms. Findlay 1963, pages 221, 222. This general perspective, I suggest, might be brought to the more specific terrain of the relation of Hegelian philosophy to that of Wittgenstein. Thus, to better understand the obvious parallels between the later thought of Wittgenstein and the approach of Hegel, we might first locate the doctrines of Hegel's logic in relation to the strengths and weaknesses of Wittgenstein's early thought. The account above is meant as a contribution to such a project. 150. Terry Pinkard. Forms of Thought, Forms of Life. Abstract Hegel and Wittgenstein at first seem like an odd pairing. Hegel, the system builder who sought unity and who created a corresponding and forbidding technical vocabulary, and Wittgenstein, whose model was clarity and who focused on the heterogeneity of language. I argue that there is a shared problem at the core of their philosophies. Both are concerned with the limits of thought. This leads Wittgenstein in the Tractatus to a conception of the subject of thinking that dovetails in crucial ways with Hegel's conception of subjectivity. Perhaps surprisingly, the Tractatus and the Science of Logic turn out to be in many basic ways, as it were, the same book, except for the latter's more detailed account of self-conscious subjectivity. Likewise, in Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations and in Hegel's phenomenology, the very idea of an objective world is bound up with the idea of that world showing itself to thinking, self-conscious creatures. At least on the surface, Wittgenstein and Hegel seem like an unlikely pairing, lining up on opposite sides of the philosophical spectrum. On the one side, there is Hegel, the great system builder, adept at non-ordinary terminology, and on the other side, Wittgenstein, the elegant philosopher insisting on clarity, ordinary language, and the non-systematizable heterogeneity of the use of language. What I wish to show here is that there is a deeper affinity at work in both that is very likely not a matter of any historical influence of Hegel on Wittgenstein. I also do not intend simply to compare and contrast two philosophers to see where they might overlap or contradict each other. Rather, it is to look at how each reacted to and took up a Kantian idea that still resonates with us. Each, that is, was grappling with the same, or very similar, set of problems but which led them to go down the different roads they took. The problem, put most generally, is that of the limits of thought. Are there metaphysical or logical features of thinking that show that there are limits to thinking beyond which it cannot go? Kant of course argued that there were, and that, furthermore, things in themselves went beyond the bounds of consistent thinking. Both Wittgenstein and Hegel rejected Kant's sharp distinction between things in themselves and appearance. In his Tractatus, Wittgenstein remarked that to set a limit to thought, we should have to find both sides of the limit thinkable, i.e., we should have to be able to think what cannot be thought. It will therefore only be in language that the limit can be set, and what lies on the other side of the limit will simply be nonsense. TLP, p.3. Hegel more economically noted, where there is a limit, it is a negation only for a third perspective, for an external comparison. E3, 359. All told, both Hegel and Wittgenstein begin with a central worry about how, to use A.W. Moore's helpful characterization, in making sense of things, we are inevitably driven to make sense of making sense, to a kind of logic. Moore 2012. However, overall, the question is whether it even makes sense to set any such limits. A corollary issue is whether what goes beyond the bounds of making sense should be classified as some form of nonsense, and if so, whether it is a special kind of nonsense. Hegel and Wittgenstein each responded to this with doctrines that have raised any number of interpretive issues. Wittgenstein's distinction between saying and showing and his Sibylline advice to be silent about that of which one cannot speak, and Hegel's notorious idea of the absolute as including contraries within itself. Ultimately, of course, Understanding either position cannot be done outside of the history to which each thinker was responding, and, to the extent that any overall single view emerges from this investigation, it will almost certainly end up in a position that cannot be labeled purely Wittgensteinian or Hegelian in any non-question-begging sense. 1. Forms of thought. 1.1 Wittgenstein, Logic and Limits. Just as Kant's Critique of Pure Reason was the founding text of European philosophy for the next couple of hundred years, Wittgenstein's Tractatus was the founding text for developments in, largely Anglophone, philosophy for the 20th century and beyond. Both were concerned with establishing the limits of thought and for circumscribing, if not entirely eliminating, traditional metaphysics. In both cases, what exactly they even meant by their key terms became one of the more contentious issues among those who wished to continue their program or to take it in new directions. In the Tractatus, Wittgenstein was clearly interested in the relations between linguistically formulated propositions and the world. When things went right, those propositions were true. They told us the way the world was. Propositions are true when they picture, or we could just say represent, the world as it really is. The sense of a proposition is the possible state of affairs it represents, and thus if there is no possible state of affairs it could represent, the proposition is quite literally senseless. What the proposition cannot picture is how it pictures. It cannot give a picture of itself picturing, since picturing is not itself a fact in the world. Since no picture can violate the laws of logic and still be a picture if it could, its sense would not be that of any possible object. Logic itself is the form of the world. The limits of sense-making are thereby given by logic itself. Whatever transgresses that is not just a failure to make sense, it is literally nonsense, and thus any and all efforts to represent the world as a whole are also nonsense, since to represent the world as a whole we would have to step outside of the world as a whole, and there is and can be no such vantage point. Logic does not tell us what there is in the world, how the world of facts contingently turns out to be, but it is the form of that world. If so, then logic prescribes the bounds of sense such that even the attempt to think illogically reveals itself not so much as failed thought but as non-thought. Logic just is what thinking is. Everything else is a statement of possible fact, and the facts could always be, logically speaking, otherwise. Now, as is well known, at the end of the book Wittgenstein revealed that, strictly speaking, all of those assertions about representing the world as a whole had to be quite literally nonsense. If the only meaningful propositions are those that purport to speak about facts, then attempts to speak about the form of those facts, or about the substance of the world, are already using the form, and statements about the form are not statements about facts. If the only sensible propositions are about facts, and statements about the logical form of the world are not propositions about the facts, then propositions about such form are not sensible. They too are nonsense. To ask about the form of the world would be in effect as if one asked how it is that logic makes sense possible, and the person who answered the question simply showed the questioner more logic. If logic is the form of the world, then it is also the limit. One can express individual limits, the way one thing is not another, and so on, but the world as a whole has no limit in that sense. There is nothing beyond it with which to contrast it. The world as a whole simply shows itself, zeigt sich, TLP, 5.62. In picturing the world, the activity of picturing cannot itself picture how it is that it pictures what it does picture, but shows itself to what, or to whom. It is important to note that Wittgenstein thinks that this question too is ultimately nonsense. Why? It might seem that if the world were to show itself to something, it would show itself to the thinking subject. However, as Wittgenstein says, if he were to write a book called The World as I Found It, one of the things he would not find in the world is himself as a thinking, willing subject. He would never find the subject to whom the world shows itself, and thus there could be no representation of it and thus no statement about it. The thinking and willing subject could never be an item in the world but would itself belong to the form of the world. 151 Thus, in the world itself, there is no thinking, representing subject, TLP, 5.631. Nor could there be any such subject. If the thinking subject cannot be another fact in the world, then it is more like the point of view on the world which is not itself an element in that world. Yet in its most abstract form, this point of view on the world and the world itself are identical. They are both the form of the world. They are the formal limits of the world, but beyond this limit is nothing, and that is where one must be standing if one wishes to describe the world as a whole. Wittgenstein claims that this establishes what is true in solipsism, not that solipsism is true but that there is some truth in it, for what the solipsist means is quite correct, only it cannot be said, but rather shows itself. TLP 5.62 If the world shows itself to a subject, and the subject is not in the world, and there is nothing beyond or outside of the world, then the statement that the world shows itself to the subject leads to nonsense, since it leads to a fundamental contradiction. The world shows itself to a subject, but in principle there is no subject to which it shows itself. What truth there is in solipsism is captured in part of that contradiction, namely, that the world shows itself to an I that itself cannot be represented and cannot be either beyond the world not in it. The I cannot be either outside nor inside what makes sense. The world thus shows itself to a subject that understands it is picturing the world but cannot picture how it is that it pictures, and which understands that the very question of how it pictures what it pictures is itself, when pressed, a nonsensical question, since it cannot have a non-nonsensical answer. Thus, we can only say that the world shows itself to me, except that me, I, here has a sense that defies the limits of what makes sense. In his preparatory sketches for the Tractatus, Wittgenstein said of this, there really is only one world soul, which I for preference call my soul, and as which alone I conceive what I call the souls of others. NB, p.49e, as we might take that, he is expressing the idea that the very concept of an objective world of facts, states of affairs and objects is not a world beyond all viewpoints but one which the idea of a viewpoint is already included in the conception of what the limits of the world are. It is not the view that the world is constituted by our representations of it, either in subjective idealism or in most versions of orthodox Kantianism, nor is it the view, as the younger Schelling once had it, of a world soul that is generating the physical directions of the world and of our consciousness in participating in the world soul's activities, see Schelling 2000. Nor is it the thesis that there can be no universe without thinking subjects, or people, in it. It is rather that the world as intelligible to pure reason is logical form, and that logical form is the shape of the pure thinking subject. Outside of logic, there is no intelligible world, simply a world of contingency. Had the objects of the world been rearranged into different states of affairs, which logic alone cannot rule out, everything would be different except logical form itself and therefore the structure of thinking subjectivity. Without the concept of the subject, there would not be an intelligible world. There would just be objects arranged in various ways. 152. That suggests at least that there could be many possible worlds, but that logic would be the same in all of those worlds. Yet Wittgenstein also seems to rule out that rather positivist way of taking that. He speaks in many places of how I make judgments and so forth, but he also says things such as we picture facts to ourselves. The truth contained in solipsism is that the I of the solipsist actually includes a we within itself. My point of view linked internally to the point of view of others as we, and our use of signs, etc. In his preliminary sketches in the notebooks, he also noted, my whole task consists in explaining the nature of the proposition. That is to say, in giving the nature of all facts, whose picture the proposition is, to which Wittgenstein immediately added, in giving the essence of all being. And here being does not mean existing, in that case it would be nonsensical. NB, p.39, this suggests, but only suggests, that although reality is purely contingent from the logical point of view or from the point of view of being and not existence, the actual world is the one that the subject actually has as his world. 153 We cannot say a priori what the objects of the world will be, and thus we cannot do anything even approaching the traditional task of metaphysics, which is to do just that. but he also says that the world of the happy man is a different one from that of the unhappy man, which he seems to infer from, if the good or bad exercise of the will does alter the world, it can alter only limits of the world, not the facts, not what can be expressed by means of language. In short, the effect must be that it becomes an altogether different world. It must, so to speak, wax and wane as a whole. TLP 6.43. The limits of the world are thus the limits of the actual world for the thinking subject. Within those limits, non-philosophical thinking, natural science, common sense, and so on can carry on just fine and exhibit an ongoing self-criticism so that they can get better at what they are doing. Metaphysics, however, wants to know if there is more to things, wants to know what the world as a whole really is. Wittgenstein's Metaphysics in the Tractatus says that the world as a whole is a contingent affair, and pure thought cannot determine anything much more about the ultimate makeup of the world other than that it not contradict itself. It can also determine that its determination of this makes no sense, since it results itself in a series of contradictions having to do with the subject to which the world shows itself. Since there is no way out of the paradox, one has to live with it. Interpreters of the Tractatus have more or less divided recently into two camps to respond to this. We can call them the Tolstoyans and the Kierkegaardians. The Tolstoyans 154 claim that since on Wittgenstein's own terms, what he has said in his book is literally nonsense, he is thus pointing beyond to something that cannot be put into words but which is of ultimate importance in living one's life. It is the mystical which cannot be put into words but which nonetheless has meaning. TLP 6.522. The Kierkegaardians, on the other hand, see Wittgenstein as self-consciously producing nonsense in order to lure the reader into a comprehension of how easy it is when one is doing metaphysical philosophy to think one is in fact producing sense when in fact one is actually producing nonsense. One version of this interpretation takes it that it is not each statement in the Tractatus that shows itself to be nonsense, but the project as a whole turns out to be nonsense. It is in trying to comprehend how the propositions even could coherently hang together in the book as a whole that one finds the sense of the book evaporating, and that it is in retrospect that one understands that the entire project comprehending the world as a limited whole is necessarily bound to failure, i.e., to the utterance of nonsense. 155. Wittgenstein correctly draws the conclusion that all talk of the subject is nonsensical if the rest of the book's premises are accepted, and that therefore the book itself is nonsensical. The Tolstoyan Wittgenstein thinks that he has shown that the real point of living cannot be put into words, and that any attempt to do so results in nonsense, not just in falsifying the point. The Kierkegaardian Wittgenstein thinks that there is a constant danger, existential and intellectual, in trying to grasp the world as a whole in pure reason, all of which ultimately shows simply the folly of trying to do just that. Which one is Wittgenstein, or is he none of the above? What Wittgenstein, at least in the Tractatus, does not have is any conception of the subject as a self-conscious subject. He in fact rules out the possibility of thought thinking about what it is to be a thought of a limited whole. 1.2 Hegel, Logic, and Limits. Hegel too was concerned with the so-called limits of the world and the limits of knowledge as he came to terms with metaphysics in the wake of Kant's philosophy. Indeed, he started his philosophical life more or less as a Kantian of sorts. 156, Kant, unlike Wittgenstein, thought that the limits of thought were the limits of possible experience, but the limits of the latter did not exhaust the limits of the world. Like Wittgenstein, Hegel thought that Kant's way of drawing the limits did not make sense. The limits of thought were the limits of reality itself, or, as both Hegel and Wittgenstein noted, of being itself. Hegel notes that the pure knowing that constitutes logic, and which traditional metaphysics wishes to extend into what Wittgenstein called objects, is itself at first empty, or so it seems. This pure knowing takes itself not as representing objects, has sublated all relation to an other and to mediation, but, taken as such, a pure knowing is really not a knowing at all. 157 It does not, cannot, distinguish its pure thought from reality, and is thus equivalent to pure being, to the thought that there is anything at all and not the thought of what things there are. 158. From the beginning, Hegel thus subscribes to the same idea that Wittgenstein puts as the thought that logic pervades, erfüllt, the world, the limits of the world are also its limits, TLP 5.61. What he does not do is draw the same conclusion that Wittgenstein immediately draws, so we cannot say in logic, the world has this in it, and this, but not that, TLP 5.61. Why? Both Hegel and Wittgenstein make their moves, perhaps surprisingly, around the same idea. There is a thinking subject who thinks about there being anything at all, and this thought is itself empty. As Wittgenstein puts it, the experience that we need in order to understand logic is not that something or other is the state of things, but that something is, that, however, is not an experience. TLP 5.552. The thought is of the being of the world, and outside of that is nothing. One cannot think of the nothing, that is just nonsense upon stilts, unseen parading as sense. The world is all that is the case, and there is nothing beyond that. Or, to shift to Hegelian prose, at the outset are the two thoughts of being and nothing, and that thought itself is not really a logical thought. It looks like a thought, but it is in fact itself a contradiction. It is a thought of the world as a whole in terms of the empty concepts of being and nothing, which is a thought from a standpoint that cannot be, since it would be a thought occupying a conceptual place outside of being and nothing. 159 Mystics may indeed claim to have such a thought, but they cannot make it intelligible, and an unintelligible thought is a thought that cannot be thought. For Wittgenstein, the thought of being cannot really be a thought, since it requires a distinction between being and non-being, which cannot itself be said. Beyond that is the world of objects that have no logical relation to each other and whose concatenations are therefore purely contingent. Hegel's proposal runs counter to this. His logic, like Wittgenstein's logic, is a logic of the form of thought, which is itself the logic of being to the extent that being is intelligible. As a logic, Hegel's logic is concerned with the form of thought, not with what things in particular there are, which is a matter of fact, not of form. 160 However, the form of thought itself seems to be fractured at the outset, not able to make sense of itself about how it is to be the form of the actual world, since it seems to have to say that the world as a whole, identified simply as being, is linked to the concept of nothing, but not of the negation of any particular object. It is rather the idea of there being anything at all, a Wittgensteinian thought, that is a statement that fails to make sense. Outside of the world itself is nothing. However, the difference between nothing and being, drawn at this level of abstraction, of pure form, can only show itself since it cannot be stated. Stating it strikes all the notes of nonsense. Being is nothing. Instead, what we have is a whole, grasped in thought, of coming to be and passing away, of some being going into nothing and nothing coming to be something, or just becoming in general. The world as a whole is that of things coming to be and vanishing. 161 That this is a conception of existing objects with qualitative and quantitative features follows from the attempt to state the very idea of the world as a whole, which seems to require a standpoint outside of the whole, which is itself nonsensical on its own terms. The rest of Hegel's logic is in some ways simply a development of that basic idea which he shares, by and large, with Wittgenstein. It is the development of the form determinations, Formbestimmungen, Hegel's term, of the world in pure thought, that is, in logic, broadly construed. Hegel, so we might very anachronistically put it, thinks that he can show that the form determinations of Wittgenstein's objects lead to the introduction of pure content, which runs completely against Wittgenstein's original idea that there could be no a priori determination of such things. On Hegel's own terms, all the attempts to linguistically express the world as a whole are bound to fail at making sense in any full way, even though the judgments generated by using those forms may indeed make sense. Taken formally, logically, they generate conundrums and contradictions in fulfilling their claim to grasp the world as a whole. So Hegel argued, the details of which of course have to be omitted here, that his logic thus falls into three basic divisions, each of which can be seen as what is required in terms of form to answer certain types of questions. In matters of being, we have judgments about what there is, identifying things, that one over there, generalizing about them, usually they are only so big, and counting them, there are 5 of them. Together, they lead to the concept of the world as an infinite whole, and the paradoxes of infinity drive the process forward. In essence, the judgments have to do with why the appearing world of the individual things of being take on the shape they do. It can lead to judgments such as, the tie looks green in the shop but blue in the sunlight, to a mouse chewing the electric cord caused the short which caused the fire. This leads to conundrums about the explanatory dependence and independence of the terms of explanation. Another sphere of judgments altogether is those that which involve thinking, willing, judging subjects moving self-consciously within a logical space, such as when one says that another's conclusions do not follow from his premises, or when one judges that a statement about nature is not coherent with the current state of physics. These types of judgments and inferences, or syllogisms, involve judgments very generally of good and bad, most generally in the case of valid versus invalid arguments. Hegel classifies such judgments under the rubric of the concept. Like the rest of the logic, it turns on the conception of a self-conscious subject who is part of the world and conscious of the things in the world, but is also conscious of his or her access to the things of the world. 162 It involves the unity of the subject's consciousness in the activity of judging being the same as the consciousness of its unity, that is, to be self-consciousness. This kind of self-consciousness requires the statement of itself that requires a more dialectical expression than does the simple awareness of things in the world or the forming of representations of facts. It is, as the absolute idea, the unity, Hegel says, of concept and reality, that is, a kind of fact-stating evaluation of embodied human subjects in a historically shaped conceptual environment. 163 The whole making a statement about itself in full consciousness of the kinds of difficulties that it necessarily generates in doing so, or, as Hegel puts it in his own terms, for the sake of freedom, the idea also has, the hardest opposition within itself. Its being at rest consists in the security and certainty with which it eternally creates and eternally overcomes that being at rest, and therein brings itself together with itself. WL2 p.468, SL 2010, p.759, my translation. In this way, we see that what fundamentally, most basically divides Hegel and Wittgenstein on logic and the limits of thought has to do with how they understand the point of view of the subject to be part of the account. For Wittgenstein, the subject is necessary for being to show itself, whereas for Hegel, the same is true, but he thought that required us to fashion a very different sense of how form and content function in logic as it expresses the limits of thought. All in all, though, and perhaps surprisingly, the Tractatus and the Science of Logic turn out to be in many basic ways, as it were, the same book, except for the latter's more detailed account of self-conscious subjectivity. But that more detailed account of the concept as self-conscious subjectivity makes a huge difference. Two forms of life. Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations was, at least on the surface, a very different book from the Tractatus. But before Hegel had written his Logic, he too had written a very different book, at least on the surface, the Phenomenology of Spirit. That book begins with some themes that have, to use a Wittgensteinian phrase, a family resemblance to those of the Tractatus. Hegel tries out some representations of the world as a whole in terms of sensuous certainty, perception, and the intellect, the understanding, der Verstand, only to find that at the end of each presentation, the position taken by each of these stages as it tries to present itself as self-contained finds itself, as it were, babbling. The position had tried to say such and such, but it found that as it did so and refined its statements, it made less and less sense until it was finally pressured to move on to the next stage, at which point what had seemed in isolation like babbling in fact seemed to have an appropriate place in a larger setting. However, none of the stages of consciousness stands organizing its self-understanding around the idea that it represented individual facts to itself was self-sufficient. Each collapsed as a conception that was consistent with itself, and the whole scheme ended with a conception of the world as infinity, that is, as something that cannot be represented or perceived but can only be conceived, that is, thought. The boundlessness of the infinite, for boundlessness here is merely another word for the infinite, is available only to a subject that is not bound to the statements of facts but who can think of a whole, a limited whole that is not enumerated in any actual statement of the facts. The true is the whole, Hegel famously said, which also meant that anything less than the whole was going to land itself in a nest of seemingly intractable contradictions. 164. In his later work, Wittgenstein turns to a therapeutic conception of philosophy in which he tries to show that philosophical problems are not so much motivated by a misunderstanding of the logic of our language, as he thought in the Tractatus, but rather that such problems are motivated by more or less natural pictures we form when we exercise our reflective capacities on what might be otherwise ordinary activities. Once those pictures are formed, on reflection we then see that there are various problems and contradictions, or paradoxes, when one follows out the implications of that picture. His working principle of philosophical therapy was therefore to go through a series of reflections and arguments to show either that the picture itself was thoroughly misleading or that the picture was not itself required but was just one way among many of looking at things, and it should be asked of it how helpful it was in getting us to see things that way. It was not, as many have argued, simply to gain clarity, which was the point of the Tractatus, but to lead us out of the problems we had generated for ourselves by adopting a picture of what it was we were doing and then finding it inexplicable how what we were actually doing could even be possible. 165 There was therefore no master principle at work in the investigations as there was in the Tractatus. Instead, there was an ongoing series of remarks and reflections on, mostly, the concepts of understanding, meaning, and thinking, see pi. 81. Common to both books, however, was the conception of philosophy as activity, not as a body of doctrine, a view Wittgenstein shared with Kant. 166 There is no general view of how attempting to state a view of the world as a whole is doomed to nonsense. Instead, there is a picture of various ways in which language can be used for which there is no master story or big picture of how all those uses logically tie together. There is no general reason to think they do. Wittgenstein tries to undo the grip that various conceptions or pictures of understanding, meaning, and thinking have had on us. In particular, he tried to show how the initially plausible idea that understanding the meaning of a proposition as involving some kind of determinate mental state in one's mind, or in the brain, itself engendered a whole set of philosophical stances trying to come to terms with all the problems reflection would discover in such a position, problems that one need not have if one did not begin with that picture of understanding, meaning, and thinking to be all-encompassing. In particular, and especially in the passages on rule following, Wittgenstein brings out how in performing an action, first, one knows what one is doing even if one has not plotted out all the commitments involved, and second, how this kind of knowing is based in a shared set of judgments about what the terms mean, which includes not merely how they are applied but also a whole host of other things that simply cannot be laid out as if there were an explicit program delimiting the use of the term. 167 As Wittgenstein puts it in his well-known summation, it is what human beings say that is true and false, and they agree in the language they use. That is not agreement in opinions but in form of life. If language is to be a means of communication, there must be agreement not only in definitions but also, queer as this may sound, in judgments. Pi. 241, 242. This of course sounds close to Hegel's own conception of the involvement of self-consciousness in sociality. The conclusion of the consciousness chapter of the Phenomenology showed that the problems arising with consciousness have to do with its opening onto a world that cannot be grasped all at once in perception or in making judgments that involve positing non-observable explanatory forces and entities. Rather, it opens onto infinity, which can never be fully traversed. This infinity is also self-consciousness, in that in being conscious not merely of the world but also our access to that world, we find ourselves always and already in a world of meaning and practices. Hegel used the term, Geist, spirit, to characterize that species of animal who is self-conscious in that way. Self-consciousness is not merely an additional property of such primates, it transforms them into a new species altogether that has its own species-specific needs. This self-consciousness proves itself to be irremediably social. At first, it is simply the self-consciousness of a living being confronted with all the demands that life makes. The unity, however, of a self-conscious agent is just that, an empty identity. In his treatment of the paralogisms of pure reason, Kant used this to show how it was illegitimate to infer from the identity of a subject over time to any kind of substantial basis, such as an immaterial soul, of that identity. The content of self-conscious engagement thus must come, as Hegel says, either from nature or from spirit itself. 168 In seeking self-consciousness through the recognition of another as oneself having a certain status, one acquires a more determinate sense of the I engaged with the world. Without any further way to mediate the reception of content, such a relation between self-conscious beings transforms itself into life and death struggles that eventuate in relations of master and slave, in which one person or group extracts a recognition of status from others through force, fraud, or both. For there to be a consciousness of the world, as stretching out to infinity, we must therefore be in a place where the individual I who has his or her own world shares a common ground with other I's. This common ground is not merely that of the different subjects sharing beliefs about things such as, e.g., whether certain plants are edible or, e.g., who has the authority to compel others to do things, but each having the meta-belief that the others also have those beliefs. 169 Such a system of organized I subjects opening up to their world as a shared world is historically mediated through various relations of power, authority, and natural contingency. The shared world as shape of spirit as a whole rests on this sharing of judgments, of knowing how to carry on in that way of doing things. Its unity fractures when the shared judgments come under pressure from themselves because of internal contradictions elicited within the reflections on what that assemblage of judgments requires of people. The content of self-consciousness that the members of a form of life give each other begins to unravel as its internal contradictions become more apparent, and when what had seemed like legitimate authority becomes seen merely as the expression of individual power. At that point, the form of life begins to fall apart. Hegel thought that there was a larger whole within which the story of such breakdowns in forms of life played out, and this had to do with the way in which certain forms of life take the shape they do in a self-conscious manner of picking up the pieces from such a breakdown and crafting something new out of them. The sequence of such forms of life thus takes on a kind of logic as the agents moving within them work out the consequences of the shared forms of authority they have, and always at first within the limits of their natural and social worlds and then beyond those social worlds as this development works itself out. Wittgenstein, at least on the surface, did not seem to pay much attention to such things. Yet he did acknowledge that historical forms of life could put limits on what one could accomplish or appreciate in a specific period, not just in knowing but in the arts as well. 170 He also speculated about the way in such breakdowns in a form of life are breakdowns of what had been conceived as limits of thought, but in the breakdowns came to be seen instead as limitations, as something to be transcended or replaced. 171 Hegel described his logic metaphorically as a realm of shadows. In part, he was gesturing to the difficult nature of getting at the basic forms of thought about the world which were identical to the world itself, just as Wittgenstein originally thought that the form of the world was logic and thus not logically accessible. It makes sense to ask therefore what Hegel thought was the metaphorical light source of those shadows, and the answer has to be, of course, the absolute. 172 That would be the very end of the third volume of his encyclopedia, where absolute spirit gathers up its account of itself. On Hegel's view, and, so I have suggested, on Wittgenstein's view too, the very idea of an objective world is bound up with the idea of that world showing itself to thinking, self-conscious creatures. The limits of thought are the limits of the world, not because thought creates the world but because genuine thought, true thought, is identical in content with the world. In his later work, Wittgenstein thought that there was simply too much heterogeneity in the uses of language to see them all as emanating from or reducible to one single use. The unity that existed in his later work was, as it was in the former, formal. It is what we do with our words, with what form of life in which we move when we conduct ourselves or when we ask ourselves skeptical questions. That too is Hegel's final word. It is in thinking thought, as he quotes Aristotle, that he concludes his encyclopedia. The form of subjectivity generating its content as it makes itself into a moving target in history is the proper object of philosophy, and the way it does so is surely heterogeneous. Absolute knowing, or spirit knowing itself as spirit, PS 2018, 808, and Wittgenstein's focus on the heterogeneous language game such subjects play are perhaps not as far from each other on the spectrum as we might have thought. Valentin Plüter. Rule following and institutional context. Abstract in his Elements of the Philosophy of Right, Hegel points out that the reference to an abstract ethical rule like the categorical imperative is not enough to establish consistent interpersonal actions. In his philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein points out that a mere rule cannot be the cause of regular actions. But Hegel and Wittgenstein do not only share similar and therefore comparable concerns in connecting rules and acts. They also share similar solutions how to provide this connection. This similarity will be shown by comparing simple interpretations of Hegel's critique of Kant's categorical imperative and Wittgenstein's critique of rule following. The comparison will proceed in two stages. In the first stage, it will be shown that both philosophers share the opinion that general rules, in the form of theoretical propositions, can be related to an unlimited range of actions and that individual actions can be related to an unlimited range of rules. Both believe that this problem cannot be solved by bringing in more theoretical propositions that interpret the original rule. So rule and act are left disconnected and the whole concept of rule following is challenged, which both philosophers regard as a problem. The second stage of the comparison focuses on the suggestion that the solutions both philosophers provide can be situated within the same framework. The thought that rule and act can ever be adequately understood apart from each other is rejected. Instead, some kind of internal relation, if not identity, has to be assumed. This relation that binds rule and act together is ultimately located within some kind of social institution. For Hegel, the necessary institutional context is the Sitte or Sittlichkeit, ethical life, while for Wittgenstein it is customs, uses, institutions or forms of life. Wittgenstein and Hegel are, in every respect, very different kinds of philosophers. Due to this fact, simply finding any point at all where they can be compared is in my eyes an achievement. By this I do not mean points where they share the same opinion, but merely ones where the differences between them can be related to one another. In such cases, it is, of course, the differences that render the comparison fruitful. Among the passages that could be compared are, on the one hand, Hegel's critique of the categorical imperative and conscience in his Elements of the Philosophy of Right, EPR, 129, 141, and, on the other, Wittgenstein's critique of rule following and private language in the Philosophical Investigations, pi. 185, 242. These passages are, of course, well-trodden ground. They have already been interpreted in many and varied ways over the course of time. So it would perhaps be helpful to explain my motivation for comparing them. The answer is that I would like to know under what conditions institutions, understood as social mechanisms, function. By institution I mean, roughly, a valid rule or a valid set of rules that draws its validity from its actual usage in shaping performance and not from another rule. Given that it is its performance that makes a rule valid, the theory and practice of valid rules must clearly be interdependent, and to make matters even more complicated, this interdependency needs to be located within the realm of relations between more or less autonomous persons who know or at least could know what they are doing. In short, institutions have something to do with the practice of freely, or at least consciously, shared rule following. At first glance, the above-mentioned passages seem to be quite unsuitable for this purpose. They present good reasons for questioning whether there are, a. objective criteria to decide whether a rule has actually been followed or not, and, b. whether there is an unmediated and non-arbitrary appeal to an act of spontaneous autonomy by the subject. Although, in my view, Wittgenstein's and Hegel's critique of the categorical imperative, rule following, conscience and private language is justified. I would like to argue that these four phenomena do nonetheless exist and that they deliver what they promise. The categorical imperative is useful for judging actions, rules can usually be followed, referring to one's conscience can be reasonable, and anybody could invent their own private language. To affirm the critique and nonetheless assert that the phenomena exist might seem inconsistent. But the critique is not directed against the phenomena. It is directed against a certain interpretation of them, namely one holding that they can be understood independently of any context. This would mean that the categorical imperative or any rule could explain by itself which actions are required, or that conscience could judge without being bound by its moral environment, or that there could be a private language that is unconnected to a common language. Since the context in these cases is always established by rule-governed interpersonal actions, the argument returns to institutions as social mechanisms. For Hegel, the institutional context is the Sitte or Sittlichkeit, ethical life, while for Wittgenstein it is customs, uses, institutions, pi. 199, or forms of life, pi. 23.173. In other words, the only way to understand all four phenomena adequately is to view them in the light of their realization within an institutional context. Wittgenstein and Hegel aim their critique at abstract and context-free conceptions of the four entities, and in this respect they are comparable. This chapter will confine itself to comparing very simple interpretations of Hegel's critique of Kant's categorical imperative and Wittgenstein's critique of rule following. The comparison will proceed in two stages. In the first stage, I will attempt to show that both philosophers share the opinion that general rules, in the form of theoretical propositions, can be related to an unlimited range of actions and that individual actions can be related to an unlimited range of rules. Both believe that this problem cannot be solved by bringing in more theoretical propositions that interpret the original rule. So rule and act are left disconnected and the whole concept of rule following is challenged, which both philosophers regard as a problem. The second stage of the comparison focuses on the suggestion that the solutions both philosophers provide can be situated within the same framework. The thought that rule and act can ever be adequately understood apart from each other is rejected. Instead, some kind of internal relation, if not identity, has to be assumed. For Hegel and Wittgenstein, this relation that binds rule and act together is ultimately located within some kind of social institution. One similar difficulties in connecting rule and act. 1.1 Hegel. In its first formulation, the categorical imperative reads, act only according to that maxim whereby you can, at the same time, will that it should become a universal law. Kant 1785, p.30, the categorical imperative is claimed to be a general and unconditionally valid norm or duty which it is obligatory to follow under all circumstances. Its general validity is founded in its purely formal conception. By having no content on its own, it is open to any possible content and therefore universally applicable. At the base of this formalism lies the postulate of consistency. One cannot will that the maxims of one's action cannot be generalized, and the criterion for the possibility of generalization is the absence of contradiction. It is quite safe to say that under everyday circumstances the categorical imperative seems to work quite well as an instrument for judging actions. The problems with the categorical imperative reveal themselves when it is asked what exactly is not supposed to be in contradiction with what. I could ask myself, for example, whether I could possibly will that the maxim I act on when planning an extramarital affair become a general law. Then I realize that I cannot will it to be my maxim, because it is unsuitable for this task since it contradicts the institution of matrimony. I therefore change my maxim, and consequently also my plans for the evening. But these considerations are based on at least two assumptions. The first is that matrimony ought to exist. The second assumption is that the specific kind of matrimony that would be contradicted by the maxim my planned actions are based on ought to exist. These assumptions both have a specific content and must therefore be located outside the categorical imperative, which is supposed to be purely formal. That means that in order to make the categorical imperative work, additional premises have to be stated. The real problem becomes apparent when we realize that the categorical imperative can be combined with any additional premises without contradiction, no matter the content of these premises. This is, again, due to its formal nature. Obviously, there is no problem in sharing the idea of the categorical imperative while not sharing the idea of the necessity of matrimony. There is simply nothing to contradict. It is not contradictory to deem matrimony unnecessary. Hegel makes the same point with his own examples. The fact that no property is present is in itself for sich no more contradictory than is the non-existence of this or that individual people, family, etc., or the complete absence of human life. But if it is already established and presupposed that property and human life should exist and be respected, then it is a contradiction to commit theft or murder. A contradiction must be a contradiction with something, that is, with a content which is already fundamentally present as an established principle. EPR 135. The consequence of this view is that there is no relation between the single concrete act and the categorical imperative unless one has been established by some additional assumption of specific content. Hegel describes this lack of a determined relation between the general rule and the specific, concrete action. It is impossible to make the transition to the determination of particular duties from the above determination of duty as absence of contradiction, as formal correspondence with itself, i.e., the categorical imperative, and even if such a particular content for action is taken into consideration, there is no criterion within that principle for deciding whether or not this content is a duty. EPR 135. Neither the step from the general to the concrete nor the step from the concrete to the general can be determined by recourse to an abstract rule as such or a concrete action as such. Of course, the objection can be raised that even if this were true, it only shows that some mediating instance has to be established to bridge the gap between the categorical imperative and the specific action. This could be the following imperative: act only according to that maxim whereby you can, at the same time, will that it should become a law of matrimony. But this would not help at all. On the one hand, the transition from the categorical imperative to this specific imperative remains entirely arbitrary and, on the other, even the more specific imperative allows a vast number of possible actions depending on how matrimony is defined, which, when and to what degree actions are assumed to be threatening, and so on. Regardless of how specific an imperative is, the need remains for mediation between the imperative and the individual concrete action, and even if the mediation is specified by a general rule, this rule must be mediated too, etc. The infinite progress of mediation is thereby set in motion. SL 2010, p.665, GW 12, p.168, 174, and this is a bad infinite. SL 2010, p.113, GW 21, p.129. No matter how detailed a rule is, it is still a general formula and, being general, it cannot bridge the gap to the concrete individual action on its own. Considered in this way, it is not only the formal nature of the categorical imperative that makes it seem useless, but also its very nature as a general rule. This step from the purely formal rule to any rule might be inadmissible. In the Elements, Hegel reflects on his interpretation of a very specific and strictly formal ethical principle. It is possible that this critique cannot be generalized. But Hegel himself does not seem to be reluctant about making a generalization. In toto this the lack of mediation between the categorical imperative and the specific individual action is the same defect as in the other sciences. One has the conception of space, this is the general, the specific comprises the figurations. How do they get their specificity? One says there are triangles etc., but this is not the transition from the general to the specific. From where do the determinations of the particular types derive? 175. This passage shows that even Hegel believed there is a general problem. As a consequence, it does not seem unjustified at this point to interpret Hegel in a manner that brings him closer to Wittgenstein and his critique of rule following, if only in order to start a fruitful debate between the two philosophers. Since the general and the concrete are entirely disconnected, the application of the general formula is totally unrestricted. That means the general formula can be combined with any specific action without contradiction, depending on which already established principle is fundamentally present. It is possible to justify any wrong or immoral mode of action by this means, i.e., the categorical imperative, EPR, 135. The range of possible interpretations therefore allows actions which are considered to be diametrically opposed, without implying any dialectical relation between the extremes. But if the categorical imperative can be brought into accord with any action, it is of no help in deciding which actions should be performed and which should not. 1.2 Wittgenstein. The philosophical investigations explores rule following inter alia as the relation between rule and rule application, as in the example of the pupil who is asked to continue a sequence of numbers. In this case, a concrete sequence of numbers is confronted with a general demand, always do the same. The demand to do the same is not arbitrary in this context because, according to Wittgenstein, the notions of rule and doing the same are strongly connected. The use of the word rule and the use of the word same are interwoven, as are the use of proposition and the use of true. Pi. 225. Advocates of the view that the rule and the sequence of numbers stand in an unambiguous relation would say that they perceive something drawn very fine in a segment of a series, a characteristic design, which only needs the addition of and so on in order to reach to infinity. Pi. 229. Or, looked at from the side of the rule, all the steps are really already taken. Pi. 219, that might mean something like the rule traces the lines along which it is to be followed through the whole of space. Pi. 219. This idea corresponds to the thought that a rule determines its own application, which seems only natural at first glance because otherwise the question arises of how we can distinguish between a correct and an incorrect application of the rule. Ebbs 2017, p.399. Before discussing the problems with this conception of rules, I would like to bring Hegel into the picture. If we include Hegel, the following schema becomes apparent. On the one hand, there is a general instruction like don't do anything that leads to contradictions in the case of Hegel or always do the same in the case of Wittgenstein. On the other hand, there is something concrete and specific, like a specific action in the case of Hegel or a specific series of numbers in the case of Wittgenstein. The problems are comparable in both cases, if not the same. The mediation between the general instruction and its supposed specific realization does not work out, or at least does not work out under the assumption that an abstract and isolated general rule can link itself with a concrete occurrence. Wittgenstein famously illustrates this problem with the example of the pupil who is asked to continue a sequence of numbers that is established by constantly adding 2. Having reached 1000, the pupil starts adding not 2 but 4, without being able to understand why in doing so he is no longer following the original instruction. Pi. 184. A closer look reveals two problems that have already been mentioned. The first emerges when we look at the concrete, specific side, since there is an infinite quantity of possible formulas that would match this specific sequence of numbers. The second problem originates on the general side. It is revealed when Wittgenstein asks what is the same. We seem to have an infallible paradigm of identity in the identity of a thing with itself. I feel like saying, here at any rate there can't be a variety of interpretations. If you are seeing a thing you are seeing identity too. Then are two things the same when they are what one thing is? And how am I to apply what the one thing shews me to the case of two things? Pi. 215. Hegel would certainly agree if the statement were paraphrased as, no, non-empty, identification without difference. But if the instances that are supposed to be identified have to be different, the necessity for interpretation arises. To identify apples and oranges as fruit, one has to distinguish between the aspects that are to be highlighted because they can be seen as the same and the aspects that have to be obscured because they cannot be seen as the same. So interpretation it is. The pupil has to be brought to interpret the rule in the right way. But if the rule has to be interpreted before it can be applied, it does not determine its own application. For the interpretation exceeds the rule in a way that is not governed by the rule itself, and hence is undetermined and arbitrary. Attempting to control the interpretation by means of another rule cannot prevent the loss of unambiguity, because every rule for how to apply another rule itself needs to be interpreted, and so forth. Here Hegel's bad infinite appears again. By giving one interpretation after another, pi, 201, or one rule after another, the gap between the universal and the concrete cannot be bridged. Wittgenstein makes this clear when he explains what interpretation means. We ought to restrict the term interpretation to the substitution of one expression of the rule for another, ibid. So no interpretation will ever be able to break through to the actual individual act that claims to be an application of the rule. Again, this result leaves the general and the concrete entirely disconnected. Thus, no matter how rigid an abstract rule might seem, its application is boundlessly flexible. But how can a rule show me what I have to do at this point? Whatever I do is, on some interpretation, in accord with the rule. Pi, 198, that means every course of action can be made out to accord with the rule, pi, 201. This is, of course, the paradox from which Kripke's reflections on a sceptical solution derive, Kripke 1982, p.7. Two similar solutions to connecting rule and act. 2.1 Wittgenstein. But according to Wittgenstein, all this is a misunderstanding. 176 In reality, rule following is not based on a universal rule that governs its own application or an interpretation that mediates between rule and concrete act. There is, rather, an alternative conception of rule which is not an interpretation, but which is exhibited in what we call obeying the rule and going against it in actual cases, pi, 201. According to this conception, the rule expresses itself not, or at least not primarily, by means of interpretation but directly through its specific application in every actual case. From the outset, the general and the specific are thought of as undivided, so that there is no gap to bridge. Of course, if one cannot specify how exactly the general and the specific are supposed to be conceived as undivided, this is at most a gesture towards a solution. Since the general and the specific are obviously not simply the same, there seem to be essentially two options to describe their connectedness. Firstly, looked at in terms of unity, the general and the specific can be seen as aspects of a whole that has internal distinctions, and secondly, looked at in terms of the different aspects, the general and the specific can be seen as internally related. These two ways of looking at matters are, of course, intertwined, and the relations between them, or, rather, the different standpoints from which the relations between them can be viewed, are one of the central objects to which Hegel applies his method in his Science of Logic. If the general rule and its concrete application are in fact undivided, asking how the general rule determines the concrete application is already a mistake, because it implies that there is a relation between two separate entities, something that determines and something that is determined. Nonetheless, expressions like the steps are determined by the formula work very well for, say, algebraic formulas. To address the question of how this is possible, Wittgenstein asks how the expression is used. He answers himself as follows. We may perhaps refer to the fact that people are brought by their education, training, so to use the formula y equals x2, that they all work out the same value for y when they substitute the same number for x. Or we may say these people are so trained that they all take the same step at the same point when they receive the order at 3. We might express this by saying, for these people the order at 3 completely determines every step from one number to the next. In contrast with other people who do not know what they are to do on receiving this order, or who react to it with perfect certainty, but each one in a different way. Pi, 189. According to this passage, the application of a formula or rule is, in certain cases, determined. That is quite the opposite of saying that the application is boundlessly flexible. This discrepancy can be cleared up by looking at the assumed source of determination. While the assumption that the rule or the formula determines its own application by itself leads to arbitrary outcomes, the assumption that the determination does not come from something abstract but originates from specific training leads to the successful description of definite behavior by a rule or a formula. But in the latter case the concession has to be made that different training leads to different actions no matter whether the abstract description by means of a rule changes or not. Conversely, the rule in itself is unconnected to the training. The connection derives entirely from the side of the training as a specific practice that has to be performed in front of the pupil so that they can imitate it. The introduction of an entity that is neutral towards the rule as an abstract formula is similar to the conclusions Hegel draws from his analysis of the categorical imperative. For Hegel, the connection between the categorical imperative and a specific action could only be made through something, that is, with a content which is already fundamentally present as an established principle, EPR 135, such as a special form of monogamous matrimonial practice. Based on this principle, the categorical imperative can be used to prevent promiscuous actions, for example. For Wittgenstein, the connection between the abstract formula, like y equals x2, and the specific action, like saying for after having heard to, can only be made on the basis of practical training. In both cases, the mediating instances, on the one hand the established principle and on the other hand the training, cannot be deduced from the universal abstract instances, that is the categorical imperative and the formula. On the contrary, the mediating instances clearly have primacy. But there is obviously a difference. Hegel talks about a principle, which is something that is supposed to be only abstract, whereas Wittgenstein talks about training, which is something that is supposed to be only specific and concrete. However, both instances unfortunately have in common that they are unsuited for their purpose. A principle can be easily linked or mediated with the categorical imperative because they are both general, but principles as such cannot link themselves with concrete actions. This is the premise of the whole argument. Training can be easily linked with concrete actions because it is, in itself, a sequence of concrete actions, but as such it cannot link itself with a general instance in a definite way. There is always an infinite number of possible generalizations based on even one specific action. It seems the problem is not solved at all. One might get the impression that Wittgenstein reacts to this by dropping altogether the concept of a general rule that can be followed by reflecting on it. When I obey a rule, I do not choose. I obey the rule blindly, pi. 219, or obeying a rule is a practice, pi. 202, and at the base of all justification is not an ultimate justification but only a reference to the actual practice. This is simply what I do. Pi. 217. But at the same time in my eyes there seems to be a need for the general part of the rule that cannot be met by reducing rule following to blind practice. And in fact, Wittgenstein does not state that there is only unreflective practice. The agent is aware of the rule that is obeyed, it is the way that the rule is obeyed which they do not reflect on, because asking how rule and act are related implies a difference that does not exist. In fact, the general part cannot be reduced even if rule following is ultimately due to training, because if someone is supposed to be trained by showing them a specific practice, this practice has to be more than just one specific, concrete incident. It has to be linked to an invitation to understand the individual instance of the practice as a model, or an exhortation to do the same. That means the practice that is shown can only train someone if it is understood not only as something concrete and specific but also as something general. This aspect of generality that is inherent to any form of training cannot be shown directly, by pointing at something concrete. It is, for example, not true that if you are seeing a thing you are seeing identity too, pi. 215. The general as such is essentially non-deictic. It becomes apparent only through the negation of something specific as specific. The general shows itself, as it were contradictorily, through the identification of several different concrete incidents. That is one of the reasons why it is not possible that there should have been only one occasion on which someone obeyed a rule and why to obey a rule, to give an order, are customs, uses, institutions, pi. 199, cf. pi. 198, 2.177 The practice that trains has to be concrete and general at the same time, so to speak. 2.2 Hegel. Just as Hegel was earlier interpreted in a way that brings him closer to Wittgenstein by generalizing his critique of the categorical imperative to a critique of all rules, here I am interpreting Wittgenstein in a way that brings him closer to Hegel, because the concrete general or the concrete universal is of course a Hegelian concept, the solution, or the label of the solution, that Hegel offers to solve the problem of the mediation between the general and the concrete. But it would be a misunderstanding to think of the concrete general as a third, discrete instance that stands between an independent and isolated general instance and an independent and isolated concrete instance. The concrete general is, rather, the underlying unity from which the concrete and the general derive. They both have to be taken as an abstraction from it. Since Hegel's notion has three aspects: universal, particular, and singular, this is of course a simplification. The concrete general is, the true, infinite universal, the one which, immediately in itself, is just as much particularity as singularity, SL 2010, p.533, GW 12, p.36. This means that the universal, i.e., the concrete general, is thus the totality of the concept. It is what is concrete, is not empty but, on the contrary, has content by virtue of its concept, a content in which the universal does not just preserve itself but is rather the universal's own, immanent to it. It is of course possible to abstract from this content, but what we have then is not the universal element of the concept but the abstract universal, which is an isolated and imperfect moment of the concept, void of truth. SL 2010, p.532, GW 12, p.35. As abstractions, the concrete and the general are not in themselves. Rather, as partial descriptions, they express aspects of a whole that is composed of internal distinctions. Looked at in this light, it becomes clear that one fragmentary description cannot directly determine another fragmentary description, since the rule on its own cannot directly determine the individual act and vice versa. Every determination depends on or is mediated by the entity which is described in different ways from the two sides. Understood in this way, the general and the concrete seem to be only negative or maybe even useless. Their positive aspect is that the whole can only be represented by them because there is no determination that would grasp the whole as a whole without omitting its internal distinctions. Apart from inconsistent descriptions like concrete general, the whole or the underlying unity cannot be properly addressed in a direct way. Precisely this point justifies the general and the concrete in their own right. Applied to the problem of rule following, this would mean that, on the one hand, the abstract and general rule is necessary but not sufficient for following a rule because the general rule is only the expression or description of a concrete general instance. In fact, the possibility of relating a general rule to a concrete general instance, like a custom, through either a process of abstraction or a process of concretization, might make the difference between following a rule and acting in accordance with it. Glock 2003, p.247. On the other hand, the same goes for the concrete practice. The practice must necessarily be shown, but this alone is not sufficient. It has to be shown as the expression of a concrete general instance that also includes the general rule. The only way for the rule to be understood sufficiently is to point out that to be determining and determine the rule on its own is not enough, and that for this purpose the rule has to be connected to a concrete practice. This means the rule has to become more than an abstract proposition. And the only way for the individual act to become sufficient to determine other acts, within the context of training for example, is to point out that the individual act on its own is not enough, that it has to be connected to a general rule like do the same in the simplest case. This means the act has to become more than an individual, concrete piece of behavior. Both sides are brought together in institutions, i.e., a commonly performed practice of conscious rule following. While it is possible neither for the concrete practice to be deduced from the general rule on its own nor for a general rule to be derived unambiguously from a concrete practice, Both sides are clearly determined within the context of concrete general practices such as customs, institutions, or forms of life. This leads to a sort of context principle for rules. Don't ask what rules, correctness, agreement, or disagreement are in isolation, but only in the context of our rule-following practices. Ebbs 2017, p. 400. If that is right, Hegel's established principle cannot in the final analysis be a mere principle, an abstract rule. It has to be based upon a concrete general practice as well. Matrimony, for example, would not just be a specific set of rules but also an interpersonal practice within an ethical institution that is expressed adequately only through general norms that are always connected to their concrete realization and vice versa. Only within such an institutional context of reciprocal determination can the relation between general rule and concrete implementation be unambiguously clear and therefore binding. The same is true at a broader level. Laws as abstract general rules lose the contingency they might have for the abstract individual who judges only based on their own private morality when they and the interpersonal shared practice of customs are embedded together in the institution of the Hegelian state. Through the public nature of the laws and the universality of customs, the state takes away from the right of insight its formal aspect and that contingency which this right still has for the subject within the prevailing viewpoint of morality. EPR 132. Valentina Balistraxi. Hegel and Wittgenstein, Elements for a Comparison. Abstract. The aim of this essay is to investigate whether there can be a connection between Hegel's and Wittgenstein's philosophies. The comparison immediately presents some difficulties since Wittgenstein never declared to be a Hegelian and the only brief remark confessed to M. Drury about Hegel's thought is not comforting in this respect. This seems not to have discouraged D. Lamb, who attempted the comparison at issue, taking into consideration language and perception in both authors. His aim was not to show that Wittgenstein was in any way influenced by Hegel, rather to what extent the linguistic revolution was bound up with the Hegelian or neo-Hegelian tradition, against which it originally defined itself. Assuming Lamb's investigation as a starting point, I will overlook the aspect concerning perception in order to focus on the roles of language and logic in both authors. As a consequence, this comparison is not intended to be exhaustive. Firstly, this paper will be comparing tautologies and contradictions in the Tractatus on the one hand and the speculative proposition in the Phenomenology of Spirit on the other, focusing on their function as limits. Secondly, through the analysis of the speculative proposition, which turns out to be different from absolute knowing, the relation between the phenomenology and the science of logic will be investigated. 1. Introduction. Even though no evidence of influence can be given, authors have not been discouraged from establishing a connection between Hegel and Wittgenstein. David Lamb, for example, showed the possibility of a comparison between the two authors in his 1979 book Language and Perception in Hegel and Wittgenstein. Lamb states his general thesis as follows. Reacting against logical atomism, the later Wittgenstein came up with many of the old idealist arguments in a new form. Hence the doubts cast upon the analytic-synthetic dichotomy, the cornerstone of positivist thought. Lamb 1979, p. 11. Using Wittgenstein's thought as an instrument for the above conclusion, Lamb's aim consists in reopening the discussion about the two tendencies in order to show that the gulf between analytical and continental philosophies is not so profound. For this reason, a few lines later, Lamb states that, despite the fact that Wittgenstein was never a Hegelian, his thought confirms the old Hegelian tradition. Ibid. p. 12. My contribution takes its bearings from the above quoted work with regard to the possibility of such a comparison, but with the difference that I will make no reference to perception and I will focus on the so-called early Wittgenstein, that is, the period of the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Furthermore, my interest will not be in identifying Wittgenstein as the heir of Hegelian philosophy, but in showing how some characteristics of language and logic emerge in Hegel and Wittgenstein's perspectives. Most importantly, I will show how the comparison between the logical propositions in the Tractatus and the speculative proposition in the Phenomenology of Spirit can illustrate why the speculative proposition cannot be identified with absolute knowing, this being paramount to understanding the connection between the phenomenology and the science of logic. Having said that, it must be noticed that this contribution is not exhaustive. I will be taking into consideration the Tractatus on the one hand and the connection between the phenomenology with the science of logic on the other, focusing on a few aspects only. The first section will take into consideration tautology and contradiction in the Tractatus in order to explain their function and their characteristics. Then, in the third section, I will focus on the speculative proposition in the Phenomenology in order to draw its affinity with the logical propositions of the Tractatus. In the fourth section I will illustrate the consequences of this comparison. 2. Tautology and contradiction as Grenzfall of language. Tautology and contradiction are introduced in the fourth section of the Tractatus as follows. Among the possible groups of truth conditions there are two extreme cases. In the one case the proposition is true for all the truth possibilities of the elementary propositions. We say that the truth conditions are tautological. In the second case the proposition is false for all the truth possibilities. The truth conditions are self-contradictory. In the first case, we call the proposition a tautology, in the second case a contradiction. TLP 4.46, Ogden/Ramsey's translation, 178. Truth conditions of a proposition are what makes it possible for a proposition to be judged as true or false in comparison to what happens in reality. If the proposition says something that does not correspond to reality, the proposition is called false, otherwise it is true. Tautology and contradiction maintain their truth conditions, albeit not in the same sense of an ordinary proposition. In fact, they do not require a comparison with the facts in order for their truth or falsehood to be known, since they are the extreme cases of language, respectively, which are always true or always false. Since the position they occupy is in reference to ordinary propositions special, they are defined as extreme cases. I will now deepen some specific aspects about these cases. In 1913, Wittgenstein wrote that a very proposition is essentially true-false. Thus a proposition has two poles, corresponding to case of its truth and the case of its falsehood. We call this the sense of a proposition, NB, p.98. This is what will be defined below as the bipolarity of the proposition. In physics, the term bipolarity indicates the north and south poles of a magnet being inseparable from each other. 179 Analogously, truth and falsehood are conceived as two opposite poles which stay together in the proposition since they have not yet been determined through a comparison with reality. Such a bipolarity constitutes the sense of the proposition which is, therefore, independent of being true or of being false. Returning to tautology and contradiction, these lack any such bipolarity or sense. Therefore, they are defined as senseless. The proposition shows what it says, the tautology and the contradiction that they say nothing. The tautology has no truth conditions, for it is unconditionally true, and the contradiction is on no condition true. Tautology and contradiction are without sense. TLP 4.461. A comparison with reality in order to know whether the proposition is true or false is no longer required in the case of tautology or contradiction. They make no sense and unhook themselves from their truth conditions. The above proposition, which attributes no truth conditions to tautology and contradiction, would seem to be contradictory with the proposition 4.46 where Wittgenstein defined the truth conditions as tautological and contradictory with regard to the two propositions. This can be explained starting from the fact that tautology and contradiction are the limiting cases Grenzfall of the combination of symbols, namely their dissolution, TLP 4.466. In this passage, Wittgenstein gives the definitions of the limiting cases as opposed to ordinary propositions. In fact, if the term dissolution indicates, in the most general sense of the term, the disappearance of something, in this case, what Wittgenstein calls articulation of the proposition has disappeared, i.e. the multiplicity and the combination of the elements of the proposition, without which a proposition is incapable of expressing anything, TLP 3.251. This means that the definitions of tautology and contradiction cannot be given independently from that of an ordinary proposition. In fact, it is impossible to understand what the term dissolution refers to, if it is not known what the articulation of an ordinary proposition is. Therefore, tautology and contradiction are not simply the cause of the disintegration, but they are the dissolution or the limits of the articulation of ordinary propositions. Consider the following passage. Tautology and contradiction are, however, not nonsensical, they are part of the symbolism, in the same way that 0 is part of the symbolism of arithmetic. TLP 4.4611. Although it has just been said that tautology and contradiction are the dissolution of ordinary propositions, the first part of this passage claims that tautology and contradiction still belong to language. If this were not the case, according to the definition of nonsense given in the preface to the Tractatus, tautology and contradiction would be placed outside language and, therefore, characterized as nonsensical unsinnig instead of senseless sinlos. The second part of the quote clarifies this apparent contradiction, showing the particular way in which tautology and contradiction still belong to language. With the above comparison, Wittgenstein introduces the quarrel concerning 0, whether it can be considered a positive integer or not. The matter remains unsolved since 0 is what divides negative from positive numbers and is usually considered neither positive nor negative. Analogously to 0, tautology and contradiction are limits, therefore they can be neither placed outside language, as nonsenses, nor considered ordinary sentences, as sensible propositions. This is why Wittgenstein needs the distinction between the adjectives senseless sinlos and nonsensical unsinnig. In fact, although they differ from ordinary propositions inasmuch as they say nothing, tautology and contradiction cannot be completely excluded from language since they are still well-formed sentences, grammatically in order, Nordman 2005, p.148, Floyd 2000, p.253. Wittgenstein says that ordinary propositions are the expression of the agreement or disagreement with the facts which constitute reality, TLP 4.431. Their truth expresses agreement, their falsehood disagreement with the facts. Tautology always expresses agreement with reality since its truth values are always true. On the contrary, contradiction always expresses disagreement since its truth values are always false. This means that where the highest level of agreement or disagreement between propositions and facts is satisfied, truth conditions renege. For example, if the truth values satisfy every truth condition and, therefore, result always true, this means that the conditions are tautological. The analog occurs in the case of the contradiction for which the truth conditions are contradictory. So, on this very point the truth conditions of the tautology or of the contradiction are lost in comparison to ordinary propositions. This means that truth conditions for tautology or contradiction are not absent, but they disappear in the point where ordinary propositions reach their extremes. For this reason, Wittgenstein says that tautology and contradiction are the dissolution of the connection of signs, this meaning the destruction of the articulation of ordinary sentences. This also explains the reasons why Wittgenstein refers to the truth conditions of these extreme cases saying, immediately after, that they have no truth conditions. Where language reaches its peaks, it disappears. In this sense, I follow G. H. von Wright who claims that tautology and contradiction are degenerate propositions, von Wright 2005, p.100. Firstly, this definition is important because it summarizes the fact that tautology and contradiction still refer to the propositions of ordinary kind, since they do not violate any rule of grammar and since they cannot be placed on the other side of language, as nonsenses. Secondly, they are degenerate compared to ordinary propositions since they say nothing, they are the limits of ordinary propositions and, above all, because they can be compared to an ordinary proposition that has lost its truth conditions or sense. As a consequence, The adjective senseless sinnlos indicates the loss of sense, or truth conditions, by tautology and contradiction, with reference to an ordinary proposition. The fact that they are the dissolution of the combination of symbols which constitute the structure, or articulation, of an ordinary proposition can also be seen as the limit of sensible propositions which degenerate in tautologies and contradictions. The fact that a loss is concerned suggests the tight relation between ordinary propositions on the one hand and tautology and contradiction on the other. This is well expressed by Ostro, who claims that sense and senselessness spring from the same root and so care must be taken in tease them apart, 2001, p.98. In fact, since tautology and contradiction cannot be placed outside language, this means that they are on the same side of the propositions, from which they cannot be fully separated. This means that tautology and contradiction are placed, as well as ordinary propositions, on the inner side of the limit which is defined in the preface to the Tractatus. This allows me to introduce the next topic regarding the matter of the internal limit. In fact, it needs to be underlined that the limits reached by language should be regarded differently than obstacles externally imposed. In the following passage, Wittgenstein says, "Man possesses the capacity of constructing languages, in which every sense can be expressed, without having an idea how and what each word means, just as one speaks without knowing how the single sounds are produced. Colloquial language is a part of the human organism and is not less complicated than it. From it is humanly impossible to gather immediately the logic of language. Language disguises the thought, so that from the external form of the clothes one cannot infer the form of the thought they clothe, because the external form of the clothes is constructed with quite another object than to let the form of the body be recognized." TLP 4.002. First of all, language is able to communicate every possible sense so that, in Wittgenstein's view, it cannot be defined as inadequate with regard to its function. Second, the passage claims that language works as a kind of mask for thought, this being exactly the function which language is apt to because it has quite another object than to let the form of the body be recognized. Ibid. This means that language does not have any deceiving purpose regarding thought, but carries out its specific function, the limits of which are signed by tautology and contradiction. Therefore, the limits of propositions do not express an inadequacy, rather, they express the completeness of language which fulfills its function. Therefore, the limits reached in the extreme cases of tautology and contradiction are naturally reached by language. In fact, language reaches these limits in the peaks of maximum agreement or disagreement between propositions and reality, i.e., if the truth conditions are maximally satisfied or dissatisfied by the truth values of propositions. Having expressed every possible sense, language has complied with its function and reneges since it has nothing more to express. This identifies with its limits which are reached in language, at the point of the dissolution of the articulation of ordinary propositions. To put it another way, language is complete as the following passage from the big typescript, that Wittgenstein writes several years after the publication of the Tractatus, confirms. "When I say, here we are at the limits of language, that always sounds as if resignation were necessary at this point, whereas on the contrary complete satisfaction comes about, since no question remains." BT, p.310. 3. Hegel's speculative proposition as a limit of the phenomenology of spirit. The speculative proposition is introduced at the end of the path of consciousness and it is defined in the preface to the Phenomenology, where Hegel talks about the speculative proposition as the destruction of the general form of judgment which is understood as the distinction between subject and predicate, considered also as the general structure of an ordinary sentence, PS 1977, p.22. True or false judgments are the form through which consciousness expresses itself, Berg 2008, pages 56 and 69. Since it is the destruction of judgments, even though the term proposition keeps it in a linguistic context, the speculative proposition cannot be regarded as an ordinary sentence. Notwithstanding, since consciousness can also be considered the spirit as concrete knowing, that is immersed in externality, Berg 2008, p.24, this demolition can also be seen as the content of judgment which has been completely externalized. Therefore, this means that, in the speculative proposition, the content has been completely expressed, the proposition having nothing more to say, as though consciousness was pulled to its extreme possibility of expression. Furthermore, the above proposition has in common with logic the word speculative, a fact which has important consequences since their movement, of the moments which organizes itself in this element into a whole, is logic or speculative philosophy, PS 1977, 37. Since speculative, as can be noted in the passage mentioned, is linked with the movement and the organization of the moments into a unity, the speculative proposition can be similarly considered as what gathers into a unity the totality of the previous moments, demolishing the distinction between subject and predicate at the same time. Now, the fact that logic is defined as speculative, like the proposition, shows not only that there is a connection between the two, but that logic has the same function of destroying the structure subject-predicate as well, having as a consequence the fact that every difference among the elements of the judgment vanishes into the whole. Therefore, since it is not made of judgments, logic cannot be regarded as a language. At this point some similarities with the tautologies of the Tractatus can be drawn. Both tautologies and the speculative proposition can be considered the extreme points that language has reached in expression and, at the same time, as the destruction of the structure of an ordinary proposition. It needs to be recalled that Wittgenstein claims a destructive role for both tautologies and contradictions in the Tractatus, since they are not just the propositions which are always true or always false, but they are defined, first of all, as the dissolution of the articulation of an ordinary sentence. Besides, since tautologies are also defined, for Wittgenstein, as logical propositions, TLP 6.1, they contain a reference to logic as what is beyond language, and